Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, February 16th, 2025, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got NASCAR Cup Series 2025 Daytona 500. We are going to get racing here in about 29 minutes. So they all have the pre-race festivities. Dale Jr. on the mic right now. Let's get settled in. We already got a $10 dono to start off the show. Odin Son, my boy, appreciate you. $10 dono, my guy. Let's go racing, fam. Love you. Love the picture. Appreciate you. And again, can't wait to be able to see what we get. And I know you ended up sending. Let's get the music here queued up as well here in the background. So give me one sec here. And with the thumbnail, you know, I had to give you Chase Elliott, just like we did last week. Happen no how. And I am ready. And, Chase won, Bowman Gray. Hopefully we can end up getting a nice victory here today for Chase Elliott. Let's go, baby. And again, I was, through the photos that it was a little bit blurry, but I ended up finding at least one, from last night. Canada decided to boo the national anthem, cut off the mic off of Christie when they, had some pre-matchup festivities. And USA did not take kindly to that. 3 fights in the first 9 seconds, and we end up beating Canada in their sport. So that one felt pretty good, to be able to get the victory there. And again, we advanced to the championship, and we might be able to get Canada in the championship, depending on how Finland and Sweden and Canada do. Championship on Thursday, and then there's a couple more matchups, obviously, coming up. And on Monday, I imagine that I'll probably end up watching that. And again, we have Monday Night Raw and a few other things that will be in the mix. But definitely excited to see what USA can do in the Four Nations face-off. It was awesome. I don't think that I've ever seen a start, of a matchup like that. I mean, I've seen fights to start off, right as like the puck is dropped, but I haven't seen, 3 fights in 9 seconds. I think that the first 2 fights were 50-50. The last one, JT Miller kind of got beat up, punched himself in the chin when he was trying to throw an uppercut, knocked his own helmet off, and he got kind of beat up in that third last fight. But a lot of excitement, and I know we're going to get a lot of excitement here today. And I got a couple different views that we can end up going through. So we have the traditional big view of me, but you don't need to see me big. And then, again, we're going to end up going here, and then we'll end up being able to show some of the stats and whatnot with what we have available on NASCAR.com. So definitely excited to see where we go. And based on what you guys want, if you guys want to be able to have the screen big like this for a majority of the broadcast, we can do that. If you guys would prefer it to be me in the corner with the box with some of, hopefully NASCAR will be able to update some of the stats. Last week at Bowman Gray, ESPN and NASCAR.com were lagging a little bit, based on the updates of where the drivers were position-wise. So we'll probably keep it here for now, and then I'll monitor to see how, NASCAR.com is going to be able to update the grid. And hopefully, as long as the grid is updated, then we can go to that particular view as well. Appreciate you, Odin. We're at 10. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. This is going to be a long one. And again, we do assume rain will be coming here in a couple hours. So this might end up being a 4-hour race, maybe a 5-hour race. So depending on when this race ends, I may or may not do the NBA All-Star game. And again, the format is kind of shitty. The NBA is terrible. Rising Stars on Friday was terrible. Yesterday, with the skills competition, 3-point, and the dunk contest, the really only thing memorable was Mac McClung, being a 3-peat champion, something obviously that we thought that Mac could do because he didn't really have a whole lot of competition. But definitely the Four Nations face-off was 1,000 times better, and that's why I decided to do that yesterday rather than the NBA. And again, they're not doing East-West. like they used to do when I was a kid. They're not doing Team LeBron, Team Giannis, which I didn't like, but is much better than what they're doing now. Team Kenny, Team Shaq, Team Candace, and going that particular route based on some of the hosts on TNT and the show. So they're going to have 4 separate teams, and they're going to go at each other. Whoever scores 40 points first advances in those matchups. I don't like the format at all. And the NBA wonders why they keep continuously losing ratings, because you keep tweaking everything, and again, you need to go back to the history on when things were good. The NFL, used to be able to tackle in the Pro Bowl. Now they don't even have the Pro Bowl. It's a bunch of games, right? The NHL, their format was getting a little bit stale. MLB has always been number 1 in the home run derby and the all-star game because they always try and it's the most entertaining. NHL has been number 2. But even with that being said, the NHL all-star format to some was getting a little stale. So as long as we're not having an Olympics or, World Cup, something big, this 4 nations face-off is much better than a traditional all-star format. And hopefully they continue with it. And then again, with the NFL and the NBA, they're pure clueless on how to be able to do all-star games and that type of, all-star weekend. I hope that the NFL will go back to the Pro Bowl and they tackle again, but I highly doubt it. I hope the NBA goes back to the Rising Stars. Obviously the normal format where it was rookies versus sophomores or USA versus international, East versus West, and then having better contestants in the 3-point skills and the dunk contest. But it just seems like they're catering to little kids. And if you're going to cater to little kids, guess what? You're going to lose all your fucking ratings. So NFL, Pro Bowl, garbage. NBA All-Star Weekend, garbage. But at least the NHL and the MLB know what's going on. And we're here for fucking Daytona, and I am excited. Bowman Gray, Chase Elliott ended up winning that race, but it wasn't for points, and I'm definitely ready here tonight. Well, this early morning, I woke up early. I was up at like 5, 6 a.m., had to walk my dog for a long 45-minute walk. Get prepped, making the thumbnail. And again, I'm hoping that everything will go smoothly on NASCAR.com. ESPN's NASCAR coverage is garbage as well. They don't really do a very good job based on the updating, of the page itself. So when this gets updated, and hopefully everything we'll bounce back and forth. And once the grid is updated, we'll go here. But until that ends up happening, we'll go big for now. And then, we'll see how it goes. But again, on Bowman Gray, I'm not sure who was working at NASCAR.com. And I know it's a tedious process. I know it takes a lot of work, to be able to update the grid because things are happening in real time. So you got to have a lot of people on the keyboard making these adjustments. And I feel like ESPN is incredibly lazy. NASCAR.com, I just feel they get flooded with so many people. But again, if you are going to be on NASCAR.com, you expect the best, right? ESPN is covering every sport. So you don't really expect them to, put out the grid the same type of way. But I'm hoping, that they'll get it all updated and we'll see how it goes. Let's go, baby. But yeah, USA. And it's funny too, because in USA's, matchups, they were kind of like the underdog. But again, it's fine. Sidney Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, those guys are icons. They're legends for Canada. First ballot Hall of Famers. We didn't really have anyone on that level besides Austin Matthews, the Kachuk bros, Captain Jack Eichel, obviously the Hughes bros. So, you have some, talent, but, if we're really being real, they had more upper echelon talent on their roster. But again, if you want to cut off our mic, when we're trying to introduce our team and our country, if you want to boo our national anthem, regardless if you love Trump or you hate him, obviously that was a big part of it as well. And the NHL typically doesn't get political, but obviously, the political side is going to come out. But again, the tournament is going to move to Boston. And we'll see if the American fans, some might end up booing the Canada national anthem just because they did to us. But I don't feel that we need to really go down to that level and be petty like that. And again, we ended up going into their house and winning, and that felt very, very good. David in the building, what's good? Yeah, and bro, going to the formats, I'm telling you, East versus West would get better ratings. Rookies versus sophomores would get better ratings and better participants, because you got to think the NBA right now is the worst out of everything. MLB is better, NASCAR is better, WWE is better, NFL is better, college football is better. Like NBA is literally dead last, and they're like oblivious, and they keep changing this format, for like little kids and whatnot. But I guarantee that it still would suck, but it would be a little bit better, and you would get more people tuned in if they went back to the old format. Rookie, sophomores, Eastern Conference versus Western Conference, no captains or fucking celebrity people, picking the teams and whoever gets to 40 points. What moron came up with that fucking format? I have no idea, but we'll see how it goes. But again, I may or may not do the All-Star game later today just because of that lame format, and who knows how long this Daytona 500 will go. Typically, it's about 3.5 hours, but if we have rain, which it sounds like we will, we might end up having a 4-hour race, a 5-hour race with some delays. So if that's the case, I might end up being gassed at that point, and I might not have anything left, but we will see. Predictions for the Daytona 500, drop them down in the chat. Obviously, I'm going Napa know-how, and I'm going Chase Elliott. And I know he's not the greatest at super speedways. There's going to be others like Blaney and, others that are a little bit better in the super speedway. There's certain individuals, they may not be a top-tier driver, but they're very good on this track. So especially some of the previous winners we've had in the last 10 years, you have to look at those names as well. But definitely excited to see where we go here today. Cole's going for, okay. Does it go Chase? Christopher Bell, 20 DeWalt car. I see you. STL. Boogity, boogity, boogie. Let's go racing, boys. And we will get racing here in about 18 minutes, I assume, unless they end up getting it started a little bit sooner because of the rain. $2 holla. Appreciate you. And again, adjusted the format so you guys can end up seeing a little bit bigger image of your photo, as well as obviously your message there. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks. Little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Appreciate you. And we can get a couple photos up for STL and Odin to start off the Dono train. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Let's go. All right, let's take a peek. And I don't know, like I said, we'll have to see how things get formatted here. But let me see, live leaderboard. Let me go to some of the things here. And we'll see if we can get things updated. Okay, let's take a peek. Let's see if it updated. All right, so I'm not sure, how it will work out here. And there'll be definitely a few different tabs. And if you guys are on NASCAR.com as well, you can let me know any other tabs that I should be clicking on to be able to get the best feed. Looks like they got the race, they got a raw feed, and they got some other different feeds here. But NASCAR.com definitely does a hell of a better job than ESPN. So that's typically where we're going to go. And as long as they update it, we don't necessarily have to go big like this, unless you guys obviously want and prefer for me to be like this and be big, and then we can occasionally go here. But you guys give me some feedback and let me know if you guys want the stream to be like this for the whole stream the rest of the way. Let me know. Otherwise, we're probably going to bounce back and forth, so that way you guys can see the background, see my big old ugly head, and then eventually when things get updated, we can always go here as well. But definitely excited to see Dale Jr. as a first-time owner. This is one of the first years in probably 10 that I actually watched the full race of the trucks, the full race of Xfinity on CW, and they did a hell of a job. You think CW is a kind of like a knockoff, broadcast. It's not Fox, it's not NBC, but they kind of played with the graphics a little bit differently, putting the graphics on the bottom of the screen. Obviously the commentary was pretty good as well. I was a little shocked. And again, not every commentary team is going to be elite, but one thing that I can say with confidence is that you see different females, getting opportunities, and in the trucks, we actually have a female that is obviously, trying to work her way up the ranks. We had Danica Patrick a long time ago, but one thing is for sure, 100%. Females in NASCAR, when they're, either interviewing or announcing, right? They are top tier. If you listen to females, that are covering the NBA, obviously you got Doris Burke and you got a few others, and then obviously you got some on the NFL and the MLB. Some struggle a little bit, with the whole process. Some are pretty good, but some struggle. But I think for NASCAR, the females are top tier. And again, it seems like, they have the passion, they're well-spoken, and they work really well together with the men. And again, it's nice to be able to see, the incorporation of the males and females working together in a sport. And again, you have such wide variety of races, black, white, Asian, Latino, everyone coming together. And again, I feel like NASCAR is really growing, as a sport. But I was very impressed, with everything that was going down with the trucks, with obviously the Xfinity Series. And I'm definitely excited here for NASCAR Cup Series here today. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm a big Dale Jr. guy. And again, I'm a Chase Elliott fan, but prior to being a Chase Elliott, for a guy that's driving right now, I will always root for Dale Jr. as a team owner. But, for me, the guy that really got me into racing was, Dale Jr.'s dad, Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. That will always be like my number one. And then Dale Jr. was the two, after, what happened with his dad. And obviously I loved, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated with Michael Waltrip, and then a very, very young Martin Truex Jr., as we have Anthony Mackie here, the Grand Marshal, obviously Captain America, but now it's all Napa know-how, and I'm a Chase Elliott guy through and through, but I always will rep Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I thought you meant Christopher Bell. Let him know, STL. Yes, agreed. And again, some of the Chevys and some of the elite drivers don't necessarily do the greatest at this particular track. But I ended up watching NASCAR yesterday and, noticing like who would you want to be teammates with? And you start to learn like who's friends with each other. And Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace are like best friends. I knew that they were pretty close, but I never knew that they were like the closest. And all of them wanted to be able to be teammates if they had that choice, since they're that close. It's always nice to be able to see these kind of, backstage interviews. So that way you can kind of get an idea of like who fucks with, each other based on drivers. Like, are you cool with this guy, or do you want to wreck this guy? And definitely not everyone likes each other, in NASCAR. There definitely is some rivalries that are very heated. But, I knew that Chase and Ryan Blaney were pretty close, as well as Bubba Wallace. But it was kind of cool to be able to see them interact with each other, and it gives you that bigger depth on what's going on here in the NASCAR Cup Series. All right, baby. Hopefully this will update throughout, obviously, the race itself. But it looks like they got things linked up much better than the Bowman Gray race. So we'll see if things update in real time, and we'll be able to kind of go back and forth with the screens here as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Haley's up and coming, and obviously you have the female driver in the trucks. Obviously, she did pretty good, early on, and she was as high as 10th. She ended up kind of spinning out for the second caution, but she ended up, representing pretty well. And then also on top of that, star from Malcolm in the Middle, Frankie Muniz, he finished 11th. And again, when you can see someone, that's a child actor, and then they end up, really having a passion for racing. I hope Frankie can move up in the ranks to go from trucks, to go to Xfinity Series, and then hopefully one day the NASCAR Cup Series. But the thing is, he still has to prove a lot of the haters and the doubters wrong. But if you are a fan of Malcolm in the Middle or Frankie Muniz, pretty cool. And you can hear in his interview, I posted it on my social media on Twitter/X. He really is excited and has the love and the passion for racing. It was probably the best interview that I've seen post-race of a driver that wasn't Chase Elliott or one of the big names in a long, long time. Let's go. Hope you guys like the thumbnail. Took me a little bit of time to be able to get that done, but I think it turned out great, just like last week's. And hopefully we end up getting a pretty good turnout today. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Again, early for me here. You know, it's 10:51 a.m. For a lot of y'all, it's already in the afternoon, but I am ready. Let's go, baby. 4 more likes to 10. Hopefully we can get to 20 within the first hour, 30 to 50 overall. And obviously we'll be shooting for 100 in the donos on every single stream. We're at 15, 85 to go. And I'm very excited. Like, again, you know, I'm a big fan of just racing in general. I love the trucks. I love Xfinity, but my real love is the NASCAR Cup Series. And again, the NFL and college football are over. So I need something to be able to fill the gaps, you know, on the weekend. And again, until we get into baseball season for my Seattle Mariners, you know, it's going to be a lot of NASCAR coverage on the weekends. And even when we do get to, you know, Mariner season and MLB season, you know, if there is a particular race and the Mariners are on at the same time, I may even go, you know, the race as the primary and just watch the, you know, Mariners play, obviously on a separate screen, and I can kind of cover both at the same time. But you know, we've done NASCAR on the channel for a couple years. You know, we ended up taking a little bit of time off from it, but we're back on it, and I am very excited. This is going to be an amazing race. Let's go. And hopefully things will get updated thoroughly throughout this race. I'm hoping so. Over and under on the cautions, and comment below if you have a particular person you're rooting for or who you think is going to win. Comment below. And again, weather is going to be a factor. That's why they ended up kind of pushing the start time a little bit, you know, forward, so that way they can get as much racing in before the rain comes. But again, if that means this is going to be a, you know, 3-hour race, 3.5, because normally if everything goes smoothly, it's 3.5 hours. You know, so this has an opportunity to be 4.5, or 5 hours. So it will be a long one. So by the time it's all said and done, you know, I might not even have any energy, you know, for the NBA All-Star Game. And let's be honest, based on what they've done, you know, for the Rising Stars and the competition on NBA Saturday night, I give it an F, you know, on both. Like I said, an NBA, you know, used to be my favorite thing back in the 80s and 90s, but gosh, it's really digressed and went backwards. And again, every single sport, you know, even if you don't want to include wrestling as a sport, even wrestling is better than the NBA. And again, I'm very disappointed in the format, but at least we had the Four Nations face-off. That definitely made up, you know, for the lack of, you know, trying and the lack of format, you know, the NBA has. But will I end up being watching a little bit of the NBA format later tonight? Maybe. You know, I normally like to kind of tune in at least to see how bad it is or how good it is, but I kind of have a feeling it's going to be terrible, just like obviously Friday and Saturday for the NBA. Let's go, baby. If anyone else is going to be on NASCAR.com, and if you want to help navigate, you know, through the website as well from different tabs, let me know. But again, I don't need to be big, but I'll give you different camera angles and whatnot. Obviously, I had to give you a sweet Daytona 500 background. I got you the fire thumb, but I want to be able to have the stats as well on everything. So we've kind of transitioned to this type of look, you know, for not only NASCAR, but, you know, for the other streams, NHL and a few others, until we get into the MLB and the NFL, where we'll have like this cards on the side of the stream like normal. We'll have that. But for some of these other events, you know, I want to make sure that we have some good stats that we can kind of follow together. So, yes. Yeah, rest in peace, the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt. And I got all kinds of memorabilia here in the studio, mini Coke machines with Dale and Dale Jr. on them. You open them up, there's little mini Hot Wheel cars in there. I got some, obviously, artwork of the Intimidator and Richard Petty that I need to get framed. I got a lot of old school starting lineups and McFarland's of Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr., as well as a few other drivers. So I'm definitely very excited about this particular race here today. And again, I ended up watching the full trucks and the full Xfinity. I mean, how many people can say that? There's not that many that are going to be that diehard that are going to be watching all three on a weekend. But again, since the NFL is over, college football is over. Again, the NBA is stinky. You know, I need something to be able to get me excited until we get to April for baseball, and this is definitely it. You're going to go Cindric? All right, they got the president just trying to get out of the security area with the pace car and whatnot, and we're going to be racing here just momentarily. Let's go. Heck yeah, let's go, baby. Daytona 500 2025. Man, this is exciting. One more like to be able to get to 10, 11 more to get to 20. Let's go, baby. All right, starting grid. Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe in row 1. Eric Jones and Bubba Wallace in row number 2. Bubba. Depending, on your phone, sometimes there's options where you can, split the screen in two, where you can end up watching, one thing, like on a link, and then below you can open up YouTube and you'd be able to do both at the same time, based on your phone. At the bottom of the screen, they have a little square in the middle at the bottom of your phone. They have like 3 lines, a square, and then like an arrow that goes pointing left. If you end up hitting the square at the bottom of your phone, depending on if you have a, Android or an iPhone, it does allow you, to watch 2 things or separate 2 different screens, but not sure what kind of phone you have and whatnot. But Joey Logano on the mic. And he's definitely really taken, his leadership skills and his skill set to a whole nother level. We always knew that he was a good driver, but then once you start racking up championships, your name is cemented in that legacy forever as one of the best drivers of all time. And he may not be done with championships as well. Oh, you can't do 2 videos at once? Let's go, Chase. Row 9 with John Hunter Nemechek. Let's go, Chase. Let's go, Chase. That's my boy. Napa know-how. Starting 17th, best Daytona 500 finish, second a few years back. Let's go, baby. You're at the sports bar. Nice. Christopher Bell and Justin Allgaier. That's Dale Jr.'s driver for being a team owner, getting into the Daytona 500 in his first opportunity. And Allgaier, was a Xfinity champion. So, bringing someone that, can get it done on the lower intermediate level. Hopefully he can end up proving that he can get it done with Dale Jr. And who knows, maybe we'll see Allgaier with a win this season. That would be big for Dale Jr. If you can get someone like that in the winner's circle in his first year as being a owner. The Kyle's on row 11, Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch. And the interview that I saw that they both would like to, be teammates of each other. Obviously, they're in the Chevy family. But again, you start to kind of realize, who are really good friends in NASCAR and who are the rivals. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, really good friends. And there's a lot of respect between the 2 Kyles, Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch. Larson starting 22nd. And again, for Hendrick Motorsports, going to be a little tough. But again, they got Bowman, right? They got Larson. They got Chase Elliott. They got William Byron. We'll see what they can do here today. Shane Van Gisbergen and Michael McDowell, who won the Daytona 500 a few years back. Cody Ware and Ryan Preece. Let's go, baby. Nothing better than the Daytona 500 to get the season started besides Bowman Gray last week. That was a little bit of a preview, but great to see that Chase is back, and I'm hoping that he can move his way to the front. Love me some Larry McReynolds. Again, there's just some, voices in sports, that are just accustomed, to putting out greatness. And I love Larry McReynolds. Fantastic voice, fantastic knowledge, great for the sport of NASCAR. Let's go. And we got a couple different views once NASCAR opens up and updates everything with obviously all of the leaders and the lap times, all of the information, hopefully on NASCAR's side, lead changes, caution laps, as you can see everything there in the background. So hopefully things will be updated, and then, we'll definitely be bouncing back a little bit back and forth with the particular race. Can't wait to be able to see what we get here today in the 2025 Daytona 500. A little bit early of a start. Normally I'd like to be able to get a little settled in with Paisley and whatnot, and not have to wake up so early to kind of get prepared and everything. But I feel that, no matter what time NASCAR is on, I'll wake up and I'll get it done. All right, pace car on turn 4. Let's go, baby. All right, here we go. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Lap 1 of 200 in the Daytona 500. Let's go. Napa know-how. Let's go, Chase. We'll see who works together here early on. And it looks like things, as far as I can see at the top of the screen, are updating. So good for NASCAR to get the right amount of people working on, the app and obviously the website to get it done. Let's go. But I wonder if Fox and NBC will take cues to like what CW did, and putting like the drivers and some of the information on the bottom of the screen instead of like on the left of the screen. I feel like Fox, did a great job, back in the day in the 90s based on presentation. The presentation isn't the greatest for Fox or NBC, but if you ended up watching the Xfinity race on CW, I highly recommend, if you are a fan of racing, to check it out. The format was pretty sweet yesterday, and I'm not sure, Fox and NBC are pretty stubborn. They're going to do it their way. But I kind of liked having everything on the bottom of the screen compared to the left and the right like they're doing here. But great camera angles, and we're going to get plenty of those as well. We're on lap 3 of 200, and hopefully we don't have too much rain. Briscoe, Wallace, Cindric, Byron, and Jones in your top 5. Dylan, Busher, Chastain, Hamlin, and Reddick in your top 10. Come on, Chase. And obviously, I like that they have the bar up above here, obviously on the screen, where you can see the green, and that will obviously extend as we get further along in the race. Nice to be able to see at least someone's website is better than ESPN's. It's working correctly. Briscoe, Wallace, Cindric, Byron, and Jones in your top 5. Dylan, Busher, Hamlin, Chastain, and Joey Logano, the champ from last year in 2024. Rounding out in your top 10. Come on, Chase. And we'll see when we end up getting our first caution. Hopefully we get at least, 30 or 40 laps in before we have something, but you never know, especially in a super speedway. There was quite a few cautions and wrecks in the trucks and the Xfinity that I watched on Friday and Saturday, and they're really starting to pick up the speed here. Byron and Briscoe battling it out for first place. And Ty Dillon, he's definitely young and up and coming, sitting there in third. Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain right behind them in fourth and fifth. Chase in 15th. Come on, baby. Move your way up. Six laps in out of the 200 so far, and it's a grind. Dillon, Byron, Briscoe, Chastain, and Reddick. No mistakes on pit road. No one to push and no one not to. And you can't win the first 150 laps, but you can lose it. That is 100% true. Absolutely. Third lane. I love it, man. We're going 3 wide. Obviously, that third lane is still a few cars back, about 4 car lengths, but they should be able to get a good push here. There's the pairing I need. Cindric and Logano with a nice little push here on that third lane on the outside. Dillon, Byron, Chastain, Briscoe, and Reddick. We're going side by side. Dillon, Byron, Chastain, Briscoe in your top 4. Chase Elliott in 17th. Come on, baby. Yeah. That might be more of the case going like maybe 4 wide on NASCAR, but we're 9 laps in, and very happy to see that NASCAR.com is updated, and it is updating. We have a caution. 9 laps in out of 65 in stage 1. 2 lead changes so far in the race. Byron, Cindric, Dillon, Logano grinding it out. So get these commercials over with so we can get some commentary from the NASCAR announcers. Let's go. Man, so many fucking commercials. Let's go. Get rid of these commercials, damn it. I mean, it's cool that they still do side by side, so you never let the action doesn't stop. You're not wondering, oh, is there a wreck or what happened? But still, there we go. Sprinkling in turn 2. So is that what we're doing the caution for sprinkling? Uh-oh. This might end up being like a 6-hour stream. One caution lap, 2 lead changes, 10 laps in, little sprinkling there as I see. Yeah, I don't think we were anticipating rain until about noon Pacific in about 44 minutes from now. Byron, Cindric, Dillon, Briscoe, Logano, Chastain, LaJoy, Wallace, Reddick, and Nemechek. Sprinkling already, man. I knew this was going to be, and again, if you end up covering NASCAR, you have to anticipate at least 25% of the races are going to be delayed, if not higher. You're going to end up having rain. You're going to have storms. You're going to have delays, and sometimes as a fan, it gets a little frustrating. You want your races to be over with in a couple hours, 2 hours to 3 hours and 30 minutes. But, every once in a while, there will be a race that will be 4 hours, 5 hours, on and off, 6 hours until they decide to, extend it until the next day, or later on that evening. Briscoe started first, currently in fourth, still in good position for him. Two career wins for Cindric. But so much better, for NASCAR.com and anyone that is a fan of NASCAR, because if you guys followed the Bowman Gray race last week, ESPN was terrible. And obviously they had some issues on the NASCAR.com website, based on updating, everything, based on the positions, based on the laps, based on the cautions, lead changes. So it's really nice to see that they had everything prepared and a lot of extra hands on deck to update it in real time. Because again, that's what we want to see. We want to be able to see the grid, obviously up above, go from green to yellow and get further along. And obviously as that bar at the top gets full, that's as far as we're, extending the race. And you can see up above, obviously we're in the 11th lap, obviously out of 200, 65 in stage one. And then you have the cautions up there, the lead changes, the caution laps. And again, they had a big issue with that at Bowman Gray. Fantastic job by NASCAR.com to get all hands on deck to update everything. Now we just got to pray the sprinkling goes away. And I don't mind, being here for 4 or 5 hours. That might determine, the winner later this evening rather than tomorrow. But again, if it ends up going 5.5 hours, then obviously I'm not going to be able to do the NBA All-Star Game festivities, even though it might not be the greatest based on the format that they have with Team Shaq, Team Kenny, Team Charles, and Team Candace, instead of doing Team Giannis and Team LeBron or Eastern Conference versus Western Conference, which is undefeated. But hopefully we end up getting this rain to kind of ease up a little bit so we can get back into the action. Gained a couple new subs. Appreciate all the new subs that we've gotten in 2025 as well as this month. Shout out to everybody. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday. USA versus Canada was incredibly lit yesterday with the fights, and USA ended up going into Canada, with their, home country sport, and we were victorious, winning 3-1, getting a trip to the championship on Thursday, and hopefully it'll be Canada again. Obviously, that'll be must-see TV all over again. Next week, Atlanta. Can't wait for that. I don't think they were anticipating any rain until about noon my time. I'm here on the West Coast in Oregon, so right now it's 11:20 a.m. For a lot of y'all, it's 1:20 or 2:20 in the afternoon, but I know they weren't expecting really a lot of the showers to come through until about noon my time. But again, weatherman and weather women, very unpredictable. And again, weather is unpredictable. So hopefully this will be just a brief little standstill before we get into the action again. Waiting for all these commercials to wrap up. As you can see, Cindric, Dillon, Briscoe, Logano, Bubba Wallace in your top 5. Busch, Dillon, McDowell, a previous Daytona 500 winner from a few years ago. Todd Gilliland, and then my boy, Napa Know-How, Chase Elliott in the mix. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We can throw up some NASCAR photos since we're waiting here. '82. Let's go, baby. For real. Yeah. I bet that's a good investment for you if you love F1. You know, everyone's going to have their thing. Again, you know, I've invested more time this year in the trucks in the Xfinity Series and NASCAR Cup. And again, I'll try to watch a little bit of F1, this year, just because a few of y'all love it as much as you do. But, you know, I feel I have more of a connection, with watching the trucks and the Xfinity and the NASCAR Cup. That's my favorite. But I'm willing to kind of dive into something different, if there's time for me to get into that. So. Yeah, definitely not ideal with the weather already, but got William Byron on the mic here. 2024 Daytona 500 winner. My boy Chase and his dad, Bill Elliott. Let's go. Now, this is going to be a long race. I don't think I'm going to be able to do the NBA All-Star weekend. Now, obviously, if it was like an East-West format, maybe we would be able to jump into that at some point or another. But this kind of has a feel that it's going to be like a 5-hour race instead of the standard 3.5-hour race that we're normally, kind of used to. So we can end up, doing some photos kind of along the way to kind of pass the time. I don't got a problem with that. And we got to see what other options we have. If anybody, Odin, obviously an STL, if you got anybody that you guys want to be able to see photo-wise, let me know. I got you. And Cole, if you got someone that you want to be able to represent and see, let me know. I got you. All right, I got you. Christopher Bell and Truex, I got you. How's the job going for you? I know that, you had to kind of bounce around a little bit from job to job and whatnot, but hopefully this one is going pretty good for you. That's one thing, based on my format, if things end up, having a delay and, instead of just staring at the host or looking at a graphics page, we are able to go above and beyond and show some HD 4K photos of drivers or the cars or both, to kind of keep the flow moving. Nice. I got to get you a photo based off your dono too. I didn't know if you were still in the room or not, so I got you. Yeah, got to give it some time for sure. All right, let's see if we can get some Kens in here for STL. When I think of Ken, I start to think of like Terry and Bobby Labonte and some of those other guys in the 90s and whatnot. And I'm going to throw you a Ken from 94 AC Delco Chevy. You might remember this particular car, STL. And again, I've been watching for a long time. And again, there was a little bit of a break, because I obviously got into it with Dale Earnhardt, watched the whole Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jr., Tony Stewart kind of era. And, I never really fully stopped watching. I always kind of kept up with everything that's going on. And then once I started this channel, I knew that this would be a good opportunity to be able to get some of us fans together. Because I'll be honest, I love the NFL and I love college football, but, I love NASCAR sometimes just as much as football, sometimes even more. Same thing goes with wrestling, with WWE and MLB baseball for my Mariners. But I really, really have this passion for NASCAR. And again, it's like, when football ends, you're going to need something to kind of fall back on. And, it's nice to be able to have something after the NFL season is over where you can get excited about, something other than, football itself. So. Things have changed, but it's always cool to be able to see stuff from like the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, because not only are the cars and the specs different, you get to see the advertising, based on these companies, obviously based off color and logos. And some companies that you see on cars in the 70s and 80s and 90s no longer exist. And so it's very cool. It's like almost a time machine going back in time. And a lot of times when you see these drivers, it's more than just, standard, NASCAR. Sometimes, they're going to divvy into other things other than the traditional NASCAR Cup Series, and obviously going back in the day with some other things like this. Very cool. Yeah, you got to take care of you, man, especially for where you live. How much snow are you anticipating? I know I talked to Britt. She lives out in Connecticut, and we're both big Chase fans. And I think they were expecting 4 inches of snow last night, and she got more. Woke up early at like 7 in the morning to do a bunch of shoveling so that way she could, just sit here and just watch the race and whatnot. But again, with the delays, I assume that we are going to have quite a few based off the rain. But I'm still, that's not going to, make my feeling for NASCAR any different. If you're a fan, it's a part of what you have to get used to. Rain delays are a part of NASCAR. go, Chase. The Napa car is beautiful. To me, it's, everyone's got their own different style, but with the blue and the yellow and the white, I mean, Napa know-how. It is so stylish, and it's great to see Chase getting back into the mix of things after having a kind of a rough 2 years. Last year was better. Not enough times in the winner's circle, but a lot of top 5 and a lot of top 10s. The previous year, he had that winter skiing, snowboarding accident that ended the season for him. And it kind of ruined the season for him altogether. So just to try to get back into the mix of things, obviously, it's nice to be able to see. And with Chase winning, obviously, last week at Bowman Gray, we're just trying to be able to go 2 for 2 to start off the season. See if I can find you another Christopher Bell. Cole. Wow, 8 to 14 inches. Woo! You guys are getting a lot of snow in the Midwest and the East Coast. For me, we had 2 to 3 inches for 2 days, and it melted already. But me and Paisley got out every day for about an hour and a half to 2 hours each day and walking. So we definitely got to soak in the snow while we had it. But again, living in Oregon, that was the first snow that we've had since last year of February. We don't get snow in December here in Oregon. We don't get it in January typically either. Usually we have to wait until February. We'll get it for a couple days, and then it's gone. And then we got to wait till the next February until we get more. Yeah, that's a good question. STL would probably know that information, or he could look it up based off what the banking is at Daytona. And, obviously every track, everything, is so different from, one race to the next. Short track, off-road, super speedway. I'm going to go check up on my pup here in a second since we have some time here. We don't really know when we're going to get back into racing based off this rain delay. A little early. It came about 40 minutes earlier than anticipated, but hey, that's the weather, right? You never know, especially when things are outside. It could look great 1 minute, and then all of a sudden, there's the caution. So. But at least we can throw up some HD 4K photos of our favorite drivers, past or present, until we get back into green flag racing. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Trying to get 20 within the first hour and a half, 30 to 50 overall. And obviously we shoot for 100 in the donos on every stream. We're on 15, 85 to go, and we're at 10. 10 more likes to hit 20, 9 more likes to hit 20, and then we can hit the algorithm. Let's go, baby. All right, Thunder Cell moving through. All right, track drawing efforts are commencing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it started, baby. All right, Ty Gibbs on the mic. Ty Gibbs has got a lot of skill set. He's getting to a point where, he's getting better and better at each race. And, it wouldn't shock me, at one point or another if he starts racking up a win or two a season on a consistent basis. He's very young, but definitely kind of broke out last year, and we'll see if 2025 can be a little bit better to him. And Ty Gibbs definitely looks the youngest out of any NASCAR Cup driver. He definitely looks like he's 18, 19, 20 years old. But it's always cool to be able to see the new young bloods, kind of make a name for themselves. As you can see with this is 4 years ago, looking like he's 15 in this photo. But nice to be able to see the progression out of Ty Gibbs. Yeah, and they just mentioned it too. Jamie McMurray. He's like, man, we all look like kids out there. Did you figure it out, Odin? They're in the building. What's good? It's all right. We only ended up getting into a few laps, and then we ended up having a rain delay. What's new? But great to see you. Hopefully you had a good morning, and we are ready. And it's pretty cool. Obviously, here's the thumb that I decided to create here for the Daytona 500. I'm always going to represent Chase Elliott, but we obviously have our format where we're going to have all the stats, NASCAR.com. You get an A+. NBA All-Star Weekend, you get an F. But as far as NASCAR.com, you got everything updated in front of me. You got everything updated at the top. Obviously, the graphic bar based off the green and yellow, is going to tell you what, percentage in we are into the race. As you can see, we're 11 laps in out of 65, obviously in stage one, 11 out of 200 total. One caution, 3 lead changes, 2 caution laps, a little bit of a rainstorm. And then we got a couple different camera angles that we can go to. We can go big here. If you want to be able to see the background, you want to be able to go into some stats, we can go here. And then obviously we can dip into some HD 4K photos. I got to be able to show you that diversity. We got to be able to show you the different camera angles and being able to show you some HD 4K photos of our favorite drivers and cars as we wait for this rain to pass. And it's always a nice feature to be able to have, so that way you're not just stuck looking at a host and waiting for the race to get back to go green. Let's go. I'm going to go check up on Paisley Pup here real quick, since we have this rain delay. And any interview that we have, I'll throw up photos based on who's on the mic right now. And on the mic right now is Ty Gibbs. Now I can throw some Jimmy up for you. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, we're at 12, as Odin said. 88 to go. All right, let me go check up on Paisley, and then I'll get some Jimmy Johnson up here for you. One sec here. Shane Van Gisbergen, I love the accent. Auckland, New Zealand. There's Jimmy. Shane is extremely talented too. And I remember Shane ended up winning that first street race there in Chicago. Tell him, Shane. Daniel Suarez now on the mic. They can pretty much interview everybody. No partnership with Pitbull anymore, though. Pitbull took away his partnership. Even though they still had him performing in the pre-show at some point. I didn't see any of that, but representing all the Latin drivers. All right, let me go check up on Paisley here real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, Paisley is snug like a bug. Blankets on the couch. But it's nice to be able to see that NASCAR.com, like I mentioned earlier, everything is updated perfectly. So hopefully we can get back to green flag racing here after this storm passes. And we got a couple different camera angles, everything. You got the big view here with myself and a great background of the Daytona 500. You want stats? I got all the stats for you there at the top of the screen and obviously to the right of me. And again, we'll throw up some more photos here of our favorite drivers, past or present, as we are waiting. Got to throw up the, now we got Austin Dillon on the mic. Try to get some Dale Earnhardt photos up here as well. Well, this is the guy that made me fall in love with racing, and everyone has got a starting point and whatnot. Some of y'all are Jimmy fans. Some of y'all are Jeff Gordon fans. Some of y'all are Dale Jr. and Dale Earnhardt fans like myself, and obviously love father-son combos. That's why I love Dale Earnhardt Jr., Bill Elliott, and Chase Elliott. And again, this was a very special time in racing, and again, thankful that I got a good chance to see a chunk of the Intimidator's career before he unfortunately passed away at Daytona. Yeah, that Good Wrench 3, epic. Hard to find another car as clean as this, especially for a black car too. Now, so it looks like this is going to be probably the only stream that we're going to do today based off the rain delay. Again, the format for the Rising Stars and the NBA All-Star Saturday Night has been terrible. And again, the only thing that maybe could have saved the NBA All-Star Weekend for the matchup tonight is if they would have went back, to either doing Eastern Conference, Western Conference, or keeping the same format with Team Giannis and like Team LeBron. But they decided to do this ridiculous format of Team Kenny, Team Charles, Team Shaq, and Team Candace. And then whoever gets to 40 points first advances to the championship. I don't know what to say. Again, they just keep going in the wrong direction. And, by the time that this race ends, it might be at the starting point of when that particular event starts. So will I end up tuning in and watching a little bit of the NBA All-Star, Team Kenny, Team Charles, Team Shaq, Team Candace? Yeah, I'll probably tune in a little, but I don't think I'm going to watch the whole thing. And again, if it's anything like Rising Stars on Friday or yesterday's performance, besides Mac McClung winning the 3-time dunk contest champion last night, I have an idea it's going to be terrible. And thank God we had the Four Nations face off with the USA and Canada. That definitely saved the weekend, especially NXT Vengeance Day. Awesome. Highly recommend watching that. PLE if you missed it yesterday. And then obviously the trucks on Friday were great. Xfinity race yesterday was great on CW, believe it or not. They did an amazing job with the graphics and the setup. You wouldn't assume that CW would be better than NBC or Fox based on their broadcasting layout, but it was pretty cool. I liked it. They had it all on the bottom of the screen instead of to the left of the screen like you typically see with NBC and Fox. And I don't really think the Fox look is good anymore. If you go back to look at what it looked like in the 90s with like Jeff and Jimmy and Dale Jr., that layout was much better than what we have now. But what can we do? There's nothing that we can do. They're stubborn. They're set in their ways. But if you are looking to see something a little different, I highly recommend checking out a truck race or watching CW for the Xfinity. I was a little skeptical yesterday. I was like, what is CW going to bring? But they actually had a pretty good format, and I enjoyed the race, not only on Friday with the trucks, but with the Xfinity series. Watched that entire race as well. So definitely I'm pretty hardcore into racing, as you can tell. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I have to do Blazers just as like a filler stream, just because, Kraken aren't good, again, and when we have a special event like the Four Nations face-off, I can do that, but I don't want to sit here and watch the Kraken lose fucking, every single night. That's not good for my mental health. And obviously the Blazers are a young team and, obviously they're bottom 5, but they're a young team. They ended up winning 9 out of their last 10 games a few, days back. So at least that, even though they might be young and inexperienced, at least they are able to get onto a win streak. The Kraken are nowhere near, on the level of being able to win 9 out of their last 10 games. And, sometimes I got to take a little bit of break for not only my mental health, but, they're just not putting on a good product, on the ice. So hopefully they get better, but it's just nice to be able to have NASCAR, and WWE until we get into MLB season. And then I'll be able to do Mariners almost every day besides the NASCAR Cup race on the weekends. So. All right, what do you want to be able to see, Sarah? You want Jimmy? Is there a particular driver that you want to be able to see? I mean, we got plenty of time here. Joey Logano here on the mic. And I know Joey Logano isn't everyone's favorite. He's kind of has an edgy personality like Kyle Busch, and Tony Stewart, but they're good for the sport. Again, it's not going to always be, William Byron or Kyle Larson or Chase Elliott. You're going to have rivalries that emerge from Chevy and Ford and Toyota. And, again, it's good for the sport. You don't have to be a Joey Logano fan or supporter. You might, actually hate him or dislike him. But, again, sometimes you're going to need, these other guys to show, how to win. And Joey Logano already now with 3 championships has cemented his legacy in history. Like if he never wins another championship ever for the rest of his life, he's still going to go down in this generation as one of the best drivers, if not the best driver in this generation. And that's saying a lot when you got guys like Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott in the mix as well. But, Joey with 3 championships, and I don't think he's done. Again, he gets one more. He gets into that Jeff Gordon territory. He gets another one after that. Then you're getting into Jimmy territory and Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt territory. So, again, he may not be a guy that I will go out of my way to root for, but again, I do respect him. He's good for the sport. And again, it definitely amps up the rest of the competition in the NASCAR Cup Series. All right, we'll do some Tony. And they usually have like Clint Boyer. Who else do they have? Clint Boyer that does a little bit, of the broadcasting. And then they have Kevin Harvick. But those guys are kind of boring and whatnot. But Joey Logano sometimes will, be on the mic for like, trucks or Xfinity and whatnot. And, he's well-spoken, he's smart, and it's always good to be able to get some insight from a champion, whether you like him or not. And I'll tell you what, Home Depot definitely got a lot of extra business when Tony Stewart was rocking the 20. Big Bad Brad, he calls it like he sees it, though. Says if we act like we do on the track in real life, we get arrested. That is true. And obviously, if you're a Stewart fan, you remember the 14. But to me, it's always going to be the 20. Just like with Jimmy in the 48, if he races at something else like now, where you'll see him occasionally, any number besides the numbers that we remember, 24 for Jeff Gordon, 20 for, obviously, Tony Stewart, 48 for Jimmy, 8 obviously for Dale Jr., and then he went to the 88 and did like the Mountain Dew thing and whatnot. But, it'll always be for those, particular companies, with those epic numbers and advertising that you remember from back in the day. Yeah, man, in the building, what's good? Yeah, man, I'm used to it, though. But again, I'm here. I'm grinding it out. Made an amazing chase thumb, just like last week. So I'm very proud of this one. And again, what separates me compared to a lot of the other people that cover NASCAR, they might be able to, have some different graphics and whatnot. And we can go here. Obviously, if you want to have that particular view, we can go into all the stats. But the thing that will really separate us here is that when everyone else has to stare at the host when you have a rain delay, that can get a little old and boring. So I can give you something that they can't. And I can give you HD 4K photos of past or present drivers or anything. The photos are limitless. So this will definitely give us a little bit of an edge to, during a rain delay, especially, when things are getting to not necessarily a boring point, but, you're just kind of waiting for the rain to pass. But at least we can still be entertained with some of our favorite photos, HD and 4K. And again, some of these photos you may have seen before and some you may have never seen. So it's nice to be able to sprinkle in everyone's favorite drivers or cars, as we're waiting for the rain to pass, which it seems like it will here shortly. But obviously, if you see the Chase and if you see the Dale and the Dale Jr., that is all me. And speaking of that, I got to throw up a Dale Jr. up here since we're going old school. You got a favorite driver that you want to be able to showcase on the stream? Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us obviously grow the NASCAR fandom here on the channel. And obviously, we'll be shooting for 20 likes here within the next a half hour or so, 30 to 50 overall if we get the volume and hit the algorithm. And obviously, we'll be shooting for 100 in the donos on every stream. We're at 12, and we're at 88 to go. Let's go, baby. And again, NASCAR.com, fantastic job with the website compared to Bowman Gray last week. Things are working much nicer with the updates. And again, they had a little bit of an issue with that last week, and it's just nice to be able to see that things are working, and they have enough hands on deck, to make the updates. And I know things are in real time, especially with NASCAR. You get different you get different positions, within a couple seconds. So it takes, some fast, individuals working on the keyboard and working, in the, obviously the NASCAR.com, group to get everything updated to our standard. But, again, they definitely dropped the ball at Bowman Gray, but it's nice to be able to see everything updated up to this point. Woo! I'll tell you what, I bought a lot of, 18 racks and, the big racks of Budweiser. It wasn't just a 6-pack or a 12-pack. We were going 18 or above representing the Budweiser. And, it's kind of funny, too, because ever since that ended, I don't think I've actually bought a rack of Budweiser beer since the Dale Jr. sponsorship ended with Budweiser. It's been a minute. What a beautiful car, though. Yes, I 100% agree. There's going to be, there's going to be a lot of cautions. There's going to be a lot of wrecks. And again, this one will, if they can keep it going, green flag, this one might end up going pretty close to the start of the NBA All-Star game, which I believe is around 5 o'clock Pacific. And so, we've already been live now for about an hour and a half, but we've only been able to see, 11 laps of racing out of the 200. So we still got a long ways to go. And hopefully, again, the rain wasn't supposed to come until now, like right now, 11:59 to noon, my time here on the West Coast. The rain was supposed to drop right now, and it dropped about 45 minutes early. So, again, hopefully that they can get everything suited and booted, and we can get back out there. I'll give you one of my favorite vintage photos of Dale Jr. at Talladega. But a beautiful car, again, I'm a Napa guy through and through. Even with Michael Waltrip back in the day, with Dale Earnhardt, DEI, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, that was my thing. I really wasn't a Jimmy guy or a Jeff guy. I respected them, but again, I was more of a Dale Jr. guy, Michael Waltrip guy, Martin Truex Jr. being a babyface and being the young guy in the Xfinity series back in the day in the early 2000s. And then obviously, respected Tony Stewart, as that other guy that, was a little edgy, but it gave you someone other to root for than Jimmy or Jeff if you didn't like them. So. But a beautiful Budweiser 8. Oh my gosh. This brings back memories. Beautiful car. I think it could be better, but again, you have to think with Allgaier, with Justin, he was the Xfinity champion. So he's just working up in the ranks. And I think that's a good driver for Dale Jr. being a, first-time owner to be able to get his hands on someone that, maybe wasn't a champion on the Cup Series yet, and may never be a champion in the Cup Series, but at least someone that has, some good experience in the Xfinity side. And hopefully he'll end up finishing the race. I don't assume that he'll finish in the top 10, but you never know, depending on the big wrecks. And again, I watched all of the trucks on Friday, the full race, believe it or not. I watched the full race on CW for the Xfinity series, and it was actually awesome. The graphics layout for CW is better than Fox and NBC, believe it or not. And again, I'm definitely excited to see what Justin is able to do. And we can throw up a photo of him as well. I mean, I feel like with cars, it has to have a certain color, and for me, you know, Napa know-how, right? You get the traditional blue, right? And then if you look at that, it's amazing. And if we go back and look at like last week's thumb with the white, paint scheme where Chase ended up winning at the Cookout Clash, it definitely depends on, what your personal style is. And obviously with Napa, it kind of reminds me of the Mariners because we have kind of a similar, look, based on how our jerseys look and whatnot with the colors and whatnot. But regardless on how much white, comes through with the blue and the yellow, there's definitely very many variations of the Napa. But to me, it's the most beautiful color scheme in NASCAR. And again, I just love the way that the colors come together. And again, it's just a swaggy look. I've always been a Chase fan, but again, it all started right here, with the stunner shades and Dale Earnhardt and this particular look, which is simple, but it's intimidating. And that's what, it's all about. And again, this wasn't supposed to be the regular color. I ended up watching a documentary and they actually wanted it to be blue and white, kind of like this, based off the Goodwrench. That's kind of the parts that they were offering back in the 80s, were more in a blue and white kind of box. But, Dale kind of had a pushback with it. And he's like, I don't want to have that color. And they finally decided to go with the little red outline with the 3 and the white and the Goodwrench. And the rest is history. It's one of the best cars of all time. And you're never going to see a black car look as good as this with the number 3 ever again. So it's kind of one of those things that, is going to be in the memory bank. But you're never going to see a black car that has the same type of feel as the Intimidator. But again, for me, it's all Napa know-how, baby. Napa know-how. But again, I still respect, the Orange 20, even though orange isn't really my color. And obviously the Budweiser Red 8. Ooh, what a clean looking car. As far as like a car, and you could be a Jimmy and a Jeff guy, and those cars look great too. Let's not, forget about that. But again, it was a special era. And again, you're not going to see, this type of look ever again, especially with the driver that ended up representing this car as well. But here's the Allgaier. He definitely is going to have, it kind of almost looks like the Hooters Chase Elliott look, where it's kind of brown and orange. It's not the prettiest. It kind of looks like a Cleveland Browns car. To some people, it might be a little ugly. But again, if Dale Jr. is an owner, I'm going to root for him. And I'm going to root for his driver. And I hope that they have some success, moving forward. So. Yeah, race has already started, but we have a rain delay. So the race started an hour and a half ago. We got 11 laps in, and we're just waiting for the rain to pass. So right now we're just throwing up HD 4K photos. So obviously we're here with this traditional look. Then obviously when we end up going racing, we'll be here. So that way you can see everything on the stat page. And if you look up above, you can see the bar. And with the green and yellow, that will show you how far along in the race that we are. A cool thing that NASCAR.com has added to their streams and their NASCAR pages as of late. And then you can look up above, 11 laps out of 65 in stage 1, 11 out of 200 complete. Obviously haven't gotten too much action yet. 1 caution, 3 lead changes, 2 caution laps. They're drying the track right now, and then hopefully we can get back into racing. Cindric, Dillon, Briscoe, Logano, Wallace, Busch, Dillon, McDowell, Gilliland, and my guy, Napa know-how, Chase Elliott in 10th, baby. Here we go. Yeah, I can get you a Rusty Wallace if we want to go old school. I mean, we got time. This is the perfect opportunity to have this kind of platform because a lot of other streamers don't have the ability to do what I do like this. So again, you're just going to be staring at their face, forever and ever and ever, and that can get boring. So even if you got people engaging in the chat, how long before you get bored? By just looking at the host. So this is always good where we can throw up, HD 4K photos of anything, past or present. Doesn't even have to be NASCAR related as well. So. But Dale Jr. is actually lucky that he was able to get someone that was an Xfinity champion, to be able to represent, because a lot of these guys are already kind of locked up, and whatnot with teams and whatnot. And again, he's got a long ways to go, but nice to be able to see that type of partnership blossom with Dale Jr. Cool to see Dale Jr. as an owner. So, Brandon in the building, what's good? Brandon in the building, what's good, brother? You're friends with STL. STL is good in my book. Matt in the building, what's good? Oh, Brandon eating the tacos. What kind of tacos are you eating, my guy? I mean, there's a lot of food that can be consumed right now. And they're trying to dry the track out. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. If you're new to the channel, smash that like button, sub to the channel. Let's grow, obviously, the platform. And again, this channel will give you a lot. We do basketball, baseball, football, hockey, wrestling, NASCAR, UFC, boxing. There really isn't anything that we don't do. And again, I can give you multiple different angles and looks. We can go here. We can go here with the stat page. And then obviously, as we're waiting for the race to get back to action in the green flag racing, then I can give you something that other channels can't. I can give you some HD 4K photos of your favorite drivers. And obviously with mine, you already know who it is. Napa Know How. And it's Chase Elliott, baby. Been watching since the 80s. And again, nice to be able to see Chase get on a good, fast-paced start, obviously, in Bowman Gray, winning that race. And hopefully we can end up getting another dub here tonight. And they're drying the track, obviously, so hopefully we'll get back to green flag racing here. Chris Buescher on the mic. Yeah, at some point. I mean, we're going to be doing a lot of Mariners and whatnot, but I also will be doing other, teams when the Mariners have a day off. I feel very comfortable, calling a game for any team. I put a lot of time and energy and effort with not only reading, but film study on every single team in the NBA, the MLB, the NFL, college football, and the NHL, as well as NASCAR and WWE. So, I mean, I really put a lot of effort, to be able to, because again, if you have a channel and you don't know what you're talking about, who's going to watch you? You got to be able to put in a lot of time and effort. And I feel like with a lot of channels, they get lazy and they actually go to other channels to see the hard work that they put in, and then they don't read and they don't watch the film, and it definitely shows. So, but I don't watch any other channels. I do all the work myself. And again, I'm ready to be able to get this fucking green flag racing started here shortly. Let me see here. Nice. You're Chase Elliott like me as well. Perfect. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, every single race is special in its own right. It kind of just depends on what you like. Super speedway, off-road, short track. But that's a good question. What about you? What are you feeling for Darlington? We got Atlanta next week, so. Nine starts, 3 top 10s. Best finish is third here for Chris Buescher. And anyone that has an interview here on the broadcast, we can throw up a photo of them. All right, where are we sitting at right now? Ooh, nice Rusty Wallaces. I like those. Let me see if I can get you some Rusty Wallace. When I think of Rusty Wallace, it also reminds me of Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, and, going kind of like that old school. Let me see if I can get you some epic, like the Rusty Wallace flip to the finish line in Talladega on my birthday when I was 11, believe it or not. May 2nd, 93. I might look young, but, I'm going to be 43 this year, believe it or not. Let's see what we can pull up here for Odin's son. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Like I said, once we get to 20, you can have a chance to hit the algorithm, and you never know when at that point YouTube will recommend you through others. We're at 13 right now. We need 7 more likes. So if you are in the room and you haven't done it yet, please do. Now we're at 14, 6 more to go. And then once you hit 20, you kind of get into the algorithm, and then you can kind of go from there. Oh my God. Obviously, it's not going to be, the sharpest photo from back then, but it definitely gives you that memory from back in the day. And then we have another one from the airborne crash at the Daytona 500 in the same year on Valentine's Day, 1993, when I was 11. Rusty was always crashing, but sometimes crashing and winning, though. And I don't know if you're going to see a lot of, flips like this unless we're doing like trucks or Xfinity series and whatnot. But man, the old school days. We'll get some more sharper photos. Obviously, those were from that time period. So obviously, not the pixels that we would like to normally see, something a little sharper like this, but definitely gives you those memories and whatnot. And as long as I can get it to fit the screen, we can still show what those memories were like. Miller Genuine Draft 2, man, epic. And then obviously the Miller Lite after that. This will bring back some memories for Odin there in New York. And me, Odin, and Sarah are around the same age and have the similar interests because we're really close to, age, and we grew up on the same things. Even though I grew up on the West Coast, Sarah grew up in the Midwest, Odin grew up in the East Coast. Being in the Oregon era, Sarah in the Missouri, St. Louis era. And then obviously with Odin in New York. But even though we're all separated in different parts of the country, we still kind of grew up watching the same types of things in that time period. Yeah, the Hardys. Yes. With the Days of Thunder. Yes, I agree. Oh, I bet. I mean, obviously they have like a Xfinity race in Oregon, but again, if I was going to go to a race, obviously if I was rich, going to the Daytona 500 or Talladega, but really one of the closest ones would be, either like Sonoma, for like off-road, or going to like the Vegas race and whatnot, but those aren't going to be necessarily the best races, during the Cup Series, but, I'm hoping that I get a chance to be able to go to at least a race before I die. Yes, my birthday is May 2nd. Taurus, baby. Brahma Bull. Just like The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, and Pat McAfee. Coincidence that we can all talk on the mic? I think not. Give me the stats, baby. He said, 1959. I'll give you a throwback photo. Yeah, see, I'm a little older than Odin and Sarah, but just by a little bit. I'm the OG. I'm the grandpa. The Odin and Sarah, and I don't really think I'm a grandpa. I don't got no kids. I mean, Paisley Pup is, I don't got any sons or daughters. I got to be the dog father, but we're all right there in age. So nice. Another May birthday, baby. See if I can find some old school photos here of NASCAR in the beginning times. I would love to go into a time machine to be able to see like the bootlegging days and the racing from back in the day. I'm trying to pull up some of these old school ones, but they're not being too kind to me so far. But see if I can keep trying here. Some format, some will not. It looks like a lot of them are being stubborn. They're not formatting properly, or they're too blurry for my liking. I'm still trying though. Let's see if I can pull up at least one. Can I get at least one? They're being stubborn. Stubborn dog. Oh, I got one. I don't know if it's going to fit the screen. First photo finish by Lee Petty. Obviously in the Richard Petty and the Petty family. See if I can actually format this next one. The first photo finish. Man, look at those cars. Unbelievable. Love it. Yeah, Mark Martin is an OG. I think everyone loved Martin when he was racing. I don't think you can really say anything bad about Mark Martin. Definitely an OG that was very well liked by everyone. Mark Martin with the Viagra. Many sponsors over his times in the Cup Series and obviously in other series as well. Good old Mark. Found himself Gucci Mane. It's always crazy to be able to see Mark Martin talk about things that you wouldn't think that he would be into. He loves Gucci Mane in the rap game. And anyone that is a Mark Martin fan would obviously know that as well. Too bad the rap game now isn't what it used to be. Well, if we're going OGs, we're going like, Richard Petty, Cale Yarborough. I mean, I can go for days, my guy. Oh, man. STP Petty. Beautiful. A legend and an icon. Once I end up getting my artwork framed, I got this amazing piece of artwork that's like made out of like colored pencils, but it's like amazing. It's got Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt and all of the trophies, right? All on this piece of artwork. And it's been in a tube in my room for like 25 years, and I've never framed it. And it's a limited edition print and whatnot, but it's probably one of my like favorite NASCAR items that I own, besides my Coca-Cola machines of Dale Jr. and Dale Sr., a lot of the McFarlands and starting lineups from back in the day. But man, Richard Petty, I mean, for a lot of us, this was way before our time. But if you go back and watch, stuff on YouTube, or, if you have old VHSs or whatnot, this was really the guy that, started it all, as far as the OGs. And there was people before him, obviously with the Petty name, right? Because it's always like, the dad, the grandpa, many different individuals, and then when you end up having a legacy, from Richard and Lee, and, going from Dale Earnhardt to Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Bill Elliott to Chase Elliott, it's always cool to be able to see the father-son combos, not only in NASCAR, but also in other sports, baseball, basketball, football, wrestling, Cowboy Bob Orton, Randy Orton. It's always cool to see the evolution, of the father-son combos. And see, we're in the algorithm. 138 people in the room. I told y'all, like, sub, donate, comment, share. Sarah, you know what to do. And again, anyone that's in the room, like I said, you got to be able to make sure that we're doing what we need to do so that we can see what challenges that we can have as we're still waiting for this rain delay to go. But we can go from 20 to 75 to 150 to 500 in a blink of an eye. It's all about hitting the algorithm at the right time. Oh boy, he's a Trevor Bain, Labonte, and Gilliland. Oh my. Win Dixie. Oh. We got 140. Let's see where we're at right now. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. We're waiting for the rain delay to end, so we'll be throwing up some photos. We got 4 more to get to 20, so we're at 16. But we got 140 in the room, and hopefully we'll be able to get more, especially once we get into the race. Now, 195, you never know when the jump will happen. You have to just stay confident. Grind it out. Let's see if I can find a photo of that for you. Let's see what we can do here. I don't know if I'll be able to get it, but we'll find out. Oh, I can find it here. 93. Beautiful. I mean, it doesn't have the same kind of feel as the, Intimidator. Now we got 344. 344 in the building. We're waiting for this race to get going. But again, nothing is going to touch 514 now in the room. See how it jumps up quickly like that? So nothing's going to compare, to the Black Goodwrench 3, right? But again, there's always going to be other individuals that will try to throw up the black scheme, but that's a great throwback. Win Dixie, Mark Martin, 93. And again, if you got something from the 80s and the 90s or even farther back that you want to be able to see as we're waiting for this fucking race to start again, let me know. 701 in the room now. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. But let's keep me busy. Let's keep ourselves entertained in the room. Obviously we've been waiting. We only ended up getting a few laps in, of the race here in the Daytona 500, right? But again, we can still entertain everyone. 907 in the room now. I'm telling y'all, when I tell you guys, with the algorithm and hitting the like button, some people think, it doesn't matter. It does, because you just never know, if you can start, with the good comments, the likes, the shares, the donos, everything is calculated into the algorithm, with YouTube. And again, some people think, it's never going to happen, or it'll only happen once in a blue moon. And we're at 1,076 now. So it shows you can go from 20 to 50 to 100 to 500 to 1,000 in a matter of a minute. So, but again, keep me busy here. You got a recommendation. You want to be able to see a photo of a driver that you liked, whether it be a car, whether it ended up being a driver, or a special moment like Dale Jr. at Talladega, 1,280 in the room, baby. Let's go. But again, I got it for you here. You let me know, and we'll keep it busy and keep ourselves entertained while we're waiting for this race to continue. We're almost 2 hours into the stream, and we've only seen 10 laps, 11 laps. I'm ready for some more. Good selection there. Good recommendation for the Win Dixie there. Panthers fan in the building. What's good? Panthers fan says, big bad Brad Keselowski. I got you. Oh, Ricky Craven. Craven. That's a good one. Nice. A guy in the building. What's good? It's always cool to be able to hear names that you haven't heard in a while, or like a Casey Kane. I saw an interview with him just a couple of days ago. And again, he had some mental health stuff where he had to kind of step away and whatnot. But it's always cool to like have those drivers that you remember watching, even from 20 years ago, and then maybe have kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit, but we can bring them back to life here on the channel. $1,708 now. Little Big Bad Brad, kind of like the Chase Elliott. Chase is a little bit more swaggier, in the photo with the visor. But hey, Big Bad Brad, I see you. Steve Park, good one. Yeah, and sometimes that will happen, right? Just like with Rusty Wallace and some of these guys, sometimes when they end up getting in these big wrecks, it might affect them moving forward. Let me see if I can get a Ricky Craven up here for you. I mean, the more obscure kind of random names, oh my gosh, this is just a throwback of throwbacks. I don't think I've even had anyone even mention Ricky Craven in fucking like 5 years. Holy moly. 2051. We broke 2000. Oh my God, Downey. Holy moly. I mean, it's just crazy when you see certain like sponsorships, because not every driver has got the same sponsorships. Everyone's got a different swag, a different look, a different type of vibe. Wow, A guy, nice choice, man. Tied 32. This one with the Craven versus Busch. Kurt Busch. Let me see what I got here. I'm surprised that they haven't gone green flag, but again, quite a bit of rain dropped in that short period of time. Oh my God. Wow. I got the Steve Park here loading up as well. Oh my goodness. ...2004 Chevy Monte Carlo. Okay. Oh my God. Awesome. We got Kyle Larson on the mic right now. Still waiting for action to pick up. Man, throwback. And it's cool to be able to see like the logos and the sponsorships, especially when you go back to Winston Cup Series, for some of us OGs that watched back then. Things have definitely changed a lot since, back in the day. 2003 Next Gen Steve Park Pennzoil. Oh my God. And like I said, it's not necessarily going to be about all of the top guys. Sometimes it's about the guys that are in the middle towards the bottom, but we still remember them. Just like obscure NFL players or MLB, NHL, NBA. Like, it doesn't have to be like the Michael Jordans all the time, or the Ken Griffey Juniors or the Joe Montanas. Sometimes, there'll be these others that, they may have not have the most success that they wanted, but you still remember, what they did. And I'll hit you with the 97 AC Delco. Yeah, there's a good chance. Obviously Chase, winning obviously at Bowman Gray. You never can count out Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney is amazing. So, whether that's someone that, people, root for or root against, you can't deny the fact that the skill set is there 100%. And well, you're not going to be able to do Amazon. You're going to have to take it easy. That's a lot of snow. Again, we here in Oregon had 3 inches of snow for 2 days, and it's already all gone. Besides a little bit in some people's lawns, but me and Paisley have been walking around, and there's not a whole lot of snow left. Oh, Scott Riggs. Nesquik. I mean, the Valvoline is the one that I think most people remember, but the Nesquik one, yes, I do remember. I love those like random sponsors too. Like, they may not even be represented anymore and whatnot, but very cool. And obviously, we've seen the specs on the cars change so dramatically from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s to the 2000s within the last 10 to 15 years. Going from different gen cars. Very cool. Yeah, you never know. I mean, like I said, especially in a super speedway, it may not be one of the top drivers like a Blaney or a Logano or a Larson or an Elliott. It might be a Michael McDowell, some random, individual that we know that is okay, but they're not really like a top guy. But sometimes just being lucky and being in the back of the field while the wreck happens in front of you, and sometimes being a little bit lucky pays off, definitely in a super speedway like Daytona. 100% a guy, you are correct. Keep throwing out some random drivers and sponsors. I got you here. Keep me busy and keep ourselves busy. And I'll throw up the Valvoline car from Scott Riggs as well. Only like diehards are going to remember some of these names. If you're a casual, it's definitely going to go over your head, but you can obviously get educated as we go. Oh, man. I've always liked Michael Waltrip. I've always liked Michael. I've always liked Daryl. Again, Michael a little goofy and whatnot. You know what I mean? But the passion for racing is always there. Again, very well liked. And not everyone's personality is going to mesh. In NASCAR or in any sport. But again, kind of unfortunate that he was the one that had to win the race when Dale died and whatnot. But I always was a fan of Michael. With Dale Jr. Obviously with the Budweiser 8 and the obviously 15 of Napa, and then now Napa representing in even a better level, being able to have Chase Elliott drive the Napa car. But a lot of good memories from the Napa 15. And then I remember, obviously, in the Xfinity series where, some guy named Martin Truex Jr. was just coming up in the ranks. And it was Martin Truex Jr., right, as well as Michael Waltrip and Dale Jr. with DEI back in the day, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. The old school era. Pretty clean look, with the Napa, but I think obviously with Chase representing now, it definitely looks much better. But still a pretty slick looking car, even from back in the day. Let's see if we can get a 2004 Michael Waltrip. I got some of the photos to make room for some more. Says you got too many photos, oh dog. Napa know-how. Much better now with Chase running the show, but definitely some good memories from the late 90s, early 2000s. You got a random driver, you got a random car that you want to be able to see, or an OG and legend or great like Richard Petty, or a Mark Martin, or if you want to go Dale Jr., or if you want to go with my favorite that got me into racing, Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. Let me know. Keep us busy here so we can still get some amazing photos while we wait to go green here at the Daytona 500. Let's go, Chase. Chase and Bill. I love father-son combos. First it started off obviously with Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr., but obviously Bill Elliott and Chase Elliott, I love it, man. Just like my Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey Sr. experience. I love father-son combos in sports. It's my favorite. But if it wasn't for this guy right here, I would probably still would have been a fan, but this really made me a hardcore, diehard fan. That really got it started for me right here. And I know I'm probably not the only one. Oh, yeah. The underfunded car. It's always cool to get, people that, don't have the sponsorship and, they end up kind of proving the doubters wrong. Elton Sawyer. Whoa. Let's see what we can find. The history. Now we got Ryan Preece on the mic. Man, they need to get this track dried up. We're already 2 hours and 10 minutes in. This is going to be like a 5-6 hour stream, so there won't be an NBA All-Star game stream, even though I know it's not going to be very good anyways, but I was trying to attempt to do both. But I mean, if we can get this race to go, yeah, there's no way that I'm going to be able to do both, because who knows when this race will actually end. There's the 14. Let me see what else I can find. Oh, I see the 98 as well. Oh my goodness. Starter. Oh my God. Holy cow. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. Oh, we haven't seen starter jackets, sports. You haven't seen them on a sponsorship in a long, long time. Oh my God. This is a throwback from the past. When's the last time you seen starter jackets as a sponsor for a car? Oh, hot tamales on the back. Oh my God. Oh, that is so cool. Sometimes it's about those obscure kind of random drivers that have some of the coolest sponsorship and whatnot. Starter? Oh my gosh. That brings me back to the Charlotte Hornets starter jackets. What did I have? I had a Charlotte Hornets starter jacket, Alonzo Mourning champion jersey. Teal was the thing back in the 90s. If you were alive back then, you guys remember. Oh my gosh, so cool. Barbasol, all like the random stuff. Oh my gosh. I love old school throwback photos too. You know, to be able to see the drivers and the clothes and the hairstyles. You know, things have changed so dramatically. And just like when you end up watching old school, you know, programs and whatnot, just look at the sponsorships, Swisher Sweets. Oh my gosh, very cool. I would love to get my hands on some like old school, racing jackets, racing suits. Fire, so awesome. Man, old school. Keep it coming. You got another random, old school, obscure name in NASCAR that you want to be able to see that you haven't seen in years? Type it in the chat. Let me know. Let me see what I can find for you. You read my mind. As soon as even before I saw this, that's where I went just to go through. You know, it's obviously a popular driver, but let me make some room. I can always throw in some Jimmys and Jeffs for the fans of those drivers. The ESP is strong. Yeah, starter jackets is before your time, Matt. You know, since you're too young for that. Starter jackets are going to apply to people that are like in their 40s. Not really, and obviously Starter and some of these other brands have been able to make a comeback lately, through like Homage and some of these other companies where they're making like the look again. But again, if you go on eBay and look up like original starter jackets, regardless of what sport, some of them are $300, $400, $500 now. Back when it was Winston Cup, yeah. And one thing about Jeff with the car, you may have not liked Jeff Gordon or, the DuPont 24, but they always had a colorful car that you never could miss on the track. That's for damn sure. All right, Ryan Preece off the mic. I had a bunch. I didn't have a bunch of starter jackets, but like like White Sox one for like Frank Thomas and Bo Jackson. Charlotte Hornets one, Muggsy Bogues, Del Curry, Larry Johnson, Alonzo Mourning. Back in that time period. The Notre Dame one that I mentioned to you, Odin. That's somewhere in one of my closets somewhere. And I gotta give you an OG photo. If I'm going to show you Jeff Gordon, I got to show you a correct Jeff Gordon photo to show. Not just a regular Jeff Gordon photo, but maybe one of the best Jeff Gordon photos of all time. And it's not just because he's in it. Oh, baby. Let's go. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. It doesn't get any better than that. Yeah, especially in the 80s and 90s, back when Notre Dame, I mean, obviously they made it to the championship this year and, fell a little short to the Buckeyes, but I mean, the Buckeyes definitely earned it this year. But it's cool to be able to see Notre Dame, being an independent school, make it as far as they did. And hopefully one day, for Odin's sake, that they'll end up winning the Natty. But they definitely got the right head coach running the program with Marcus Freeman, 100%. Well, plus, Jeff Gordon is going to pick his brain. Again, anyone that ended up being good, they didn't end up just being good by themselves. It's a team sport. You got to have a good spotter. You got to have a good pit crew. You got to have a good team. You have to have good people around you. And also, you can't have an ego where you're not afraid to ask, questions for people that are better than you. And again, obviously Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Johnson are at the top. But before Jimmy, it was Jeff. There's a reason that he ended up winning 4 championships and whatnot, but he never shied away, from asking questions when questions needed to be asked. And what a better mentor or a guy to ask those questions to the guy standing to the right of him, the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt. The first guy that really wore stunner shades, and made it cool before stunner shades was a thing. Not only with the glasses that he wore, in the car, but obviously outside the car as well. He had the style and the profile, baby. Styling and profiling, always. I love seeing old school vintage stuff, man. Well, we're pacing for a 6-hour stream today. But again, nothing new to a NASCAR fan. But again, I'll tell you what, when you're a streamer, it's tough. Because, I mean, you got to think about how long you can sit in a chair before, if you work in front of a computer or if you are, playing video games or you're a streamer, it's a grind. It's one thing where, you're at your house, you can get up and walk around, do whatever you need to do. But, again, when you're, have a job and this is your full-time job, the rain delays can definitely wear on you, but luckily I got a beautiful American Staffy, American Staffordshire pup, kind of like a pity. And Paisley definitely keeps my life on the right track. And we're definitely going to be due for some long walks after this race is over. Got to get that fresh air. 24 forever. Best wide receiver of all time. I mean, there's a lot of other wide receivers that are amazing, but nobody's ever going to be on the Jerry Rice level. Ryan Newman, gotcha. Let's go that route. That's a good one, too. I remember watching American Pickers and obviously with Mike and Frank, and they ended up going to his house and picking for Ryan Newman, if you remember that particular episode or if you ended up watching that show. But another driver that was, pretty well liked. Definitely wasn't everyone's favorite, but it was good for the sport. See what I can find of Ryan Newman here. Now we got Ross Chastain in the Busch Light. I mean, at this point with this fucking rain delay, they literally can interview every fucking driver before we get back to green. Elliott Sadler. I'm just thinking of these, just the random names. Oh my God. Oh man, it's getting so desperate. They got the Rizzler on TV. Oh my goodness, they're getting desperate. The Rizzler is on TV. Social media can make anybody famous. I mean, they might only have their 5 seconds of fame, but soak it up. And here's the photo from American Pickers. Rest in peace, Frank. He's the one that actually made the show good. And this is when they were doing, obviously, they found Ryan Newman's car, and then they did some picking for him. Obviously, Frank, obviously being the toy guy. Mike is kind of a narcissist that obviously has his brother on there now, and Danielle. But again, I used to watch every single episode of the show, but they definitely did Frank dirty, and rest in peace. Frank is in heaven now, in toy heaven, and Harley heaven, and hopefully he is resting easy. My guy, Frank, love him. Keep dropping the names. Who knows when we're going to get back to green flag racing? I mean, we're already, 2 hours in? Only 11 laps completed? Come on, Rain. Come on, crew. Nobody gives a shit about the Rizzler. Rizzler says he had 4 girlfriends. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fucking Rizzler off TV. Jesus Christ. NASCAR going down to terrible levels when they have to put the Rizzler on fucking TV. Go get a driver instead. Jesus. No one gives a shit about the Rizzler. Not to my knowledge, but I mean, we're 2 hours and 25 minutes on the stream, and we're hopefully going to get green at some point here. All right, we go Bill Elliott, and then we'll go Jerry. I got you. JJ Yeagley. All right, see what we can get. I feel sorry for a lot of the other channels that make you stare at a host for, can you imagine watching 11 laps and then having to sit there and watch someone's face and just sitting there the whole time? Golly. We got 2,161 people because they don't want to go to someone else's stream and stare at someone's face for 2 hours. Hey, I don't blame them. If you want to be entertained, you can fucking come here to the NWSF, baby. Often imitated, never duplicated. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. They literally have interviewed almost every fucking driver. They got desperate, had to put the Rizzler on there. It's like, this isn't the NBA or, some bullshit like that. Like, no one gives a shit about that. Like, that's something that, if you want to take some social media pictures and post it, there is no reason to have the goddamn Rizzler on fucking TV for NASCAR and the Daytona 500. Come on. I mean, I'd rather listen to a crew chief. You know, if you can't get a driver, I mean, find a crew chief for some of the guys. Rizzler? Come on. Let's go through a throwback of Bill when he was young. That's Bill when he's, you know, kind of towards the end. Let's look at it and see what Bill looked like when he was in his heyday. Young Bill Elliott. Oh, baby. Oh, look at the Melling performance parts. Does that even exist to this day? Oh, my God. Awesome. Yeah, I hope they I mean, this is my full-time job, so, you know, I do a little bit of everything, but, I mean, I've already been sitting here in the chair for almost 2 hours and 30 minutes for 11 laps. You know, I might have to be in this chair for 5 or 6 hours, but, I mean, it's definitely lighting up in the background, and, you know, they're trying to get the track dry, and hopefully we'll be. I actually thought we would be already green race. We already be on the green already, but you know. William Byron on the mic. Hendrick Motorsports with Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson on the team. I mean, if they could replace Alex Bowman for a guy like Blaney, then you would have a real epic super team, or like Ross Chastain. But you know, Bowman isn't terrible, but he definitely is the fourth guy in the mix. Young Bill, gosh, pre-mustache or beard. Obviously clean shaven there. Go another vintage one with him in the McDonald's. Oh my gosh. Said Rick Mass, the spam. That's a good one. Jerry in 2003. I got you, man. I got you, man. You know, I'm a wizard with the internet. Shit, I'm going to be sitting here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. My papa's going to forget what I look like. What about the Rick Mass 94 Skoll car? Oh, my God. Fuck yeah, they've been drying for a while. Acting like We've been sitting here for fucking 2 hours and 30 minutes waiting for their asses to get this shit dry. Golly. Ty Dillon. Well, it kind of depends on where you're going on social media. Like if you come here as far as a sport and wrestling channel, you're going to learn more here than any other sport or wrestling channel on YouTube as far as knowledge and learning history, you know. But again, there's a lot of people that are in it for wrong reasons. You know, they're in it for just profits, and that's it. They don't give a shit about anything else besides money. So, you know, social media, you know, there's going to be some good and some bad and some ugly, you know, but it really depends on where you go. I mean, YouTube isn't TikTok. The GoDaddy. GoDaddy. Danica. I gotta go check up on my pup here in a second. She's probably thinking, oh, Dad's almost done. Fuck. Barely got even into this race already. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's what I kept telling people. You got to smash that like button early and often, and the faster that we can get to 20 likes, even though that doesn't sound like very much, you know, that can break the algorithm, and then you can go from 20 to 50 to 100 to 500 to 1,500. Because the bottom line is, you know, when you end up having a delay with weather, you can end up going to someone else's stream and watch the host, you know, or you can come here and look at photos from, you know, any era of any generation of driver and beyond. So, you know, people can make up their minds on where they want to go, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to be staring at a host for 2 hours going over the same bullshit over and over and over, waiting for the rain to stop. So you come here, at least you can be entertained. Facts. Oh, Gaia. I see you, Justin. Mary Gant. No relation to Ron. We need to get the likes up, the donos up, the shares up, the support. Gained quite a few subs, obviously, today as well. Shout out to all of the individuals that have supported the channel here in 2025. $73 to go to 20,800. Help your boy out. We did Team USA and Team Canada yesterday. That was epic. And I really think that this race will be epic if we can just get it to go green. Yeah. I mean, and it shows you, you know, if racing is in your blood, you know, you can be 20, you can be 30, 40, 50, you know, and you can still get it done. Now, I'll give you the stats here. All right, so obviously here you can see everything that's been updated for how far along that we are in the race. And if you look at the top of the screen, you can see that green and yellow bar. We haven't got very far, okay? 11 laps out of 65 in stage one, 11 out of 200 total. We've had one caution, 3 lead changes, 2 caution laps, and we've been sitting here on a fucking delay for forever. But that is where we're at. Cindric, Dillon, Briscoe, Logano, Wallace, Bush, Dillon, McDowell, Gilliland, and Napa know-how. Chase Elliott, my guy, in 10th. There you go. All right, I got to make some more room for some more photos. Give me a sec. All right, let me go check up on my pup here real quick. I mean, I want to see if she's still sleeping on the couch and whatnot. You know, for being like a American Staffy pity type of dog. You know, she is the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. You know, besides obviously the hard work that I put in on this channel, but she loves her dad. So I got to be able to kind of take a peek to see what's going on with her. So I'm a good dog father. So let me take a quick little, peek into the living room to see if she's still in there. And I will be right back in like 1 minute. And then I'll be right back and we'll throw up some more photos. If you got a photo of a favorite driver, it doesn't have to be a popular driver. It can be an obscure kind of no-name driver that maybe a lot of us have forgotten. That way we can end up seeing something that we haven't seen in a long time. You let me know. But again, I will be back here in a 1 minute. Give me 1 sec. Oh, I'm back. Oh, my back. Oh. So Paisley's on the couch. She's getting impatient. She's like, Dad, normally you'd be done with your work by this time. We're almost in the 3-hour mark, and we've only raced 11 laps. So good thing I exercise a lot. Otherwise, my back would be definitely killing me, and it still is. But hopefully we can get to green flag racing here sooner than later. I mean, we're already sitting here all invested in. 2 hours and 41 minutes. We've seen 11 laps of green flag racing. Hopefully we can get back to green flag racing here shortly. Yeah, Daytona night races are awesome. Night races in general are awesome, especially if you ended up watching the trucks and the Xfinity series. I watched both of those races from beginning to end, as they have Austin Cindric now on the mic, much better than the fucking Rizzler. And hopefully we can end up, at this point, they're pretty much interviewing every fucking driver. So, all right, anyone else got any random drivers that we want to be able to see, either photos of them or the cars from back in the day? You let me know. But we have to try to entertain ourselves the best way that we can. Not ideal. Obviously, we had Bowman Gray, and that one was pretty smooth all the way through. I like that race. Chase coming out on top, but I don't think anyone really wanted rain here for the first race for points. But that's kind of a norm, for NASCAR. Richard Petty, STP. The bootlegging days. All right, I got to make some more room. Odin with another tenner. Thank you so much, man. It means a lot. I put a lot of effort and hustle and grind, and again, thank you so much, man. Odin with another tenner. And again, we always are going to be shooting for as much as we can. Carl Edwards, that's a good one. I definitely am working a lot harder than any other host that's doing a stream right now. I'll tell you that. Show some love. $10 holla. Appreciate you, Odin. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. A little cactus jack. Bang, bang. $10 holla. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see photo-wise, and I got you. We're at 22:78 to go. All right, we got what? Sterling Martin, Carl Edwards, and then whatever Odin wants. Ooh, Jamie McMurray. There you go. Sterling Martin making history with consecutive Daytona 500 wins. Let's see if I can pull this one up. Man, Kodak. Wow. Yes, we are in a rain delay. We've been in a rain delay for 2 hours and 30 minutes or something of that nature. We've done 11 laps so far. So we got a long ways to go. Feel bad for all the other NASCAR channels that just have you staring at the host. Good luck with that. And there's going to be a lot of rain delays. A lot of rain delays this year. You want to be entertained, this is where you come. WRP3 in the building. Lucas in the building. What's good? Yeah, things have been delayed for quite some time. No, we're not. No, we're not doing that. This is not a celebrity live stream. That's a fire photo. The old school times in 91. Like, how many trucks do they have drawing the course or the field here? My God. Blaney being interviewed now. Blaney on the mic here. Nice. I don't got too many autographs, but I do have a Jeff Gordon one. 2013 Daytona 500. Awesome. Oh, it's my guy. All right, now I got to be able to, I got to listen here. There's Jamie McMurray, old school car there from 2011, but the world stops when Napa Know How comes on the mic. Chase on the mic, let's go. That's my guy. Let's go, Chase. About time they got Chase on the fucking mic. Yeah, baby. I can throw up a photo of her for you. Night racing is the best racing. And even though we don't got Danica Patrick and you're not seeing a whole lot of her as well, you're getting a little bit of action, at least on the truck side. And if you watch the trucks race, there for Tony Redinger, she definitely is, trying to hold her own as much as she can. So it's cool to be able to see at least a female or two or three, being able to kind of make their mark in the sport, heavily dominated by the men. But every once in a while, you'll see a female, try to show that they can hang with the boys. She spun out in the second caution in the trucks, but she was in 10th place at one point or another. But she definitely is trying her best. It's all about those reps. Chase on the mic. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's just really dope when you can end up getting a female that has the passion for racing like a lot of the guys, and again, it's going to take time, to be able to, work your way up the rankings, just like this individual who used to be a child actor, Malcolm in the Middle. But Frankie ended up finishing in 11th, and I think that if he keeps going, we might be able to see Frankie in the Xfinity Series, going from trucks to Xfinity to hopefully NASCAR Cup one day. But he finished in 11th, and he had one of the best post interviews I've ever seen out of any driver that wasn't like a big time driver. Has the love and the passion for the sport. I mean, how often do you see a child actor from Malcolm in the Middle, actually, pan out in something else other than acting? This is one of the coolest stories in racing that we've had in a fucking long time, besides some of the females that are giving their, their chance at trying to be able to move themselves up on the pecking order. Oh, yeah, 10th after Parker was disqualified, even though Parker won. But obviously that rear end, obviously didn't end up getting the victory there after the post-race op and being able to go through that. Tough break for him, but, yeah, great for Frankie, though. Yeah, I like him. I think I'm rooting for him. Sometimes I'll go out of my way to watch the trucks just to see what he's doing. And obviously I'll be watching, quite a few others that are out there, but pretty cool to be able to see a child actor have the passion for racing. And I hope that he does make it, to the Xfinity and Cup, if that is his goal. And if it isn't his goal to be in the Xfinity or the Cup, to be a champion in the trucks one day. So. Anything else you want to be able to see, Odin, based off your dono? Oh, okay. Let's see if I can pull these up for you. Hold up. Let's see if I can send these to Sarah, and then I'll pull it up from her Twitter/X here. Let's see if I can format it here. I just saw those photos that you sent, Odin. Take it easy, Matt. Looks like these are pretty good size, Odin. Heck yeah, good choice with the photos. Like I said, it's all about the resolution, and getting photos that are big enough. Usually for me, I'm usually looking at like 19. I'm usually looking at like 1920 by 1080, as far as the specs. And then I'm trying to go HD 4K if I can go that route. So. Take it easy, Matt. Have a good one. Yeah, that would be dope. Maybe one day if, we ever can get enough money, and if things get better for me, down the road, that would be something that would be awesome to not only go, but to be able to go with someone like you. I'm in Oregon, you're in New York, I've never been, you've never been. That would be amazing. Crazy that they took this long to talk to Chase, but I'm here for it. Oh my God, we're 3 hours in and we've only seen 11 laps of racing. How long is this going to be? I mean, again, for y'all at home, you guys are fine. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can get up. You can, but for me as a full-time streamer, man, this is some of the most grueling streams that I do. I do NFL, I do college football, I do baseball, I do basketball, I do hockey, I do WWE, I do AEW, once in a while, maybe some boxing or UFC, but nothing is longer than a NASCAR stream. It is grueling when you end up having these long delays like that. My back is already killing me, and I've already been in the chair for 3 hours, and normally a stream will be, 2 hours and 30 minutes to maybe 4 hours total, sometimes even shorter. Depending on the game, but maybe 3 hours is normally the average. I mean, we're already 3 hours in and we're, only, like 1% in of the race? Gosh. What's good, brother? Ah, the museum. How was that? Jason Leffler. Oh, golly. Now they're going to be showing the 2024 Daytona 500. They said, we've interviewed everyone. We don't want to interview the fucking Rizzler anymore. There is Leffler. And the Daytona 500 is underway, but it's not the one that we want. It's last year's. Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. And, we've already kind of did as many interviews as you can fucking do. But before you get kind of sick of asking the same questions over and over and over, But at least they have the opportunity to talk to people rather than, Oh, man, I'm going to be an old man by the time this fucking this stream starts again. But at least we get to see some action. But at least we were able to, educate some fans. At least we were able to show some really cool throwback photos. I know some of those photos I've never even seen before. Logano and McDowell battling it out here for pole position in the front as they're showing last year's Daytona 500. Cindric leading after 11 laps in the race that we all want to see. But we're going to get night racing at some point. I just figured they would be already ready to go, but it looks like more rain fell than they showed. So, because, you would have assumed we would already been green flag by now, but. Oh, man. And again, I have a routine that I typically do with my pup. I usually, walk with her, about 3 times a day for about an hour and a half to 2 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we went at like 7 in the morning. So normally I'm, getting ready to go do the afternoon walk with her now. But, things are going to get a little bit delayed. Logano, McDowell, Logano, Bell, Reddick, and Cindric. Yes. Like, I don't think people realize, like the grind for NASCAR. Like basketball, easy peasy, a couple hours. Football, yeah, it might go to overtime, but you're probably not getting to the 4-hour mark. Baseball, maybe before the rule changes, there was maybe some baseball games that would go 4 or 5 hours, but with the, different rule changes that they put in place with like the pitch clock and everything, and all the other new rule changes within the last couple years. Normally baseball games are over in about 2 hours and 30 minutes, but NASCAR, who the hell knows? You might be able to finish a race within 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes, and you might be sitting here for 8 hours. Like literally, it could be a 6 to 8 hour race depending on how many rain delays you have. And I was expecting, this, but I wasn't expecting this on the first, main race for points, even though Bowman Gray was the first race that we've been able to enjoy with Chase Elliott being in victory lane. But I guess it's going to test my endurance here. But I know my pup is going to be needing me here sooner than later. But hopefully we get to go green flag and hopefully we get to finish the race. Anyone got an update on the weather? Based on what they're saying on the National Weather Report for Daytona? Like, is that it? Are we going to have another, thunderstorm or rainstorm come in after we go green flag? Or is that it? And then we're going to be able to go through the racing the rest of the way with no interruption, I hope. And then we'll see if they end up pushing it out till tomorrow. Nice, beautiful weather last year. Why couldn't we have that? Oh, there's a first crash. Oh, big hit. Big wreck. 5-car wreck. I remember that from last year. brutal crash right there, especially when the hood is barely hanging on. Oh, he's done. Look at that. Harrison Burton and everybody else. Well, I mean, based on looking at the track and based on, looking at, the trucks trying to dry the track, it kind of feels like they should be getting pretty close. So, but again, they got done interviewing enough people. So, I mean, they probably should have went to this race an hour ago, but, they got enough drivers that they can interview. But you already knew things were going sideways when they're interviewing the fucking Riddler. Kool-Aid. Yeah. Old school. Yes. You will be missed. John Hunter Nemechek said, fuck everybody. I'm going to be old and gray by the time we're able to get going here. Ay, ay, ay. All right, I got to look at the rain report here. All right, Odin just sent it to me here. What do we got? Let's look at this report. What are we doing here? Rain starting in 11 minutes? Fuck. Are you got to be kidding me? After they already got the track dried? You got to be shitting me. This might get delayed till tomorrow. I mean, they're not going to say that yet, but I mean, if we got rain starting in 11 minutes after they fucking already, it's like they need to be able to find some kind of technology where the track is covered, or they have a track on top of a track where they can go like underground and then it closes up. And then that way, whatever surface area gets rained, it doesn't matter. And then the track underneath the ground will come up and then you can end up racing. Obviously, that would cost millions of dollars and whatnot to have something like that. But again, these delays are fucking ridiculous, man. David in the building. What's good? That sucks. Let him know. Great to see you too, bro. Daniel in the building. What's good? That radar's from 4:30 to 6. Shit. So what do you think, Odin? When are they going to call it? When are they going to delay it altogether till tomorrow? Obviously, I'll live stream it tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. But I know they want to probably try to get some racing in. Out of all the new coach hires, it's probably one of the better ones. I mean, it's not going to be a guy that's going to lead you to the Super Bowl, but it could be a guy after, 2, 3, 4 years, you might be able to build the team to get to maybe 10-7 and possibly a wild card, But again, with Vrabel and Pete Carroll, those were probably the safest hires. And then you got guys like Ben Johnson that may or may not pan out, for Chicago and whatnot. But again, a lot of the coordinator hires, we'll find out if they're still there in a couple years. But, if they're patient with Vrabel and Carroll, they may be able to have their coach for a few years. And it might be a bridge guy, where, Pete Carroll, if you can eventually get to 10-7, and then if they end up letting him go and then getting someone to get them a little bit further. But again, they not only brought in Pete Carroll, but they brought in Chip Kelly, who just won a championship for the Buckeyes. So again, for Chip not to be the head coach and have that pressure and just call plays, I feel like the Raiders actually had a decent off season. Now we got to be able to see what happens as we get obviously closer to the draft. Dylan, Burton, Grala, Priest, Nemechek, Hocevar, and Jimmy Johnson in the wreck. And this is from last year's race, since we're in a fucking rain delay. And all the numbers for the race today is right there on the screen. How far we've been, if you look at the the little graph, you see that green and yellow at the top. That's as far as we've gotten. So, I mean, we're like what, 1% into the race. Just a very small fraction. 11 laps out of 65 in stage one. 11 out of the 200 total. 1 caution. 3 lead changes. 2 caution laps. Everyone is ready to go. I appreciate it, man. We broke over 2,000 since we were able to do photos and no one else, I assume, doing NASCAR streams were, I guess if you want to stare at a host for 3 hours, good luck with that. But, I try to entertain the best way that I can. And luckily with the system that I use, I'm able to do that. So feel bad for those other NASCAR streams though, because again, it's sitting there and keeping everyone entertained in the room. Eventually, you're going to run out of shit to say, unless you're entertained by the Rizzler, which may or may not be the case for some of y'all. So what's your prediction, Odin? When are they going to call it? I mean, they say it's delayed, but fuck, it's been delayed for, 3 hours. We only got like 10 minutes of racing in. But this is definitely going to test my endurance. Like, sub, donate, comment, share, help your boy out. I'm going to need some therapy after this. $2,400 so far, so I mean, at least we're grinding it out there. $5:30, 6 o'clock. So we got to wait another 45 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes before they call it. And I got to watch all of the trucks, and I got to watch all of the Xfinity series. Just a damn shame that we couldn't get the one that matters the most, the Cup Series, going. But we were able to complete both of those other races with no delays. The NASCAR gods, the racing gods, were definitely not on our side today. Austin Dillon. Michael McDowell going into the pit. That looked like it was just gas. Yeah, just topping off on fuel. Yeah, but I'm going to grind it out. Like I said, I haven't ate lunch. I haven't got a chance to spend enough time with my pup yet. But again, I love this shit. If I didn't love this, I wouldn't be here. Like I said, sometimes, wrestling and NASCAR and baseball are up there, sometimes even higher than the NFL or college football, depending on what's going on. Again, there's a lot of things that I love, but we're about where we are at. They're 10 laps in on last year's race that they're showing on, and we got to 11. We're technically 10, and then we have the caution lap. So this is about as far as we got in this year's race until they ended. So it shows you how short of a time period it was that we actually got green flag racing. A very short period of time. Now on Fox, we have the 2024, obviously Daytona 500, and it sounds like from people in the room and checking the weather report, through weather.com and some of the other, weather apps, it sounds like if they do decide to, push this out till tomorrow, we might have to wait another 45 minutes or so, but we'll see. But it looks like that the rain is going to continue based on what me and Odin and some of y'all in the room have seen, which is damn unfortunate. But AccuWeather.com is pretty accurate, so not 100%. But now it says the rain is starting in 53 minutes instead of 11, so it looks like the front moved a little bit. But I guarantee that the NASCAR officials are going to try to get as much rain or as much racing in before the next storm ends up hitting. I mean, even if that's only, another 30 laps, as much as we can get, until we go into possibly tomorrow. But it says now, based on MinuteCast, that instead of 11 minutes of rain about to hit the track after they already pretty much dried it, now it says 53 minutes. So maybe we will go green flag racing shortly. But there's still no indication from NASCAR.com, unfortunately. Yeah, fading away, but think about how long it takes to dry a track, even when rain, drops just for even just a few minutes, depending on how heavy the rain is. I mean, if we're really talking about when the rain is going to stop completely, that's going to be 7 p.m., which is going to be 4 p.m. It's fucking 1:48 right now. So that's a long ways to go to actually have nothing. They still have the lightning symbol with rain at 5 and 6 p.m., which would obviously be 4:48 and then 5:48. So it would be 4 o'clock my time, which would be 7 o'clock there. So I'm not sure if we're going to be waiting another 2 hours and then, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Seriously, yep. Oh, it is not easy being a streamer, let me tell you. Some people think it's just easy peasy lemon squeezy. It might be, when you can control how long you stream for, but, when you're doing sporting events or, wrestling, NASCAR, basketball, baseball, football, hockey, nothing is going to be more of a grind than NASCAR. And now they're showing the 2024 race. And now we're 11 laps in, and that's exactly where we are in this race when it ended up being delayed, which is nothing. 11 laps is fucking nothing out of 200, even on a super speedway. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If we end up getting lightning and they show lightning on the weather app there. So again, rain is one thing, but rain and lightning, that's a no-no. And then usually that might be it, but. Oh, my back is killing me. But I do appreciate all of the individuals in the room, all the support, all the likes, subs, donos, comments, and shares. We're in this together, baby. All right. Green flag racing for last year's race. I wonder what that feels like for us now in 2025. Now they're on lap 12. But I guarantee if we do go green flag, it's going to be more entertaining than NBA All-Star Game. Five to 10 inches of snow in St. Louis. Yeah, we had 3 inches of snow for a couple days, and now it's all melted besides a few random lawns, that still have a little bit in it. But at least me and Paisley got a chance to, play around and go on, some adventures together. Bell, Blaney, Emmerich, Logano, and McDowell. Cool track here, but man, weather stinks. Especially when you're out in the elements. It's not like you can have like a roof, over the top. Well, I guess technically you could. You could end up having the barrier, and then you could end up, making it with like steel, and then doing kind of like a, hanging above and over the track. But then visually, the fans wouldn't be able to see everything, and their view would be distorted a little bit. But I mean, it's one of those things, you can't control Mother Nature in NASCAR. 7 to 8 p.m. Golly, I'll be fucking 50 years old by the time that comes. We've gained more subs, so at least that's good. Gained about 10 today, so that's good. 69 subs to go. 69 to 20,800. Shout out to all the new subs on the channel. Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hemrick, McDowell in your top 5. Mother Nature is fickle. Bell, Blaney, Hemrick, Logano, McDowell, Elliott, Cindric, Keselowski, Reddick, and Hamlin in your top 10 for the 2024 Daytona 500, since we're still on a weather delay. Been on a weather delay for 3 hours. Yeah, got to warm up those lights. And plus, I prefer the Daytona 500 night race over the day race any day. You know, there's just a different type of vibe with night races. It's not like day races suck. You know, day races are cool, you know, but I definitely prefer the night race for this track. Under the helmet with Blaney. We're almost at 3,000. It hasn't updated yet. But similar numbers to the last stream that we ended up doing that hit over 3,000. So a cookout clash at Bowman Gray, and I had fun doing that. But again, the difference between that race and this one is pretty dramatic. Let me see how long we actually went for that race. That race went 2 hours and 23 minutes. Golly. Send me back there. 2 hours and 23 minutes is perfect for NASCAR. Like just around the same time of like a baseball game. But when you're 3 hours and 24 minutes in and you've only seen 11 laps, that's something. Yeah, all the times are going to be Eastern because it's 1:55 for me here. And so that means it would be 3:55 in the Midwest, and it's 4:55, obviously, on the East Coast. 3 hour difference, so. Christopher Bell and the Toyota in-car camera. It's like, how the hell did I get to watch the full trucks, the full Xfinity, and I only get 11 laps of the one that I really wanted to watch? But I guess that's life, huh? The racing gods didn't care today. But we got to see USA versus Canada and the Four Nations face-off yesterday. NXT Vengeance Day was very good. I would recommend that if you are a WWE fan or NXT fan if you haven't watched that. But this weekend has been jam-packed with a little bit of everything. You know, I would like to say the NBA All-Star Weekend was good, but it wasn't. You know, Rising Stars, F. Yesterday, besides Mac McClung, F. And then we got the NBA All-Star game coming up here in a couple hours, and I assume that'll be an F as well. Sad because, you know, I used to like the NBA in the 80s and 90s, but it is by far the worst sport. You know, wrestling is better, NHL is better, baseball's better, and I get it. Not everyone is going to like those things. Football is definitely the easiest thing to watch. NFL, college football, or wrestling, but it doesn't mean everyone's going to like it. But I mean, it's a struggle to watch the NBA. Terrible product. Next Level Chef. That's a great show. First episode already dropped. Highly recommend. Cobra Kai. Last 5 episodes dropped. Highly recommend. Already watched that also. Dexter Original Sin just wrapped up its first season. Highly recommend that. It's much better than the sequel, New Blood, that Dexter came out with. Dexter Original Sin is awesome. I highly, highly recommend watching that if you guys are looking for something cool to watch. You won't be disappointed. Very, very good. And then obviously Severance. I'm watching that obviously as well, trying to keep up with all the programming that I can, other than just, what we got in the sport and wrestling world. Still waiting for Stranger Things, season 5, which will be off the chain. Menards. Not yet, Chris. We're still waiting patiently. We got about 10 minutes of racing, and then it's been about 3 hours and 20 minutes of waiting. So it's not canceled yet. We're looking at the weather app right now, and they haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. So we're hoping that we can get, at the very least, I would love for them to finish stage 1. I know that might be asking a lot, but if we can get to 65 laps and then move the rest of the race till tomorrow, I think that would be unfortunate, but at least that would be enough laps to make people somewhat content after waiting 3 hours plus for only 11 laps. So, I don't know if the sports gods are listening right now or the racing gods, but if you're listening, please. Obviously getting through the rest of the race today would be ideal, but, I don't know if that's going to be possible. But I think, if we can get through stage 1, that's not asking too much, racing gods. At the very least, let's do that. And then, the rest of the race tomorrow, and then we can continue the stream tomorrow. Even if they end up starting it in the morning, I'll be here. We just got to, not have another, same situation as today. Because I can't be sitting here for 8 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow. I'm going to be like 50 years old by the time that the fucking stream actually is over for the Daytona 500. I think that we're going to see a big wreck pretty quick because these racers have been sleeping. They've been interviewing. Not everyone is focused. So, again, if not everyone is locked in, there's going to be some mistakes that are made. So I would assume that we will get a big wreck pretty quick. I'm not saying it's going to happen within the first 5 laps, but I wouldn't be shocked if we have like a similar 5-car wreck that we saw here on TV on the 2024 race, which happened within the first 10, 11 laps. I would assume we'll get something similar to that, if we can get up and running. This is a lot of time to pass, from, the start of the race to where we're at now. So, all right, Brandon's got an update. Drivers to their cars in 25 minutes. That's the best news I fucking have heard all day. Nice job, Brandon. All right, we're racing before 6 p.m. supposedly. But right now it's 5:01 in the East Coast. All right, well, at least we got an update. Yeah, but that's only for Eagles fans like you, David. Everyone else doesn't care anymore. Everyone's already moved on. We're thinking about the combine, the draft, or we're not even thinking about the NFL or college football at all. We're focused on NASCAR, wrestling, WWE, hoping that baseball starts up here sooner than later. You're the only one that's hanging on to the past, even though that the parade was, just finished up. But no one but Eagles fans give a shit about the NFL right now. But congratulations, though. You guys earned it. Yeah, definitely tough to lock in at a moment's notice. I agreed. That's why I feel that we will get a big wreck if we can get back to green flag racing. Oh, man. What a day. What a day. What a day. We got 10 minutes of NASCAR Cup Series action and 3 hours and 20 minutes of waiting. But again, you know, the grind and the effort is real. Jason Keller. I don't think all the other Philly teams are terrible. You know, Sixers, you know, a bunch of injuries and whatnot, but the Phillies aren't terrible. Sounds good. Coffee actually sounds really good right now since I've been sitting here for all this time. 26 laps into 65 laps in last year's race. So we're going to stay diligent and we're going to be patient. And hopefully we can get back to at least some racing here. It's only for diehards, you know. It's a diehard sport. You know, basketball isn't going to be for everyone, right? The NHL isn't going to be for everyone. Baseball isn't going to be for everyone, and NASCAR definitely not for everyone. But hopefully we'll get some more news here. It sounds like in 20 minutes, 25 minutes, you know, we might see drivers get back into the cars, and then hopefully at that point, you know, by 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. my time, which is in 56 minutes, that we could be green flag racing at that time or maybe even sooner. Yeah, even though the bats went cold and pitching was a little suspect, the Phillies still are one of the best teams in the National League. So, I mean, they're a lot funner to watch than the fucking Sixers or the Flyers. Oh, man. That's a good question for David. He may or may not know. Yeah. But for David, if you know he lives out in that area, you know, some people are going to be, you know, only looking to watch Eagles football or whatnot. So not every Philadelphia fan is going to be hardcore in all of the sports, you know, even if they live there. Bell, Blaney, Logano, Hemrick, and McDowell in your top five. Now Chase Elliott in fifth place. Stage one in last year's race, and hopefully we'll get another update. Clear weather within an hour. Let's go. Yeah, see, David doesn't care for the Flyers. I got to go check up on my pup again to see how she is doing. Maybe get a little sandwich in my belly as well. But we are going to continue grinding it out. We got a lot of really cool photos, and we got a nice little algorithm boost that definitely helped out the viewership and whatnot. Some obviously robotic, but we'll take it. And let me actually take a quick checkup on her. And then, again, we're still grinding it out. 3 hours and 36 minutes in. I'll be back in about a minute or two. All right, I'm going to attend to my pup. I got to be able to feed her and take care of that. I'm going to eat a little sandwich here since I've been grinding here for such a long time. So I'll be back in a couple minutes after I get a little food in my belly, take care of my pup, and obviously we're still on the rain delay, but as long as the stream is continuing to go, I still will be here. So if anyone needs to grab some food or a drink or hit the restroom, do what you got to do. And again, we're still going to grind it out here until they tell us that the race is obviously pushed out till tomorrow. If they say that, then obviously we'll end the stream. But if they don't say that, then I'll still be here grinding it out. So I will be back here in a few minutes. All right. Have we got any updates on anything? Yeah. Obviously, things are going to get quiet when you're waiting for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So I think that I think I'm going to go take Paisley for a walk, believe it or not. And I mean, again, it doesn't seem like we're going to go green flag until the very earliest, maybe 45 minutes from now or 42 minutes from now. Maybe drivers get in the car in 15 to 20 minutes, something like that. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I'm going to, obviously keep everything live. And I'll be back in probably 20 minutes. And I got to be able to get her, that exercise and whatnot. And I'm going to still keep everything on. And then once I get back from a walk, then hopefully, we'll be green flag racing at that time. So again, we'll see. So I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm going to get a little walk in with the pup because I'm on a schedule with that. She needs to eat her lunch as well. And so, everyone can kind of do what they need to do, continue watching this race, take a nap, eat some food, use the restroom, do what you got to do. And then I'll be back in about 20 minutes. And once you see me back on the mic, hopefully we'll have some good updates, from Brandon or Sarah or Natman or WRP3. And then we'll see what we got going on. So I'll be back in a little bit. Just wanted to give you guys the update besides just leaving and not telling y'all. And I'll leave the stream on, and then I will be back in about 20 minutes after I take her for a walk. And Odin will hopefully have some good news for me, and then we'll hopefully be able to continue at least stage 1 before the night is done. So ended up having a little bit of a sandwich, got some food in my belly, so I feel a little bit better, but I need to go exercise here real quick. So again, do what you guys need to do, but I will keep the stream live, and I will be back here in a little bit, and hopefully you guys will have some good news for me. If you guys want to interact with each other, obviously you don't have to in the chat. That'll be up to you. But do what you do, and I'll be back here in just a little bit. All right, I just made it back just now. I see that we got, 10 laps in? And then what's going on? Do we have another rain delay? I need to change clothes. I just got back from the walk. Give me an update in the chat. Let me know what's going on. Looks like that we're on the current race, but we've only got 10 laps. Blaney Smith, Herbst Johnson, and Logano. All right, I got to change real quick. Give me a couple minutes. What's the situation? When are we going to get green flag racing again? All right, I'm back. And it looks like I missed a little bit of the action. I'm pissed, but I wanted to make sure that Paisley got enough time in. Oh, look at what we did. We did 10 laps, and then the rain came back. It looks like I have bad timing, huh? Let me go back to look at the comments to see what we got going on here. All right, let me see. I'm going to scroll back up to all the last comments here. I took Paisley on a normal longer walk where I do normally 30 to 45 minutes just because I thought, well, the chances of them starting early is probably minimal. But as I'm looking now, I missed 10 laps, but now we have rain again. So now I'm just going back to where I left off on the comments real quick, and you guys can update me on what happened. I mean, I know it was, are we doing this race 10 laps at a time? If that's the case, that this race is going to take like 2 weeks. All right, I'm scrolling down here. I see Judah. I don't know if he's still in the building, but it looks like Judah came in about a half hour ago. And now cars are going here, Odin says. So at 2:52. So it looks like if I would have went for a shorter walk. Is Orion coming back? I'm here. All right, it looks like I'm almost caught up with the comments here. All right, give me some updates. What's going on, Sarah? What's going on, Odin? What's going on? Megan with a tenner. She says, I know it's not NASCAR, but gorgeous George Russell from the Mercedes F1 team had his 27th birthday on Saturday. Same day as my brother's 45th. I'll get you some George Russell here in a second. Jacob in the building. If he's still in the building, what's good? I don't think I am. And obviously Friday and Saturday were a terrible outing, based on what the NBA put out. So, I've obviously committed 4 hours and 35 minutes to this race, but until they say that this race is completely over, then yes, I might end up doing the NBA All-Star Weekend, but I still think the format is stupid with the 4 teams and whatnot, but Charles, Shaq, Kenny, and then they have Team Candace in that as well. Anyone want to update me on what happened in those 10 laps that I missed? Now I see it's Blaney, Smith, Herbst, Johnson, Logano, Byron, Cindric, Briscoe, Chastain, and Dillon, a completely different 10 that when I left. Anything notable happened? Did we have any wrecks? Was there any other cautions? Let me take a look up at the board. So we had 10 laps, and then we had a caution lap, so we had 11. Then I went on a 30, 40-minute walk and had some lunch, and now I see we've only completed 20 laps. 1 caution, that was early on. 6 lead changes, so there was a little bit of movement in those last 10 laps, and then 11 caution laps. And now we're at 21 laps out of 200, so at this pace, we'll be done with this race in like 2 weeks. All right, let me eliminate some of these photos. Any word on when we possibly will be going green flag again? That stinks that I ended up missing the 10 laps. But I guess I can be happy it was only 10 that I missed. But, I got to make sure Paisley, gets her exercise and, she ends up getting her daily routine. And my back was killing me, so. All right, let's get Megan some photos up here. And again, that's the grind of being a streamer for NASCAR. Sometimes the streams will be 2.5 to 3 hours and everything is perfect. Like last week at Bowman Gray, 2 hours and 30 minutes, kind of like a Mariner game. And then today we get 10 laps and then we have a delay of 3 hours and 30 minutes. And then I go for a little bit of a walk with Paisley. I missed 10 laps and then we're back with rain again. But please, somebody tell me that we're going to go green flag again. The drivers are still in the cars, I guess, which is a good sign. But hopefully this will be just a little bit of rain, and then they can get it cleaned up. But appreciate the support. And I just didn't want to cut short my daily routine with Paisley. And, you know, I missed 10 laps, but I guess it could have been worse. I could have missed a lot more. But again, Paisley is always going to come first, and I got to make sure that she gets plenty of dad time and exercise and whatnot. But I am feeling a little bad that I missed the 10 laps, but at least I know that Paisley, you know, she ended up getting, you know, enough, you know, of her daily routine with me. So. Father Time and Mother Nature, I see you. Okay, it looks like we are going to be racing. Thank God. I mean, I'm not, especially if I'm not going to be doing the NBA All-Star game. I mean, the least they can do is have this race be completed. I mean, it might end up being a 7 or 8 hour stream before we're all done. And that is a grind for sure. But I mean, I've already committed this much time to this particular race over the NBA All-Star game. So, you know, if the sports gods want to be on our good side, they can at least let the rain let up. Do you hear me? Sports gods, racing gods, be kind to us. You know, NASCAR fans are a different type of breed. Racing fans in general, you know, whether that's IndyCar or F1 or anything of the above. But I hope you like some of these George Russells. I found a couple new ones for you in here as well, and I'll add them to your file. But again, at least I only missed 10 laps. But if anyone wants to update me on what ended up happening in those 10 laps, doesn't sound like anything really happened. You know, a couple lead changes, but that's a cool photo. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. And obviously I changed the format, so now you can see the messages a little bit bigger with your profile photo there. I can always kind of tweak things as we go, giving the ticker with a little bit of more of a bold font. 32:68 to go. Yeah. Pretty eyes. Cool photos too. Let me add these to your file, Megan. All right, one sec here. All right, how many files does Megan have? More than one. Oh, where should we go? I got so many files for some of y'all. It's going to take a minute to see. Because I got all the files on my desktop, and I mean, I have a lot. So let's see. All right. Files are added. Yes. You are on it. Well, I'm incredibly tired. My back was definitely hurting, you know, after sitting in this chair for all that time. But sounds like we are going to go green flag. Let me grab my phone. Anyone have a update on the weather report? All right, I'm taking a look at the weather report here that Odin sent me. I mean, it looks like there's a good chance for things to clear up pretty soon at the 7, 8, and 9 o'clock time period. It looks like only 25 and 20% chance of rain in certain areas, and the cars are still on the track. They are not wrapped, and the drivers are inside right now, so that is a good sign. So I think that we are going to be able to hopefully complete this race here. It looks like we gained a couple subs even while I was gone. That's great. 67 subs now to 20,800. That's always good when you go for a 45-minute walk with the pup, and then we're able to get back into it here. 3,700 plus on this stream. Well, hopefully we get Canada and USA in the championship. That's what I want, and I think that's what everyone wants. Give Canada a chance for a rematch, and it'll be the most must-see TV. No disrespect to Finland and Sweden, but it doesn't have the same type of aura as USA and Canada. So, but I think I will be doing the USA matchup tomorrow. We'll see what we have on. Let me take a quick peek to see what we got going on. No NBA on Monday because of the All-Star break. And obviously NHL Monday, we have Canada and Finland at 10 a.m., Sweden and USA at 5. So we'll probably do Monday Night Raw or USA Sweden, but we're probably going to do USA Sweden just based on how USA has played in this tournament. And then I'll just watch Monday Night Raw in the background, and we'll do that. So, nah, man, what's good, brother? 3 meat French bread pizza. Hey, pizza's a good little choice. I had a little kind of a veggie pizza type of thing here, homemade, and it was pretty good. And now the cars are moving. Here we go. Nat, man, did you end up watching the 10 laps while I ended up taking my pup on a walk? What was the situation, Nat, man, with the 10 laps? I see that we had a few lead changes, but, only 10 laps were completed until the rain came again. Anything notable? Doesn't look like there was any other wrecks or anything that happened. Just looked like they started up, did 10 laps, and then the rain started up again. So it looks like we're back in business now. Awesome. And I like it when we get the race here at night. Night racing at Daytona is the best racing. And again, we'll see if we can hit the algorithm again. We already hit it once, but now we're going to be, green flag racing, and, as many likes and comments and shares and donos that we can get. We might be able to hit the algorithm again. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen before. But with that being said, if we don't hit the algorithm again, we still ended up, having over 2,000 people in the room at a specific time, which is amazing. And we are at almost 4,000 views. It's still kind of calculating everything. So more than the Bowman Gray race. And we're 4 hours and 46 minutes in. I got to stretch my back. Aisley got a long 45-minute walk. And again, we're back in action now. So I'm excited here. Wemby and CP3 was pathetic. They tried to bend the rules by not even trying to shoot. They got disqualified. I ended up watching, the skills challenge and the 3-point and the dunk while we were watching USA and Canada. I watched the Rising Stars challenge, and I'm going to be honest. This All-Star weekend, based on how the court looks and the participants, it is by far the worst All-Star game weekend of all time. And I'm not exaggerating. Rising Stars was terrible. The format was terrible. The participation was terrible. The only thing that was notable last night was the final round with Mac McClung. Obviously trying to, be the 3-time champ in the dunk contest. He was successful. So he ended up, getting the title for the 3rd year in a row. He had some cool dunks. His, competitor in the final had some pretty good ones too. But again, overall, I give Rising Stars an F, and I think I give the dunk contest 3-point skills. That was an F as well. If you want to give it a D because of McClung, fine. But overall, it's been a definitely a disaster. It's definitely the worst that I've ever seen it. And thank God we had USA and Canada in the Four Nations face-off, because that and NXT Vengeance Day. Hell, even the Xfinity race was better. The trucks race on Friday was even better than the NBA put out. So when wrestling and racing are better than the NBA has fucking hit rock bottom. I will do Blazers because I have to do filler content and whatnot here and there, and we won 9 out of 10 games, and we had a little bit of a run, but golly, I'll turn on the All-Star Game festivities here in the background, and I'll watch it, but I don't expect to go very well. Especially when you're splitting it up into 4 different teams, Team Kenny, Team Charles, Team Shaq, Team Candace. They play each other, and then the winner plays each other in the championship. Whoever gets to 40 points first. Stupid format. I thought Team Giannis, Team LeBron was stupid. This is even worse than that. So it's like, instead of the NBA getting better, they're getting worse. And they already are the worst sport out of all the major sports. Hell, even wrestling is better. And that's not even considered a sport. So we're 22 laps in. We got the pace car out here. Let's go, baby. But yeah, the Wemby CP3, they thought they pulled a fast one, but they got disqualified. And, I feel bad for the NBA, but, that's what they get. If you're stupid and you're not willing to listen to people and you continue to, drive your product into the ground, then, hey, it gives the rest of us fans that love wrestling, racing, NASCAR, NHL with the Four Nations face-off, it'll give you an opportunity to spend your time watching something that you actually enjoy. So they were all under caution. Oh, really? Wow. The only thing that was good was a slam dunk contest out of everything so far up to this weekend. All right, so we're 23 laps in. We got a couple cars in the pit. Logano, Blaney, Byron, Zane Smith, Austin Cindric, Briscoe, Chastain, Dillon, Bubba Wallace, and Kyle Busch. And it looks like everything is updated on the screen here. Obviously, as you can see to my right, everything above looks like it's updated based on the graph that's above me. The laps are updated, everything with the time lapse, the cautions, the lead changes. Bravo, NASCAR.com. You actually have some employees that are competent, not like at ESPN. Let's go. Boogity, boogity, boogie. Let's go racing, boys, ladies and gents. And I love being able to spend time with my favorite people every day. And again, I know this one has been a long one. Imagine what it feels like on my back right now, having to be able to, talk nonstop for fucking 4 hours, even though I had that nice little 40-minute walk with Paisley, and having to throw up all those photos during the, obviously, rain delay. But I had a lot of fun. We got to meet some new people. We got some new subs. We got to see some amazing photos, past and present, drivers and cars. Again, I want my Sunday to end off on a good note, and I guarantee this is going to be better than the NBA All-Star Game. NBA All-Star Game, 0. This, 10 out of 10. We just got to pray that we don't get any more rain here. Oh, Chase Elliott in 10th. Let's go, baby. So they didn't even really get racing then. They were saying that man says it was just kind of like in a cautionary, period, and then the rain came back again. But what is the news update for me, Odin, with weather? Pace car is in. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Ladies and gents, let's go. Let's go, baby. Logano, Byron, Cindric, Briscoe, Chastain. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. And night racing is my favorite. Like, day racing is cool, but there's something about being under the lights and seeing the sunset and then, having purple and pink skies and then all of a sudden it being just pitch fucking black and then you're just under the lights. It's like so beautiful, man. Like, I wish I was rich where I could actually experience some of this stuff firsthand, like a lot of these fans that are there at Daytona. Again, it's been a long delay, but they're going to get their money's worth here tonight. Let's go. Come on, Chase. Chase up to 7th, baby. Let's go. You know who I'm rooting for. Napa know-how. I need a little bit of Chase, a little bit more Chase, a little Bill and Chase, a little Chase, and some Chase. Let's go. Napa know-how. No worries. Take your time with that. 25 laps in, 26 laps in. I don't think I've ever been happier for a race to get back to green than today. Golly, 4 hours and 53 minutes. Oh, my God. We're going to get 3 wide here, and we're 3 wide. Woo! Oh, Ross Chastain with a brilliant move down into the middle, splitting the gap, but he needs someone to push him from behind. All right, there's Cindric to push him from behind. That was a gutsy move there. Man, I don't know if I mean, again, I already knew this was a jam-packed weekend of wrestling and, hockey and basketball and NASCAR, but I don't know if I've been any happier than I have been right now. I mean, this has been a long fucking day, and being able to see that sunset in the background with that orange and purple and that pink and that blue, beautiful, man. These cars around this super speedway is amazing. Thank God. Kyle Busch to 4th, like Sarah says. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the first year that I watched the full truck race on Friday, the full Xfinity race yesterday, and I'm going to watch the full race here in the NASCAR Cup. You know, I'm definitely committed, and it's been a while. I'd probably say at least 5 years that I've actually watched all 3 over a weekend from beginning to end. Normally, I'll watch a little bit here of the trucks, a little bit there of the Xfinity, but normally I won't commit to like the beginning, the middle, and the end of those. But I did this year, and I loved it. It's just that hype of getting the season started, even though we got Bowman Gray last week and Chase Elliott won that. But, I love racing. 28 laps in, 29 laps in. Man, this is beautiful. I don't watch F1 or IndyCar. But again, there's so many people on the channel that have been telling me how awesome it is. And again, the more you know about a sport and the more you know about the drivers and the sponsorships and the teams, right, the more interested you are. If you don't really know a whole lot, it's not going to be as interesting and kind of hard to jump into. So, I'm not really into those as of today, but maybe, ask me next year and maybe I'll know a little bit more than I know today. But, I don't know enough to get invested in that. And honestly, I follow so many sports. I don't know if I have time to get into IndyCar F1. For me doing WWE, AEW, doing basketball, baseball, football, hockey, all of these things. I just don't know if I have an extra time slot, to add on another thing, like F1 or IndyCar, like, maybe doing it like, on a regular basis. But with that being said, I might be able to tune in for like a race or two, throughout the year, but I'm probably not going to ever be a guy that is going to watch F1 or Indy on a regular basis. Just not, I'm more NASCAR. That's just, some of y'all are going to be F1 like Megan, and, IndyCar, and I'm going to be NASCAR. That's just, now if I watched IndyCar as a kid like NASCAR and F1, I probably would be into it, at this point in time, but I never watched it really, when I was a kid or, even in my early 20s. So, again, it's kind of hard to jump into something, at this particular age, but I will try, to try to get a little bit more educated on those two things. 31 laps in out of 200. Yeah, as long as people give me a reminder on when those races occur, because I don't follow those sports on a regular. As long as you give me an update a couple days before, and then I can tune in, and then maybe we can have a little conversation, based on what I see. Come on, Chase. 3 wide. Give him a push, Cindric. Come on, Chase. Chase in 4th. Let's go. Chase in 3rd. Now in 4th. Let's go. LaJoy, Logano, Byron, Elliott, Dillon, your top 5. Cindric, Allmendinger, Busch, Wallace, and Briscoe. Logano trying to block Busch, but you don't want to get too aggressive blocking because then they could tap the bumper and then your day might be over, especially for a NASCAR champion like Joey Logano. All right, 3-time. You got to be very careful. Yeah, I mean, like the Indy 500, I've seen, some of those back when I was younger, but that might have been the only extent of what my IndyCar racing experience is. I don't think I really have watched a whole lot besides that particular race. All right, we're 33 laps in. All right, I'm going to go check up on my pup here real quick, make sure she's eating her lunch. So give me 1 sec. Looks like Paisley went back to take another nap. She hasn't ate her lunch yet, which is a little concerning. But, I know she's a very routine-oriented animal, just like, as Mia being a routine, human. We have our certain routines on how we wake up and, how we exercise and, how we wake up based off energy drink or coffee or breakfast or exercise, run, walk, whatever it may be. And, if the routine is a little bit off, her eating pattern is a little bit off too, because she likes me to watch her eat and, spend time with her and whatnot. So looks like she'll be getting another good nap in, and then, hopefully she'll end up getting hungry and not need dad to watch her eat. And then we'll go on another long walk after this race is over. Logano, LaJoy, Busch, Elliott, and Byron in your top 5. Briscoe, Cindric, Dillon, Reddick, and Wallace in your top 10. Judah in the building. How are you, man? I think you hopped in while I ended up going and taking Paisley for a walk. I was going to do just like a small 15, 20-minute walk, but I decided to do, my regular like 45-minute walk and found out that I missed 10 laps of racing, but it was just all under caution. It sounds like I didn't really miss anything. And then here I am. Long day, 5 hours and 1 minute so far. And we're only 36 laps in out of 200. So it might be a 7-hour stream, but again, no one can ever question my work ethic or my grind. I mean, again, you don't really enjoy stuff like this when it happens, where you have these rain delays, but it is a part of NASCAR. It's a regular thing. Yeah, Fox is streaming it. There's also other streaming links. Not every streaming link has it. Fox, TSN, Premiere, Sport TV. Again, and if you message me, Chris, if you message me on Instagram or Twitter/X, I can send you a link, but I can't do it here on stream. But Odin actually sent me one, and it's actually a racing link. So, and sometimes it'll have other things other than just racing, because obviously there's certain links that will have, basketball, baseball, football, hockey, but sometimes those don't have racing. But this one that I have that I got from Odin, but it's free. So again, if you want to watch the race with us, or if you just want to watch the race and you got a dip, I can hook you up if you'd like, but you have to message me on socials. And if you look at the bottom of the screen there, at Orion_NWSF or at NW Sports Fanatics. And if you send me a message, I can help you out if you would like. If not, then that's totally fine as well. But doesn't give you any viruses, no computer viruses, no lag really, no issues with it. Just like anything else, you might have to, refresh something at some point, but usually pretty smooth. 39 laps in out of the 200. Love seeing the graph above light up with green, yellow, and green, showing you how far completed we are in the racing here. Yes. My boy Chase in second. Let's go. Logano in first, Chase in second. Napa know how. You know what it is, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Chase. Make your dad proud. Swag. Napa. Let's go. Aha. Let's go, baby. I need a throwback performance just like the Intimidator. Let's go. Chase in second. Let's go. Chasing first. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Chase. Let's go. Oh man, this is what I've been waiting for all weekend. Let's go. Just the dominance that he had at Bowman Gray. Let's go, baby. Napa know how. Won the championship in 2020. Obviously had that skiing, snowboarding, winter activity accident, ruined his season a couple years ago. Last year had a lot of good top 5 and top 10 finishes for consistency, but didn't hit the winner's circle enough. Again, when you only win like once or twice, I know for some people, they may not win once or twice a whole career, but when you're as good as Chase Elliott, a guy that can win 5 to 10 races in a season when everything is clicking, I'm hoping that this will be one of those years that we can get, Chase in the winner's circle, at least a minimum of 2, but I'm really hoping something closer to like 4 or 5 or higher if possible. But again, when you're racing with guys as talented as Joey Logano and guys on your own team in Hendrick with Alex Bowman, William Byron, and Kyle Larson, Larson's kind of had the better of him, up to this year. Won a lot of races, even though he wasn't able to participate at the very end. Larson is a guy that can win double-digit races in a season, and he's obviously done that. But nice to be able to see Logano, Busch, Byron, Briscoe, and Elliott go at it. Now Chase going down to 5th. Oh, man, if I wouldn't, yeah. Well, I only left because I looked at the weather report with Odin. If I was missing the action right now, I would not, I would not be in a good mood, especially waiting for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, I waited as long as I possibly could before my back was about to give out. And, I figured, watching the race for 10 minutes, entertaining people for 3 hours and 30 minutes, I needed a break. And Paisley got some good exercise. I got some fresh air. I didn't get rained on. We just missed the rain here in Oregon, and we're back to green flag racing. So I'm in heaven right now. I mean, obviously it'd be better if Chase was still in first, not dropping down from first to third to 5th to now 7th. But again, we obviously know how racing goes. It's definitely difficult to stay up front all the time. A lot of good competitors. Cindric's in 7th. And you can look here on the board here next to me. Everything is updated and pretty accurate based on, again, Bowman Gray, they had problems. It wasn't updating at all. But today, everything is updated perfectly. Yeah, no, the race started. We got 10 laps, and then they had a 3 hour and 30 minute delay. And then, obviously, then it just got going. And then they got started up for 10 laps under caution, rained again. And then now we're, green flag racing finally. So, I mean, obviously, if you look at the time in the corner, I've been online for 5 hours and 8 minutes. So, Judah, I'm normally not on, that long. I remember for some Mariner streams and previous NASCAR streams, I've broken the 5 hour mark, but it definitely is not something common on this channel to be streaming more than 5 hours on a single stream. Usually 2.5 to 3.5 hours is kind of the regular, sometimes 2 hours, but 5 hours. And, obviously by the time this race ends, we're probably going to be looking at 7 hours. So, yeah. Well, yeah, technically second race, but the first race for points. Last week they had Bowman Gray and Chase Elliott won that, and that was only 2 hours and 30 minutes on the stream. So, but this is the first race for points. But they did do a Bowman Gray race, kind of, exhibition style. But it was a race, and Chase Elliott won that. But that one was perfect for me. Chase Elliott won, and my back didn't hurt, and it was only 2 hours and 30 minutes. All right, Chase back into second place. Now into third place. Let's go. And we had over 2,000 people, obviously once we hit the algorithm. And I know some people think, Orion always talks about getting to 20 likes quick so we can hit the algorithm. It's not going to happen. It did today again. And it's happened pretty frequently in the last 6 months here. It's not going to happen every stream. But again, it is really important to get the comments in, the shares in, the donos in, if possible. And then obviously the faster that we can accumulate 20 likes, that will hit you into the algorithm. And then once you get into the algorithm, you can go from 20 people in the room to 50 to 150 to 500 to 1,000 to 2,000. And we broke over 2,000, earlier on. So, and then I entertained everyone with photos for a couple hours and whatnot. So 47 laps in out of 200. Chase falling back. Come on, baby. Biggest movers. Look at Allgaier, Dale Jr.'s driver, plus 20. Wow. Stenhouse plus 14. Zane Smith plus 13. Yeah, I think Denny Hamlin's kind of like Joey Logano, except that he doesn't have the credentials. I feel like Denny is a pretty good, driver, pretty consistent, but not a lot of fans, I think, really appreciate him. I think they understand that he's a good driver, but I don't think there's a lot of people that have him as their favorite driver. And Hamlin will get into the mix of things of wrecking your favorite driver, and that might have something to do with it as well. So. Oh, big three wide. And again, once you actually get green flag racing going, you start to accumulate these laps pretty quickly. And we got about, 16 laps before stage one ends to get to 65. And this is only a 200-lap race, 500 miles. Could you imagine if it was 500 laps? God, we'd be here until fucking next week. But at least that the rain stopped. We're under the lights, and we're starting to actually accumulate some good lap times. We're 50 laps in out of 200. We're a quarter of the way of the race. It only took us 5 hours and 12 minutes to get a quarter of the way through. But I'm not bitching. I'm not complaining. I'm happy. But 3 hour and 30-minute delay for rain is extreme. Normally it doesn't take that long, but at least we're racing, and that makes me happy. Logano, Byron, Hamlin, Busch, and Wallace. Bubba, top five. Big Bad Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Corey LaJoie, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Tyler Reddick in your top 10. And NASCAR.com does such a much better job than ESPN. You're not going to get anything close to looking as good as this with all the stats. And for a lot of us that are nerds that love stats, I mean, this is like a nerd's wet dream right here. I mean, I got all the information that I need right here on top of seeing some of the similar information on the broadcast as well. I love it. Yeah, Kyle ended up switching teams. If you remember, he was with the M&M car. And so things have changed, yes. See, Nat Man's on it right there for you. Yeah, 18 M&Ms. God, under the lights. And it was really cool to be able to see the sunset with those pink and purple and blues. Again, we got to see a few laps like that, and now it is pitch black under the lights. It's definitely my favorite. I don't mind off-road. I don't mind, races during the day, but there's just some kind of like mystique. There's some kind of very weird aura and vibe for night racing. And if I ever get a chance to make enough money to go to a race, I would love to go to a night race first before any other time, if possible. Or at least a race that ends at night. Maybe starts during the day and then ends at night, if possible, kind of like this one. I don't think I would want to be sitting in the stands for 3.5 hours waiting for the rain to stop, but they're definitely going to get their money's worth here, especially if we don't have any more rain the rest of the night. 53 laps in. Let's go. You don't have another device that you can watch on besides your phone? You don't have another computer or tablet or TV that you can end up watching one on the phone and then one on another device? We got to get Odin another device so that way he can watch us here and hang out with us and also participate on that as well. William Clyde Elliott II. I love it. Amazon Fire Stick. Yeah. And Odin, you definitely came up in the clutch. With the link, from before that you sent for racing, because I've noticed they decided to add other things to it as well, which is pretty cool. So again, normally, it was just like, racing activities, but sometimes you'll see NHL stuff on there, like the Four Nations Face-Off. Every once in a while, they'll have like an NBA thing, and, they have F1 on there, but it's primarily a racing link, but they've definitely added some things on there, which is good, because if you normally use some of those other streaming links, sometimes, they're not reliable, where you're trying to watch an event and it just kind of craps out. But I have noticed that this one that you gave to me last year has been fantastic as like an alternate, from some of those other ones. And then obviously it's the primary racing one, and it's money. It is fucking perfect. Here, I'll message you. I sent it to you. This one. That one is fucking insane, dude. Like, again, there's so many out there, right? There's so many out there that are just kind of crap out. And obviously there's been a few that have gotten shut down, that have been the best ones. There was 2 that got shut down at the beginning of the year that were like the best. right? And those ones, got shut down by the single owner of both of those. And then, people had to kind of go to some of these other ones, like backup ones. And sometimes they're reliable, sometimes not. The worst thing is having to refresh, or, things buffer. There's nothing more annoying than trying to watch something and you're hitting refresh 10 times, in a short period of time, or it just freezes and then you got to open up another link or another alternate link. It just sucks. But this one is good. Okay. Okay, Chris, I see you. I'm going to follow you back. And this is something that you can use forever. Okay. Give me a sec here, Chris. You're welcome. There you go. Now your life will be changed forever. And I'm serious. This one is not well known. This is like a secret one. And again, that one is definitely probably the least known out of all like streaming links. That one is it's for racing specifically, but every once in a while you'll see like NHL and NBA and other things on it. But it's primarily for racing, and it is amazing. Awesome, man. I got you. Enjoy. 7 to go, 6 to go until we get into stage 1 caution here. Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse, Bell in your top 5. Bowman, Suarez, Eric Jones, Reddick, and Todd Gilliland. Yeah, HBO Max, yes. But it's only not the main broadcast. It's only in car. So again, if you want to actually watch the broadcast itself, I think you have to still stick to like a link or like Fox or whatever it's on, and then later in the season on NBC. But if you want to get inside the car, that is the only way that you can watch that for your favorite driver throughout the whole race. But then you have to pay whatever it costs per month. I don't know if it's $10 a month for that HBO Max or whatever. So I was kind of considering, maybe subscribing to it for like a month to see how good it is. But, kind of depends on what, the Dono situation looks like for me to do that, because I got to make sure I take care of my main bills and taking care of Paisley and myself rather than, splurging on like an HBO Max. So, but I mean, I did subscribe to Showtime for just Dexter Original Sin, and I subscribed to that for an additional $10 a month for 2 months. But again, that show is one of my favorites. So, and it just ended. So, it takes a lot for me to kind of go out of my way. It's like you got to have something really special for me to, spend $10 extra on top of all the other money that I'm already spending, for something. But Dexter Original Sin was definitely worth it. 3 laps to go here until we get into stage 1 caution. Yeah. I mean, luckily I have T-Mobile, and if anyone has T-Mobile and you sign into your T-Mobile account and online, you actually get Netflix for free. And you get Apple TV Plus for free. And I didn't know that for a long time. And obviously signed up through the online account on the app on my phone. And now for a few months, I've been able to have Netflix for free throughout my provider on top of Apple TV Plus. Right. And right now I pay for Hulu. I pay for Peacock for WWE. And I have Disney Plus, but I have pretty much almost everything, but some of the extra stuff I don't. Like I don't have Paramount Plus right now, but once in a while I'll subscribe to something like that. Showtime, HBO, Paramount Plus, Amazon Prime. Prime I used to have for The Boys, But then once I finished that, then I canceled it because that was really the only thing worth watching. But on Prime, it does give you an option to watch free things on there, and I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Transformers. Oh, we got a wreck. Caution. But after you cancel your Prime account, you're able to watch other things on Freevee, like Transformer channel, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle channel, and some of these other channels that offer like Saved by the Bell, Alf, Perfect Strangers, Unsolved Mysteries, things like that. So that's kind of cool. Caution is out. I know. Are we surprised? Nat Man, we're not. We're not surprised that Hamlin caused the wreck. I mean, what's new? It seems like he's always in the mix for a wreck, and he loves wrecking people. I know Chase isn't too fond of Denny. Chase and Denny have gotten into it in the past. But hell, Denny has gotten into it with a lot of people over the years. Let me see the broken right rear right here. And anytime someone checks up on the brakes when these guys are going full throttle, that's all it takes. And then you spin out, you cause the person behind you to spin out, and then that person collides into another driver that ends up hitting the wall, and it's like a domino effect. One car hitting another, it might not end right there. Typically, once you have one car hit another, it might end up leading to 2, 3, 4, or more additional cars getting caught up in the mix. And they're actually lucky that was only a few cars involved. Yes, you're reading my mind, bro. You're reading my mind, exactly. You're on it, bro. Ducks versus Rutgers, nice. I haven't watched a lot of Ducks basketball. I used to watch it when Luke Rittenauer and Luke Jackson, like in the late 90s, early 2000s. But I did, obviously watch, the March Madness tourney, and we ended up doing a couple Duck streams, but again, I'll do Duck football, but I only watch Duck basketball, I would say probably 5 games a year. And then some of those games might be in the tourney. So I don't really watch a whole lot. Couple during the regular season, to kind of see how they look. One in the beginning, one in the middle, one maybe right before March Madness. And then if they're in the tourney, I'll watch them in the tourney. But thank you for the update. I appreciate that. Anything Oregon Ducks, I'm always obviously going to tune in. So. And all the snow is melted here in Oregon, but I know some of y'all in the Midwest are getting the blizzard and the flurries, and some of y'all on the East Coast are getting the blizzard and the flurries. But our, snow that we get like once a year, I don't know if we're going to get any more. Usually we get snow for a day or two, 1 to 3 inches, and then it's gone. And at least me and Paisley got a chance to, get into it. But the last time that we had snow in Oregon was last February, around the same time of year. So I don't really know why Oregon doesn't typically get snow during Christmas or in January, but I know a lot of y'all get much more than us. But I did have fun. Paisley loves the snow. And we definitely went on some fun adventures together. So, yeah, it sounds like I wouldn't mind having a little bit more of some of your guys' excess snow. And for y'all that live in the Midwest and the East Coast, you're like, Orion, take our snow. We hate this. It's like when you guys get snow, you guys get as much snow in one night than I get in like 3 years. Once every maybe 5 to 10 years, we'll have like maybe 5 to 8 inches. And that's a lot for us out here. But some of y'all will get 5 to 8 inches overnight. So I couldn't even imagine how you guys live in those kind of conditions. But again, I love watching shows on like Discovery and History, like Life Below Zero, and seeing people live that kind of life in the snow. But man, you guys really get a lot. And I'm a little jealous. I'll be honest. I wouldn't mind to have a little bit more, but I wouldn't want as much that you guys get. You guys get a little bit too much, but I definitely wouldn't mind having a couple more extra days of snow so that way Paisley could enjoy it with me. Yes, I ended up seeing that number 1 versus number 2. Pretty cool. Normally you don't see Auburn and Bama, being at the top. The last couple years, they've been kind of getting better and better, but it's no longer the days of Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky, from back in the day. You're definitely seeing new teams, and even Kansas has kind of fell down into the rankings a little bit as well. I always try to watch a little bit of everything. Obviously we're not average here. We're fanatics, right? So it's my responsibility to keep up with as many things as possible, even if that doesn't mean watching, the game from beginning to end, but at least, looking at the box score, checking out some highlights, and if it's on, watching maybe a little bit to get a gauge of what's going on. So, yeah. Wow, LeBron not playing. Wow, really? That's terrible. Well, again, this is going to be the worst NBA All-Star weekend of all time. And that's not me being a hater. It's just me watching the Rising Stars, watching yesterday, and then the way that the court, like normally the Golden State Warriors have a great fan base, arguably the best in the NBA. A lot of bandwagon fans, rooting for Curry, and Clay obviously is out of there now, and they still got Draymond, but it's not really the same anymore, right? They already won their championships, and things are a little bit different, but, it was very, very quiet, and again, I don't like the court being all like yellow. It's kind of distracting. It's not a good look, and again, terrible format, based on this whole weekend for the NBA, but for people that love the NHL and NASCAR, at least that, we don't even have to watch that, because again, if we are a fanatic, sometimes we're forced to kind of tune in to things that we might not, be our favorite, but we're going to tune in just to see. But sad that the NBA has really hit rock bottom. We thought they were already in rock bottom, but after this All-Star weekend, it's really rock bottom. I mean, WWE NXT Vengeance Day, awesome. NASCAR, Daytona 500, besides the rain delay, awesome, right? The Four Nations face-off, awesome, right? NBA, shit, it's one that doesn't belong. And again, if they were just smart enough to listen to fans, to go back to the old format, it still would suck, but at least you would get some of the OGs back, rookies versus sophomores, right? Having better participants on NBA Saturday night, and then going back to Eastern-Western Conference and not having a player draft the team. Team Giannis, Team LeBron, or having, Charles Barkley and Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaq and Candace Parker pick the teams. Who the hell thought that would be a good idea? Stupid. Even the kids aren't going to get into it, and that's who they're catering to now. Terrible. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm not the only one enjoying the Four Nations. Every fan of Finland, Sweden, Canada, USA, and you're even getting casuals, and you're even getting people that don't even give a shit about the NHL, right? They don't even give a crap about hockey, and they're invested. So it's cool. Another notch on the NHL's belt to say, hey, we're better than the NBA. NBA, might get better ratings on certain games here and there, but we all know who's got a better product. And that's definitely the NHL. NHL is better. WWE is better. NBA, you're not on the NFL level. You're not on the college football level. I mean, hell, even college basketball is better than the NBA. Like, literally, the NBA is dead last. Like, and we got March Madness coming up, but again, you got these guys that have egos, right? That these guys are soft. They end up having a hangnail. They don't want to play in a back-to-back. Load management. They're weak, and again, they're lazy. They don't put out a good product. They're losing money, every single year. And, I wish I could say I feel sorry for them, but they did it to themselves. Crank it up, baby. Crank it up in the 90s used to be the best, and the early 2000s. I remember having a Bose surround sound system, and my neighbors would get pissed. I mean, I would have that up, at -20, which would be just shaking the whole fucking house on that Bose system. Nothing better than hearing those cars in surround sound. That and like machine guns going off if you're watching like an action, movie and whatnot. Back on the DVDs back in the day when I had one of those big Sony TVs, 53-inch, right out of high school. that had the big butt in the back. Remember those big ass TVs before flat screens? Oh, I had one of those. Heavy as hell. Logano, Dillon, Blaney, Custer up in the top 4, and Ty Dillon in the 5. Haley, Suarez, Bowman, Stenhouse, and Wallace in your top 10. Yeah, I saw that. Bose is undefeated. Man, they make some amazing products. Well, also, too, I didn't realize that the Four Nations, face-off was going to take over the NHL All-Star Game. I just thought it was some random, like mini tournament that they threw in there. I know that was going to replace the All-Star Game, and based on, the results that we've been getting, maybe they should do this format moving forward and just scrap the NHL All-Star Game and then do tournaments like this, because obviously it's suited obviously for this particular NHL in a better way. And I think some NHL fans were starting to feel like, the NHL All-Star festivities were getting a little stale. But again, it still was second best to the MLB. The Pro Bowl, garbage. NBA All-Star Weekend, garbage. NHL All-Star is good, but the Four Nations face-off is amazing, takes it to a whole nother level. And then obviously the best, in my opinion, is the Home Run Derby and the MLB All-Star Game, because they actually try. And NHL tries as well, but I feel like, to me, the MLB All-Star Game and the NHL are the two best, and it's not even close. But again, if they end up, going away, and doing more tournament style, especially after seeing what USA and Canada put on a show last night, man, they definitely gained some more fans just based off that Team USA, Team Canada matchup last night. And of course, you're just going to get people talking shit online too, and whatnot. But tournament's going to end up moving tomorrow to Boston, and we'll see, how the American fans react. I don't think we really need to boo the Canada national anthem like they booed us, and whatnot, and cut off the microphone for, one of our, ambassadors and whatnot. We don't, we're not petty like that, but, we'll see what happens. Of course, there's going to be some drunk Americans, that will be out of pocket, that will not represent the U.S. in the proper way, but I imagine there'll be some, boos. But again, I don't think that we need to really stoop down to that level, and we'll see what happens. But definitely excited, and, hopefully we get a USA-Canada rematch in the championship. That's what I'm hoping for. All right, we're in stage 2, baby. I can't believe it. I'm actually saying it. We're in stage 2. Heck yeah. 69 laps in out of 200. And even though it's been an incredibly long day, I'm trying to push through. And obviously going for that long walk with Paisley got me a little bit rejuvenated and re-energized a little bit, so to speak. Logano, Bush, Elliott, Keselowski, Blaney. You can never have Blaney out of the picture. Blaney has been a masterclass of his own. Him and Joey Logano have really taken, their skill set into a whole nother level these last few years. You're always going to have Team Hendrick with Byron and Larson and obviously Chase Elliott in the mix. But Joey Logano and Blaney, man, have been really special lately. Logano's got the 3 championships. Blaney almost went back-to-back. And it's cool to hear that Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace are best friends. I never knew. I knew that he was close with Blaney, but I never knew that they were all that tight. That they were. And again, I watched an interview last night going over, if you could be teammates with people that you're not teammates with, who would you be teammates with? And you kind of got to see about 12 to 13 drivers, express who they would like to be able to be paired up with. The Kyles wanted to be paired up, Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. So obviously they have a connection with the Chevys, but kind of cool to be able to see, who's friends and, who are rivals and whatnot. I always like seeing those kind of behind the scenes interviews with these drivers to learn more about their, personal life and whatnot. Uh-oh. 40 in the 8. 70 laps in. 130 to go. Sarah says, big wreck. And you know there's going to be some big wrecks here tonight. I mean, there was a huge wreck on the last lap in the trucks and the Xfinity. Don't be surprised if we have a trifecta and have a massive wreck on the last lap in this race too. It's pretty common for Daytona. Oh my God. Wow, look at that. That's what Daytona is known for. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at the names. Oh. Chastain, Truex Jr., Castroneves, Jimmy always gets caught up in the mix now since he's like an old school driver now. You know, he's not in the same championship conversation, but oh God, look at Ross's car. Oh. I mean, this is what Daytona is known for. When you have a wreck, you know, you might get a minor wreck that's got like 5 cars, you know, or less. But when you end up getting kind of the bigger ones, then it typically goes to like 8 to 12 cars, and you know, it's like dominoes, bang bong, bing bong, like a, you know, like you're playing at the arcade. Bing bong. Oh my gosh. Smoke everywhere, people spinning out, one collision into the next, people losing control, bouncing off the wall, bouncing off each other. It's just like watching you know, someone play pinball professionally. Oh, he hit the rear end, he hit the rear end, he went up the track. Oh my God, Ross went up the track, and then that was all she wrote. Now he's slamming on the brakes. And again, when you slam on the brakes after, you know, you've already gotten hit, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? You're just going to cause more havoc. Wow. Oh, and as soon as people start breaking up, you know, all it takes is one driver to break up when you're going 180, and then it's a domino effect. Holy cow. Oh, Ross. Oh. And then once you go sideways, good night. Hang on for dear life. And again, once you start going sideways and all those other cars are around you, you know, even as good of a driver as these guys are, sometimes there's no going around it. You're going to get hit by somebody. Cars are too long, too fast, too many cars compacted close to each other. How many total cars were in that wreck right there? Yeah, a problem with Logano's. Something blew up with his car, and he had the best car up to that point. Yeah, that's what they were saying, right? Yeah, too bad. You know, it's must-see TV. But even when they end up going to the All-Star format, it's still better than all the other sports besides baseball. So I always tune into the NHL All-Star game and the MLB for sure. Castroneves is like, I didn't sign up for this. As he's going 360 sideways. Wow, big pile up. Schrader. True. All right, so let's see how it all shakes out. So now we have Bowman Bubba, Reddick, Jason fourth. I like that. And Christopher Bell. You just got to pray that you don't get caught up in it. And then you got Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney, Busher, Logano, and Suarez. How was Logano in ninth? Like, sub, donate, comment, share if you haven't smashed that like button yet. Obviously, he pitted. I was going to say how. I was like, that makes sense. But where are we at right now? We're at 33, so 7 more to 40. So if you are in the room and haven't done it yet, I know we get kind of distracted talking with each other, looking at the stat pages, looking at the race and whatnot. We're at 34 now, 6 more to 40, 16 more to 50 for the goal. Yeah, I was going to say they got to look to see what's broken in Joey's car. Something's off. I love seeing Chase in fourth. As soon as I say that, he goes down to fifth and now sixth. Come on, Chase. Come on, baby. Napa, no. Ow. Beautiful. Swaggy. Father, son. Swag. Napa. Forever. Let's go. It's amazing to have something fun to look forward to since the NFL and college football are over. You know, I love being able to have something to look forward to, you know, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know, obviously I got a lot of shows that I love to keep up with, you know, but again, you always want to make sure, you know, in this crazy world that we live in, that you always are giving yourself something exciting to look forward to. Keeping your mental health, you know, on the up and up. Exercise and diet are going to be the number one way to keep your mental health good and keep it content, you know, but also, you know, making sure you have things to look forward to really can, you know, be the difference between having a shitty day and an amazing day. Even if you have to sit in a chair for 3.5 hours during a fucking rain delay, I'm okay. I'm happy. I'm here. 75 laps in out of 200. Yeah, safe place in the fucking back. And way in the back. You know, even if that means you're in 20th place or further back, but that's the best safe place to be at is in the back. You know, especially, but you can't be too far back. You know, because again, if you're trying to win the race, you know that big wreck is coming, but you got to be able to be, you know, hopefully in that lucky area, you know, whether that be, you know, 11th place or 17th place or 20th place, then the big wreck happens, then boom, you get to go from 20th to 4th, and then you might be able to have a run late, but definitely being further back, but you can't be too far back. You know, if you're too far back, then you're going to finish, you know, somewhere between 10th and 15th. But if you're in the sweet spot, right, you might be able to go from 15th and then go all the way up to like 3rd or 4th, have a good run in the last 5 or 10 laps, and then boom, shakalaka, you're in the winner's circle. Blaney, Busher, Suarez, Stenhouse, Cindric, Priest, Gregson, McDowell, a former Daytona 500 winner, Bubba Wallace, and Chase Briscoe. Bubba has actually gotten quite a bit better in the last few years as well, if you've noticed. You know, he was always a guy that, you know, he was out there, kind of like a Denny Hamlin, but, you know, maybe didn't really win as much, you know, but they were out there and you noticed them. But as of late, Bubba has definitely gotten better, you know, in racing. There we go. Joey back on. I like that. Did it blow up again? He said it's not right. Something's off. Oh, yeah, Inside the Car. Are you watching it on HBO Max or Cinemax or HBO Max? Are you watching it right now, Judah? Inside the Car? I wish I had extra money to be able to watch it on that as well, so that way I could watch Inside the Car on my TV, and then I can watch the race on my computer, the actual race itself, and then obviously I'm streaming here watching. But it would be cool to be able to have multiple screens up, so I can kind of just look over and then I could see. Because obviously, if I'm watching, I'm just going to be watching Chase, inside the car. That's why I would sign up for that. But I imagine it's cool being able to see all the different mechanics inside the car and whatnot. And, usually we get a little preview of it on the regular broadcast, but it's going to look probably a lot better, through the HBO Max, inside the car cam for the drivers. So what other cool features does it have on the HBO Max? I'm kind of intrigued. I might end up subscribing to it before the season ends. But besides being inside the car, do they have different graphics that you see on the screen? What other cool features are you noticing on there? Split screen with 4 cars. Okay, that's kind of cool. And then you can hear the audio with them in the car, obviously, as well, right? Can you hear them talking with their crew chief? And obviously you can hear the car, driving on the track. But what other cool features does it have on there? Oh, no talking? Shit. See, I would love the talking part on top of that too. And they don't talk a lot. It's definitely here and there. Usually when they're about to go into the pit or. But they're focused on driving. You're not going to see a guy just talking nonstop. Green flag racing, 77 laps in. I mean, if it had the talking, that might be the thing that would get me to be able to subscribe and stuff. But it sounds cool, and I can always probably do a trial of it. I don't know if they give you the first month for free or whatnot, or maybe I just sign up for it for a month, and try to watch 4 races with it, one each weekend, and then see if it's worth it after that. In F1, yeah, I don't know, just listening to the communications and how they talk with their team is interesting. Some are hot-headed, some are kind of calm, cool, and collected, and you get to definitely see kind of the personalities come out. And obviously some guys can be a maniac in the car and be a really nice guy outside of the car too. We've seen that too. Cindric, Gregson, Priest, McDowell, Busher. We haven't seen this top 5 in a while. Chase at 6, baby. Reddick in 7th, Blaney in 8th, Gilliland in 9th, and Alex Bowman for Hendrick Motorsports in 10th, now 11th. See, I thought you could do the talking because I read a report early that said that the talking was there. You just have to click on a certain button to allow it. There you go. See, I'm helping you out to enjoy it. There you go. I'm not going to know everything. I'm not going to be right all the time, but again, I do read a lot. I do watch a lot of film. I do try to keep up on a lot of the things, and I want to make sure that you have the best experience since you have it. So yeah, so you got to get out of the split screen, go individual, and then you should be able to get more intimate with the whole, broadcast by one single driver. Because that's kind of the reason why people get it, is that they want to be able to listen to their favorite driver. They give you the quad option, but I think that most people that sign up for that they're trying to do it for their favorite driver or, favorite 2 drivers or whatnot. Cool, man. I'm excited for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard Dale Jr. had some questionable habits before he met his wife. He would stay up all night and drink AMP energy drinks, eat 1 meal a day at 2 p.m., and then he would just play VR and just do racing all day and all night. You know, and house wasn't really the cleanest, you know, with the food and whatnot. But obviously, you know, I ended up meeting his wife, and some of those patterns have changed. He still does a lot of, you know, racing, you know, on like the video game side and whatnot, but other things have changed in his life. But he had a pretty wild pattern for a while, Dale Jr. But again, if you're single and, you know, you don't have a significant other, I mean, I guess you can live your life the way, any way that you want. But he definitely was living a gamer lifestyle. 3 wide. Yes, exactly. Yeah, do it for me, bro. Radio chatter is the best, dude. You get to hear, obviously, the pit crew, the spotter, the crew chief, the driver, you know. And again, that's not something that you normally get to hear on a regular broadcast since you have the announcers and whatnot. And everyone's got their preference if they like Fox or if they like NBC, you know, obviously later in the year. But I was impressed with CW. Highly recommend anyone that's a fan to watch the Xfinity series at least once and see how they do their format for CW. I was impressed. Instead of doing all the stuff on the side like they have here with the Goodyear and all the drivers, it's on the bottom. It looks a little bit cleaner. Heck yeah. Judah's, I'm living vicariously through Judah right now. He's in the chase car on HBO Max. Hell yeah. Jason 7th. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I mean, going 180, 200 miles an hour. Oh, got a little bit of a bump. Cindric. Yeah, definitely didn't look friendly there. Aggressive bump by the 71. 3 wide. Really? Heck yeah. That's sweet. Now, see, I'm just trying to open up and make sure you're looking at all the options on there. Make sure you're clicking all the buttons. You never know what other new features that they have added other than the article that I read and some of the video I saw. So I imagine, you know, there's going to be all these cool little things, but you just have to experiment with your remote based on the app itself or, you know, what you're watching on HBO Max. So there's Martin Truex Jr.'s night is done. That's unfortunate, as Sarah mentioned. Dude, please do. Please do. I would love to see what it looks like, man. And honestly, I'm such a hardcore fan. I probably will end up, and I ended up canceling like my Showtime, you know, extra add-on that was $10 a month because I ordered it just for Dexter Original Sin. I just canceled it, and I have it for another, you know, until like March. You know, because I obviously ended it on the cycle. You know, but I paid $10 a month for 2 months for 10 episodes to be able to watch that show. So, I mean, I guess I do have an opening to, you know, spend another $10 a month, I guess. But I guess it depends on what's going to be the most, you know, worth it to me. You know, Amazon Prime. You know, is it HBO Max? Is it Showtime? Like, what's going to be the add-on that will be the most beneficial for me? Oh, Toto curses in German and Austrian? No way. Really? That's sweet. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with not being married and not having any kids. You know, for me, shit. Like, you know, I'm 42, right? I've never been married. I don't got no kids. You know, like I said, everyone's journey is a little bit different. You know, I mean, I got Paisley Pup and I'm a dog father, but that's it. 33 cars on the lead lap. 84 laps in out of 200. Judah says, dude, you might have to get this. I think I'm let me see what it looks like. Oh, that looks cool. Dude. Oh my gosh. I would love to have that in the background on my TV. I'm going to have to give Judah 3 100 emojis. Cool. The back window. Oh my gosh, I'm jealous right now. A good thing Dexter Original Sin just ended because, again, I guess I do have an opening, and I'm lucky enough to get Netflix and Apple Plus TV included in my cell phone package through T-Mobile. Anyone that's got T-Mobile, make sure you open up your online account through your phone, and then you get Netflix and Apple TV Plus for free. And even on some plans, you even get Hulu for free too. Yeah, I mean, the reason that I would want to get it is the in-car view, the chatter, and then obviously, all the different camera angles, and the fact that you can do the quad is kind of cool. But the main reason I would get it is just for Chase Elliott, just to get inside the car. To get a little bit more intimate with what they're saying out there. Race off pit road. Here we go, Chase. Oh, nice. Nice. Who's your favorite drummer? Do you got a favorite band? I mean, usually for me, it's like if I'm going to listen to something that's like not hip hop, normally I'll go like Green Day or like Nirvana or Metallica or Guns N' Roses. It kind of just depends on my mood and whatnot, what I want to listen to. And oh, damn it. That stinks. Queen. Yeah, fantastic. How many accounts are you allowed to have on the HBO Max? I wonder if I can like have the HBO Max, and then I can. I was gonna say if there would be a way for me to be able to pass that along to like Odin or something like that, but I guess it might be a little bit different. Because I would have to go through like my Hulu account and then do the add-on through HBO that way, I would assume. So, hooked up your PS4 to the mini projector. Oh, that's tough. You might just have to end up at some point or another, maybe trying to go and get like a used tablet, like at like a pawn shop or something. Like if you can get like a used tablet at a pawn shop or something for pretty cheap, once you get kind of on your feet and everything. I know with your injury and whatnot, but if you can end up getting like a used tablet, there, or like on one of the kind of local places where you can end up buying something like that, and get a tablet for like $75 or $100, and then boom shakalaka. Then you can use the tablet and your phone. You can hang out with us, watch the race, and then all your problems will be taken care of. So, but I think getting a new tablet, you don't need to get a new one. All you need is something that just fucking works. Hell, if it's got a couple scratches on it, who cares? Get a tablet for $50 to $100, use, boom. Just something else so that way you don't have these issues. Because we love being able to spend time with you, Odin. I'm just throwing ideas out there for you, because I mean, if I was in your position, I think that's what I would do. Just try to find. You don't even need to go to eBay. You go Facebook Marketplace. But if you want to make sure you get one that actually works, probably going to a pawn shop locally in New York. I imagine you could probably find one, like an older model, for pretty cheap that will work amazing. So, $50 to $100, boom shakalaka, pretty good screen. Not the biggest screen, but you don't need a big screen. You just need something that works. Yeah, I got you. Or a cheap laptop. Yeah, that too. Oh, we're just grinding here, just hanging out, just a casual 6-hour stream. Oh, hell yeah, dude! I'm so jealous right now. You're making me want to fucking sign up for this thing. All right, let me go. Let me check on Paisley here real quick. Let's go, Chase. Oh, Cindric, Gregson, and my boy Napa Know How. Getting in that clean air, baby. Blaney and Elliott, baby. Cindric leading 10 laps out of 88. I see you. Austin. Cindric. Oh, Michael McDowell. Previous Daytona 500 winner. And again, I want to see them highlight Fords and Chevys. You know, they ended up doing that a lot in the trucks, as well as in the Xfinity series. And again, you know, it's nice to be able to see like where the Toyotas line up, where the Fords line up, as well as the Chevys. So that way, if there's a particular manufacturer that's got like 5 guys out of like 8 that are Ford or Chevy or Toyota, you know, you kind of want to see who's working together. And I feel that is something that they need to add to the broadcast. You know, just watching here on Fox, you know, CW did it. You know, and again, I was really shocked on how good the broadcast was for CW. That was one of my first races on CW for Xfinity, and I think the format, based on how it looks, is better than this. You know, having it on the bottom with the graphics is a little bit cooler than having it on the left. I think Fox was undefeated back when they used to do broadcasts in the 90s and the 2000s. You know, with the Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Dale Jr. era. You know, I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's just kind of normal looking, you know. But I guess I can't complain. At least it's not as bad as like the Super Bowl ticker that we ended up having, which looked like a kid made it, you know, so I can't complain. I mean, the ticker is always going to be pretty cool, but again, placement of things is important and whatnot. And I think at the bottom of the screen, it looks pretty slick. Four split screen is miles per hour. If I was going to do 4 in the split screen, you could do like teams. So you could do like all of Hendrick Motorsports. You could do like, you know, Bowman, right? You can end up doing Chase Elliott. You can end up doing Kyle Larson, William Byron, and then you can have all 4 on the team on the screen at once. That would be cool. You know, or you could do your 4 favorite drivers, not necessarily all on the same team. See, I'm always thinking outside the box, you know, if you're going to be able to have something like that. 93 laps in, we're almost halfway. As you see the graph above with a bunch of green and yellow, we're getting close of that graph bar getting complete halfway. So what's your favorite feature so far, Judah, on it? Oh, really? Oh, I would love to be able to pick it myself. I would like to be able to see the camera like from the driver perspective, though. You know, like a camera through his helmet. You know, so that way I can actually see the RPMs and I can see all of the, you know, all of the gauges and whatnot. Because it looks like from the camera, based on the screenshots that you're showing me, the camera is on the right, like on the passenger seat. I would like to be able to see the camera from the point of view of the driver. Like, you know, a camera that is like inside the eyes of Chase Elliott. You know, that's what I know that's asking a lot, but you know, but it would be kind of cool to be able to have a camera inside of the helmet of the driver, or if they had some kind of like glasses that they were wearing that you could actually see through their eyes and, you know, through the driver's perspective. So I could see all the gauges and all the other things right there, but still it looks very cool. You should click on some of the other cameras to see if there's any that are through like the driver perspective. If you ever get a chance there. Yeah, send me the 4 split screen. I'd love to see how that is formatted and looks. And then obviously you can click on one of the 4 boxes to hear the audio, I would assume, or maybe it doesn't allow you to choose one for the audio. Gregson, Cindric, McDowell, Chase Elliott, and Gilliland in your top 5. Napa, no how. And then we got Priest, Blaney, Bowman, Dillon, and John Hunter Nemechek. Oh, gosh. I'm trying to remember what it was because that's why I brought it up. I don't know if it was from Fox or NBC. I want to say NBC because it was later in the year, but I could be wrong. I don't know. $96 laps in, 35 to go for stage 2. 32 now. 32 to go for stage 2. 33. 35 to go. Four cautions, 24 lead changes, 29 caution laps. 32. Okay. Fan voted, really? Hamlin, Gibbs, Larson, and Reddick. Interesting. Yeah, I might have to sign up for it for a month and just see if it's worth it because I probably won't be able to keep it for the whole year, from now, February all the way to like November, but to be able to have it I'll have to look at the schedule to see like which races that I would want to do it for, like Talladega, and if I can find like 4 races or like 3 out of 4 that are very intriguing to me that if I can do it then maybe I'll sign up for it, for like a month or 2. We're at 32, 68 to go. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. We need 7 more likes to get to 40. We're at 33. Now 34. Thank you. 6 more to 40. 16 to 50. And I appreciate you helping out with that, Sarah. One lap to halfway. I don't know if I've ever been happier to see the graph halfway full. It's a 6-hour stream. Oh my God. I mean, we're going to be definitely over 7 hours. But I'll tell you what, if I didn't get a chance to take that 45-minute walk with Paisley, I would be really hurting right now. My back was just killing me. It was great to get that fresh air and to go for that adventure with her. And now I just need her to eat her lunch. She's about 4 hours. She's been napping all day since I've been working all day. But at some point, Paisley will have to get hungry. Otherwise, she's going to have to eat a lunch at like 6 and then eat dinner at like midnight. But we don't really have a bedtime. We just decide, what kind of adventures we're going to do. And we go to sleep whenever we want. So. All right, we're halfway. Hallelujah. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you have a dog daughter, I'm not allowed to sit here for 5, 6, 7 hours every day. I have to cater to her. So she comes first before the channel. So I need to make sure that she gets the love and the attention and the exercise. So I can't defer from my schedule. I have to keep on a regular schedule for her. So, but that's good for him, that he has the ability to grind it out if he doesn't have kids or pets, or if he's got a different type of situation and whatnot. But yeah, that's not something that I'll ever be able to do. I have to make sure that Paisley has my love and attention. So, plus I need to be able to get that exercise for myself, for my mental health. So. Bowman, Cindric, Priest, Busher, Chase Elliott in the top 5. Gregson, Bell. Great to see Christopher Bell finally up there. I feel like we haven't seen his name in the top 10 forever. Blaney in 8th. Love that. And Michael McDowell, former winner. Corey LaJoy in 10th. Yeah, cats are a little bit easier to maintain. It's not like you're going to be walking your cat an hour and a half to 2 hours a day like I do Paisley, though. Certain dog breeds, need a little bit more love and attention and exercise. So that's awesome that he's got a cat, but I highly doubt he's walking his cat outside like I'm walking Paisley. So cats are definitely easier, to maintain inside the house and whatnot. They have their own type of personality and whatnot. Some need the attention. Some like to be left alone, just like with dogs, but depending on breed and whatnot, age. Ooh, a little bump in there. 3 wide. Oh, okay. No worries. Keep experimenting. Yeah, shoot, if I had a cat and that was the only thing that I had, it just slept behind me, then it would be, and if you got no kids and no other responsibilities, then it would be easy to be able to do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-hour streams if you got it in you. Yeah, but I live my life for her, Paisley, so she's my number 1 priority in life. All right, we're 104 laps in, 96 to go. Stage 2, still got a few more to go. 26 laps, 27. Yeah, how many cats do you have at your house? I know I've seen photos on your socials and whatnot. How many do you have living with you right now? Yeah, and obviously, cats can entertain the other cats and play with each other and whatnot and build bonds. And, obviously with the, dogs, it's a little bit different situation because you have to have, the proper living quarters, especially on the size and the breed. But there's just no way I would be able to have 2 dogs in this house. Paisley is kind of a handful at times. I got to really, sometimes, it's easy, where, I know her tendencies and communication and whatnot, but there's just no way I would be able to handle 2, especially with her breed, like I said, she's got a lot of energy. She's just like me, she can be loud, but she's really a sweetheart and really loving, 5. What are the names of your 5 kitty cats? Oh, and your mom's got the other 2. Nice. Xena and Pumpkin, huh? Is Xena named after the warrior princess, or is that a different reason that the cat is named that? All 7. Nice. That's a lot of work. $107 laps in, baby. Let's go. my gosh, this quad is. How big is your TV, bro? That's what it looks like. You got like is that like a 50, 60, 70 inch? Or is it just zoomed in and it's like a 45 inch or something? Wow. Oh my gosh. That's like NASCAR heaven for me right now. Holy moly. Dude. Thank you so much for sending me that. That is cool. And it fills up the whole TV on the quad like that. Fuck. That is cool. Gemma. Abby. Charlotte. Kira. Zoya. Natalia. Katya. Misha. Irina. I like the names. The names feel kind of like, Russian, Slovakian, they have like that, type of distinction and whatnot. Slovenian, Russian, Czechoslovakian. It has those kind of vibes. Very cool. Obviously, my dad and myself, I'm part Czech, so it's like, anytime I see that, obviously with my last name being Mikulek, so it's like half of me is, Japanese, and obviously I have a lot of European, that is obviously a part of who I am as well. But Czech and Japanese, a very unusual combination. Jason second, baby. Let's go. Russian cats. Siberian, except for Charlotte. Nice. $20 laps to go for stage 2. 110 laps in. We got 90 to go. 38 or 40 inch. Okay. Yeah, because I think the TV that I have here in the studio, I'm pretty sure it's like 44 to 48. I know it's not above 50, so. Do you? Oh, send it to me whenever you get a chance. Man, it looks awesome. Cindric, Elliott, Blaney, Bowman, Suarez, Busher, Reddick, Bell, Dillon, and LaJoy. Ooh, bumper shot. I love different camera angles. Again, it's like, for me, and anything that I do in my life, it's attention to detail. It's when I do the stream, when I make a thumbnail, when I collect things, everything is attention to detail, and all the little details is what chasing first. That's what makes things special for me. Like when I'm looking at sports cards, when I'm looking at toys, when I'm looking at anything, artwork, it's always attention to detail and those little subtle extra details to make that item to go from an 8 to a 10 or an 11. That's what I look for. Whatever that may be. Come on, Chase and Cindric battling it out. Let's go. Come on, Chase. Oh, yeah. Cool. So you get some in the quad that is like from the front view, and then some in the quad, it's like looking in the reverse camera. Oh, man. Cool. Dude, you're the man. Thank you for sharing, dude. Come on, Chase. Could be a special year for Chase Elliott. He's locked in. And we got Blaney up there too, and Chase and Ryan can work together. Even though they're not necessarily teammates, but they are like really good friends, so obviously keeping the Chevy theme alive, as Cindric obviously in the Ford up front. I mean, Blaney in the Ford and Chase in the Chevy, excuse me. Bowman and Elliott with the Chevys, and then Cindric and Blaney in the Fords. And then obviously with Buescher there in the Ford as well. So we got Ford, Chevy, Chevy, Ford, Ford, Chevy, and then you got two Toyotas with Bell and Reddick in 7th and 8th, and then Ford, Chevy. So a little bit of an alternate back and forth there. Oh, I would have loved that. I would have loved that. And I'm so happy that we haven't had any other weather-related issues. I mean, it's been a long day, but again, Paisley still has gotten some love and attention, from me, and we're going to go on another long, long walk before this day is done. $15 to go for stage 2. Come on, Chase. Oh, no worries. I mean, this is a ridiculously long stream, so at least you got a nap in when I ended up taking Paisley for a walk. So you got tomorrow off work, Sarah? I appreciate all the help. Like I said, to be able to have people that will help, with likes and subs and donos and whatnot. I really appreciate, whenever you're not sick, you're always helping, and it definitely means a lot. Loyalty is everything. I'm grinding on this channel, like a madman. And again, it's a very demanding, job for me to do. And I get it. People have jobs, people have lives. It's hard to be able to find consistent people, for mods and people that are going to support. And definitely appreciate every single person in the room, others that were in here earlier as well, new subs. But for a lot of y'all regulars that are usually here with me every day or almost every day, you guys are very special to me, and I appreciate you guys tremendously. We are a family here. Don't say that. Don't say that. I don't want Chase to have the lead in the race. I want him to win fair and square. I don't even want to even see a fucking rain droplet on the screen. Nice. I was going to ask you that if they have them all grouped together, you might be able to see passing. So you see one camera, looking ahead, another camera looking behind, and then you might be able to kind of see the passing and whatnot. Awesome. I don't want any freebie wins, I mean, again, a win is a win, but I mean, if I've been sitting here for almost 7 hours, I want to see this fucking race completed, fair and square. Just whatever happens, happens. But I mean, if I've already sat, 3 hour and 30-minute rain delay is ridiculous. But at least they didn't push it out till tomorrow. They made the right decision, and sometimes you just have to learn patience. Even though our patience was very limited early on, but Mike Joy, fantastic. I like Larry McReynolds a lot too. I wish that we would have more of him. I know he, talks sometimes in the pre-show stuff, but there's certain individuals. I feel like NASCAR does the best job announcing their sport. And then the females that are in NASCAR, announcing, like Jamie Little and some of the others, I feel that they are the best in sports. You'll have Doris Burke doing basketball, and you'll see some of the females doing, baseball and football and basketball. But I feel like the females in NASCAR are undefeated. I feel like they do the best job out of any sport. They kick ass. And again, it's nice to be able to see some of the females, get incorporated after Danica Patrick. You get a couple of them, here and there. We have one in the trucks now, And it's kind of cool to be able to see the progression of some of these ladies that actually have passion for racing and a very much male-dominated sport. But as far as microphone skills, I feel like the microphone skills for the females on NASCAR are much better than any other sport. To me, it's awesome. Like, I feel like, you get the experienced men, to do it, like Larry McReynolds and Mike Joy and some of these people. But for the women, I don't think like Jamie Little and some of the others, get enough credit. They even had Little, doing some of the, play-by-play, I think, for the Xfinity. And I know some people, might not like her or whatever, but I feel like compared to some of the other female broadcasts that I've heard, in the NBA, MLB, NFL, some of them, are, just okay, or they need work. But I feel like the ladies in NASCAR, they kick ass. And I feel like, it's something that needs to be recognized a little bit more. Nice. Megan with a $5. I got you. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. A little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Yeah, Doris Burke is obviously the best on the NBA side. That's definitely for sure. Let's go. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're at 37:63 to go. Let me get you one more in concert here. Cindric, Bowman, Blaney, Busher, Elliott in fifth. Come on, baby. Judah sending all the photos of the HBO Max add-on. Fucking awesome. Oh, idling at 6,000 RPM. That ain't good. Yeah, Logano back. Crazy. Logano's like right there in the top 7. Unreal. 6th right now. But that's what, Joey's special. Again, he's a 3-time champ, not by just, luck. The guy is a hell of a driver. He might be the modern day, like Jeff Gordon, like in this particular era that we're in right now. Obviously Blaney, is very, very good. He's got the championship. But again, before we ended up getting Jimmy Johnson, obviously Jeff Gordon was the one that won the 4 championships until we ended up getting, obviously Jimmy, getting into that category of like Earnhardt and Petty, when you get to that, 7 range and being like the best of the best. But I mean, 4 championships is a shitload. And if you really think about it, 3 championships is pretty much essentially like 4. I mean, you're compared to a lot of the other drivers that have 1 championship or none. So you're definitely separating yourself from a lot of these other drivers. And it really wouldn't shock me if Joey ends up getting a couple more. I'm not sure if he's going to end up getting, to 7, like a Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, or a Jimmy Johnson. But it wouldn't shock me if Joey Logano ends up winning a couple more and ending up with like 4, 5, 6 before his career is up. He's solid. Yeah. Taurus. I assume that. We'll have to see when the cutoff is in May. Might be a Taurus or whatever the next, astrological sign is after Taurus there as you go into June. Cindric, Blaney, Bowman, Buescher, Elliott. At least Chase is in range. Penske, he don't fuck around. Oh, Gemini. So yeah, so you're, so it goes Taurus and then Gemini. Then it might be right on the cutoff. Then I'm a Brahma Bull. 2 to go before we get to stage 2. Almost 200 miles an hour. Yeah, look how many laps Cindric has led. Him and Joey. What, 37 for Cindric? What, 43 for Joey? One to go before we get to the stage 2 caution. Yeah, casual 6-hour, 36-minute stream. Logano, can you show me a photo? Again, depending on where the camera is, it's going to be, it'll be, obviously every camera location may be a little bit different in these cars. It's not going to be in the same spot for everyone. So I'm curious to see what that looks like. I imagine it looks amazing. All right, final lap here in the stage 2. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your experience with me. Appreciate it a lot, man. Ooh, I like that. That's probably the best camera angle you've seen so far, right? Out of all of them? Yeah, because the roll cage. Yeah, I hate that, man. Blaney. There we go. Getting a little help from his friend Chase. They're really close. Blaney, Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace. Who would have known that those 3 were such tight friends? Not me. I knew him and Blaney were pretty cool, but I didn't know that Bubba was so cool with both of them too. Heck yeah. Blaney, Cindric, Elliott, Bowman, Gilliland, Buescher, Jones, Logano. And after Logano had to pretty much leave with his car having some misfunction and problems, amazing. But it shows you if you got a good car, you got a good driver, you got a good pit crew, you got a good spotter, you got a good crew chief, elite drivers, depending on how the car is handling, sometimes it's the car, sometimes it's the driver, but it's a team effort, and again, the cream will always rise to the top. Nice to see Kyle Busch in the top 10 too, and even Bubba sneaking in there in the top 10. Heck yeah, man. They're having introductions for the NBA All-Star Game. Not really, I don't really care, but you know, the fan in me and everything, you know, obviously is all right. Let me see how shitty this is and whatnot. So I'm just gonna have it on in the background. Karl Anthony Towns being introduced. Oh, Victor Wembanyama. Yes, NASCAR in Atlanta. Chase Elliott's hometown. Wouldn't be shocked if Chase ends up having a good outing next week. But I definitely wouldn't be counting out Blaney or Elliott for this race. But a lot can happen, you know, between now and the end of the race, you know. Just got to hope that if there's that big, massive wreck, you know, that Blaney and Elliott aren't involved. And then obviously last lap, you know, there's going to be a big wreck, just like there was on the trucks and the Xfinity Series. But I got the NBA All-Star introductions going here. You know, even if I complain about something, I'm still going to have to watch to see how good or bad it is. Oh my gosh, how cool is that? I was about to say, what does it look like when they go to the pits and whatnot? And look at the aerodynamics with the hood with the holes cut out. Oh my God, cool. Dude, that is awesome. You only live a couple hours away from Atlanta? No way. Stage 2 complete. Dude, it's awesome. Anthony Edwards getting introduced. Everyone getting worked on here in the pits. You know, if it was me, like I said, ideal, I would like to be able to have the camera on the driver's helmet so that way I could see the gauges. You know, I want to be able to see what it looks like in the car and whatnot. They used to have stuff like that, you know, back in like the Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Dale Jr. era, where you could get inside the car and you could see the gauges and whatnot and, you know, see all the RPMs moving around, all the different buttons that they got going on in there. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Over a 7-hour stream. But it's all good. Birmingham, Alabama. I got a friend, Catania, that lives in Alabama right now. She moved to Oregon, and we used to work together. And, you know, obviously we had a big friend group where we do like Friendsgiving, and she'd like cook amazing food for us and whatnot. But then she ended up going back to Bama. Ended up having a daughter, and she still lives there. But she'll hop on the stream from time to time. But she's not a racing fan. She's obviously an Alabama fan. Falcon fan and whatnot. So when it's football season, she'll come in, but she's the only one that I know that lives there now besides you. Yeah, but I know at least, I know at least usually at least one person in almost every state. Not every state, but we definitely got a good Shaq coming out with a drone dog. What the hell is this? Shaq is coming out with a drone dog. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. What is the NBA doing? And then the drone started dancing. Unreal. How much does HBO Max cost per month? $9.99 a month? Wonder if they have like a promo thing. Blaney, Wallace, Cindric, Bush, Custer, top 5. Haley, Elliott. Come on, Chase. Dylan, Jimmy, and Knife. And Larson and 10. You know what's crazy? We haven't seen Larson in the top 10 almost all day, but not a very good driver for super speedway. But you would assume that you would see Kyle at some point based off his skill set. But it shows you could be an elite driver, win 5 to 10 races in a year, but just not be good at certain tracks. Kyrie coming out. Well, hopefully this NBA All-Star Sunday will be a lot better than the Rising Stars and then the NBA All-Star Saturday night, because both of those got an F. Hopefully this event today will be at least a C. I mean, it's still going to overall, average out to being like a D or an F show overall, but hopefully, I don't expect them to play any fucking defense or sweat at all. You're just going to see a lot of lazy defense and alley-oops and, there's LeBron in street clothes not even playing. Ridiculous. It says add $10 without 17. 37.63 to go. Well, since our phones and our internets listen to us, I imagine in my email tonight or tomorrow morning, I will have an offer from HBO Max add-on, since everything is listening to us, right? And I'll probably have some kind of offer that'll be sent to me. Yeah, the roll cage, it definitely is not the best view. It's like if you're going to have that camera in the passenger seat, that roll cage kind of takes away the aura and the mystique of having the camera in there. It's like you want to have it as close to the driver's side as possible. And then if you are going to have it like on the passenger, you got to have it like in front of the roll cage or where it's not, obstructing the view. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's just not ideal. And then if you do find a driver that has a better position of the camera, like Judah did with Logano, then you're going to stick with that. Peacock for $29.99. That's a good deal. I mean, because $5 a month times 12 would be $60, so you get half off. Rear spoiler, awesome. You should just start clicking on all of them. Like based on the drivers that are active, and just see like which ones, look the coolest. Just like kind of go through each one, for like 5-10 seconds, and just kind of peek through each driver. I imagine that's what you're doing already, but kind of going through each one to see like who has the elite camera for this. It sounds like Joey Logano so far has got the best view. I mean, we still got another, 64 laps to go. So, I mean, you actually do have time to kind of poke through at least 20 or 30 drivers to kind of see, at least the ones that are on like the lead lap and whatnot that are active. Yeah. I mean, I don't need all 40. But it would be cool if you could do like 20, like do half, and kind of take a peek. Yeah, Peacock went up in price a couple months ago. And then also it depends on if you want ones that, have ads or no ads. I mean, that's more kind of for like Hulu and Netflix, but I just pay for the ones on the, ones that have the ads. If I have to sit through a commercial, so be it, but I'm not going to pay double or triple for just no commercials. I'm not rich, especially if I got to sign up for like 1 billion of these apps, it's like, it all adds up. I mean, on my phone, I got it too. So I got Hulu on my phone, Netflix on my phone. I got Amazon Prime on my phone, but I canceled it. So now I have Freevee that I watch cartoons on, Disney Plus on my phone, and Peacock on my phone. So I got 5 apps on my phone, but I'm only paying for what? I'm paying for Hulu, Netflix, and Apple TV Plus, but Apple TV doesn't have like an app. Those are free. I'm not paying for Prime, but I did for The Boys, superhero show, which is amazing. Disney Plus, I'm not paying for that either. And then Peacock, I'm paying monthly on that for just WWE alone. But they have a few other programs on Peacock that are decent, like St. Dennis Medical for like a comedy and whatnot, and a few others. But I'm being able to watch like SVU, but you can watch SVU, Law and Order on Hulu also. But really, it's just for WWE. What? Also, I noticed too, I have a Vizio TV here in my room, and they even have like a Vizio free TV, and I never really explored it, because it's just like free. I was like, oh, what's on here? I actually went through there. There's a lot. There was like 100 to 200 channels, and you still get stuff like History Channel, American Pickers, and a lot of these stuff. And some of the shows might be like a little older, like reruns, but it's like kind of the same stuff that you would see on cable, like for reruns and whatnot. But they also have like mental health channels where they show like soothing sounds of space, to make you go to sleep. And then they have like different locations in Hawaii where you can hear like the ocean coming in, and most of the time when I listen to stuff like that, it's on my phone, like on YouTube. And then I try to go to sleep hearing like waves crash or like rain, dropping on a tent or, in the wilderness and whatnot. But it's pretty cool. Like on the Vizio thing, they actually have like 4 or 5 channels where you can, kind of fall asleep, to the different stuff that they have on there. And then they also have like regular programming. I was kind of shocked. Like they had so much free stuff on there. So it's like if you were poor and had like no money for any apps, you could actually be like, have something to watch, through your TV itself. Pretty cool. 139 laps in, we're 61 to go, and we're on the last stretch, as you can see in the graph. Green, yellow, green, yellow, 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 green, yellow, green, yellow, green, and then we got the last part of the graph that we need to fill in. Oh, nice. Renegade. Oh, ads suck, Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, let's go. Happen, no, how. All right, I got to give Chase some extra love here. Chase, love ya. You the man. Let's get the win for Dad. Swag. Happen, no, how. Come on, baby. Miles per hour and RPM, nice. I just wanted you to experiment just to see if you could see something that you've never seen yet. You might be able to find a car that's got like the ideal setting. It might be like a garbage driver that no one cares about, but maybe they got like the coolest setup, camera wise. Bubba and Chase and Blaney, the best friends, They're all in the top 3. Bubba, Chase, Ryan. Wow. Kyle Busch, Austin Cindric, round out your top 5. Then you get another Austin in there, Dylan, Kyle Larson in the top 7, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Briscoe, and Buescher. Yeah, I got it on right now, David. You know, the NBA is some shit, but I saw him come out with the fucking robot dog. No LeBron is lame, though. Wallace, Elliott, and Blaney. Let's go. Best friend. They are best friends. Here we go. They finally link up the Toyotas. Remember I was telling you we need to be able to see like the graph with the Toyotas, the Fords, and the Chevys. They finally listened. You got to highlight those and, you know, again, give us an idea of who's where. Is it being dominated by Ford, Chevy, or Toyota? Let us know. Oh, yeah. I remember all the dance-offs. And remember the one where we had Derrick Rose, and he was the only one that didn't dance? He's like, what the fuck is this? Everyone else is dancing and shit. LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Bosch. And then D. Rose is like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I mean, even, you know, again, even though I'm going to criticize, you know, Rising Stars and NBA Saturday Night besides Mac McClung, I still watch the All-Star festivities every year. You know, it's just unfortunate that they, you know, dipped so low. But, you know, I'm always going to have it on in the background. You know, it might not be my primary viewing of choice since obviously NASCAR is better in my opinion, but, you know, I still will watch the whole thing. Oh, yeah. OGs, man. And when we used to have Dominique Wilkins, Drexler, and Jordan in the dunk contest, you know, three-point contest with Larry Bird. I mean, everything was better. And then you actually had guys that played defense and tried. You know, again, the best basketball players in the world played in the 80s and 90s. You know, and then obviously you had, you know, some, you know, that played, you know, you had the fucking Shaq and then the Iverson and the Kobe, you know, coming into the 90s and the early 2000s. But you got more top 50 players of all time playing in the 80s and 90s than any other generation. So I kind of feel bad for the people that grew up, you know, just watching the NBA in the last 20 years because it's the worst 20 years that they put out. You know, if you ended up watching, you know, back when I was growing up, when Sarah and Odin, you know, around the same age as me, you know, 40 and up, we got to see the best players play in every sport. Hockey, Gretzky and Lemieux. You know, I got to see, you know, the best of the best, you know, with Ken Griffey Jr. and all of the elite baseball players, you know, Jordan, Bird, Magic. And then even with the Iverson, Kobe, Shaq, that was like the last of the greats, you know, in my opinion. You know, you had the Shaq, right? You had the Tim Duncan, right? You had the Iverson, you had the Kobe. And then after that, it's all gone to shit since then. I mean, you know, you'll get some guys that are interesting, like Wemby. Every once in a while, you'll get a special player, but, you know, it's kind of far and few between. I mean, I do like SGA and Anthony Edwards. You know, they definitely have gotten better over the years, but collectively, nowhere near what it used to be. I mean, it's a, you know, it used to be a 10, and now it's like a 0. 56 laps to go. Let's go, baby. 55 to go. Yeah, I mean, like I said, early 2000s. I mean, we've talked about this before, David. The NBA went downhill probably around like 2010. So the last 15 years, it's been terrible. But again, from 2000 to 2010, there was some decent basketball still left. That was like the last decent era, you know. But the best was in the 80s and 90s, in my opinion. I see them kind of warming up here down on the bottom screen. 55 laps to go. 54 laps to go here. 5 cautions, 39 lead changes, 35 caution laps. Hamlin. Cockpit view, nice. Yeah, I wanted to do it for you too, you know, so that way that you could try to see, you know, what other options they have. All right, we got Brunson, Anthony, Jalen, Evan, Jaron, SGA, Donovan Mitchell, Pascal Siakam, Karl Anthony Towns, and Nikola Jokic for Charles Barkley going against Kenny's team. In the first matchup, whoever gets to 40 points first advances to the championship. And then obviously you'll have Team Shaq and Team Candace in the next matchup after this. Yeah, send me the one on the hugging the wall if you could. I want to see what Denny's camera looks like. I might not be a Denny fan myself, but I love different camera angles. Let me see. Ooh. Yeah, roll bar not as much in your vision, obstructing the view. And then obviously you get to see like the RPMs next to his name and whatnot. So you may not be able to see the gauges in front of the driver, but you still get kind of the gist when you can see the RPMs and some of the movement there. Cool. Natman says, go Team Charles Barkley. I have a 76ers Charles Barkley starting lineup in the package from 1988 just sitting here on the floor next to me. I got all kinds of old vintage toys and stuff because I collect, toys and cards and posters, like anything that's like sport memorabilia, wrestling memorabilia. But it actually is one of my, favorite old school because starting lineup started in 1988. So you get all of those rookie pieces of like Montana and Jerry Rice and obviously Magic and Jordan and Bird and Barkley. It's fire. I would say 95% of my collection is still in the package. And I started collecting when I was 5. I'm 42, so you can imagine. Bubba, Byron, Elliott, Blaney, Kyle Busch. Nice to see Kyle Busch up there. Dylan, Cindric, Larson. Nice to see Larson up there as well. And Jimmy hanging tough in 10th. Not even a full-time driver anymore. Oh, I bet. And I also feel like the NBA All-Star Weekend, it's definitely catering to like hip-hop enthusiasts, not just, kind of catering to the brothers and the sisters, but I feel like, certain sports are going to cater to certain type of people. And again, you're going to be able to, have a wide reach, whether you're black, you're white, you're Mexican, you're Asian, or anything in between. But you can definitely tell with certain events that we've seen, if you're trying to target a certain type of crowd, country crowd, hip hop crowd, a rock crowd. It's definitely interesting to see, with Kendrick in the halftime show. Doesn't really look like a lot of people were feeling that performance. But it seems like lately the NBA is definitely geared towards the hip-hop audience, and that's it. And that might be kind of the problem. Because, again, it's not just the brothers and sisters that are watching the NBA. I mean, maybe, some of the Asians and Latinos and others, are still hanging on, but it definitely is interesting to see how these sports and activities are kind of catering to certain groups of people. But I know with the NHL Four Nations face-off, you even get casuals, regardless of race or age, that are invested now. Look at Landon Walker. He's got the whole gear set up there. I love it. Looks like he's about to go crabbing. He's about to go on the boat. But he's a fuel guy, so you got to have that protection in front of you. Nice. The Blaney view. Nice. But I feel like this All-Star festivities, it doesn't even feel like a real All-Star game. It's like an exhibition. Like it's just like for fun, like Harlem Globetrotters. It doesn't mean anything. And that's a problem, and they wonder why the NBA stinks now because it's the format. No one cares, MLB All-Star game, it used to be whoever won got home advantage, and in the World Series for American League National, it's like it's so different now, and you can definitely tell in the sports who cares and who doesn't. If Kobe was still alive, I'm telling you this right now. If Kobe was still alive, rest in peace, Kobe, he would not allow all these idiots to not try and not play defense. He would put the pressure on to say, hey, play with some goddamn pride. Like, what is this? Like, Kobe in heaven right now is looking down and shaking his head. He can't believe that how lazy and entitled some of these NBA players are nowadays. It's ridiculous, and that's why we're never going to see another Kobe Bryant ever again. It's all about the Mamba mentality. And again, these players are entitled. They're lazy. They can't play back-to-backs. They got a hangnail. They got to be out for a week. It's ridiculous. You see in that Four Nations face-off, they got in 3 fights in fucking 9 seconds. Some of those NBA players, if they got body checked in the wall, like some of those checks that we saw, they'd be out for a fucking month. NHL player, they get up right away. There's a different level of toughness in sports. And basketball players are soft as shit. No sweat, no defense. Okay, I'm watching. Show me something. The court is ugly. They got this blue-yellow combination. It looks terrible. And I know they're, obviously, playing in the, Warriors building. Big brick. But again, this doesn't even feel like a real all-star game. It's like this is like playing in the back of a gym. Alley-oop, 2-0. And then the jerseys are horrendous too. Golly, they're terrible. All right, Megan, take care. Players are also ungrateful to be an all-star. I agree with that, David. Like I said, it's just a mockery of the sport. It's like I used to really enjoy, watching, the three-point contest, the dunk, and the actual all-star game was must-see TV. Now, you don't even have to watch it. It's terrible. (5-2) Team Kenny over Team Chuck. And what's new? Everyone's shooting threes and doing alley-oops. Terrible. Terrible. Yes, 3 wide. Feel like when I watch the NBA, it makes me dumber. So stupid. Look at this. What the fuck am I watching? Jesus Christ. Terrible. Everyone just giggling and laughing. No one giving a shit. I mean, this is what you want for your all-star game? Everyone giggling and not giving a shit, traveling, not caring. And they wonder why the NBA is the worst sport in the 4 major professional sports that's out there because of bullshit like this. I already knew it was going to be like this. But, again, worst all-star weekend of all time this year. Terrible. I mean, again, I do Blazers because I have to do filler streams, but this is ridiculous. All right, come on, NASCAR. That's something that's worth watching. Blaney, Byron, Wallace, Cindric, Elliott. Elliott's still in the top 5. 43 to go. They don't try in the regular season, but even in the playoffs, it's slightly better in the playoffs because it means something. But again, the overall product has gone to a downhill level. Like, I feel like, I'm watching like the Harlem Globetrotters, like just something that doesn't mean anything. Blaney has the best views. I'm glad that you got to poke around a little bit there. But Stanley Cup Finals, obviously, in the MLB side, and obviously AFC, NFC championship game. I mean, everything is just so much better in the other sports. All right, here Paisley. Paisley misses Daddy. I'm going to let her in. Hold on. Hi, Daddy's here. Daddy's almost done. Lay down. For dinner yet? For dinner, lunch. Did you eat that? All right, Paisley's in here with Dad. Oh, baby, 7-hour stream. Ridiculous. I've been telling everybody this for a long, long time. You need to go back to rookie sophomores, right? Or USA International, but rookie sophomores would be preferred, right? And then having better participants in the skills competition, 3-point and dunk. And then, obviously like having John Morant and Giannis in the dunk contest. That's what you would need to do, right? And then having East versus West and actually have them play some fucking defense. I can't stand a sport that doesn't care about defense. And that's exactly what the NBA is. MLB plays defense. The NFL plays defense. NHL plays defense. The NBA, what the fuck do they do? No. 40 to go. 160 laps in. Blaney, Wallace, Byron, Cindric, and Napa. No how. Chase Elliott in fifth. Bush, Dillon, Jimmy, Herbst, and Larson in your top 10. 3 wide. I mean, these NBA players are just making a mockery of it. Entitled, overpaid, lazy, terrible. Fucking terrible. Yeah, even college basketball is superior. I agree. That's how sad it is. I mean, I can't even fucking watch this shit anymore. I'm going to turn it off. That's how bad it is. It's like, it's not even worth watching. Watching the NBA is like talking into a friend group about someone that doesn't know anything about sports and they act like they know everything. It's like you can't get through to them. Like, it's like putting on a front like you actually know shit, but you don't. Like, it's very easy to tell, who knows something and who doesn't. Terrible. All right, baby. 39 laps to go. And so it looks like this will be, 7 hours and 30-minute stream? We're not going to hit the 8-hour mark. Talk about endurance. Ooh, I like that. There's more of a skill set, when you play hockey, baseball, and football. Like basketball, obviously you have to be tall. Some they're ball handlers, shooters, dunkers, rebounders, defenders, but again, it's like a lazy man sport. And again, you don't have anyone that really wants to earn it anymore like Kobe, that really wants to put in the hard work. A lot of these guys, they want to go to the clubs. They got fucking 10 kids with 12 baby mamas. Like let's grow up. And of course, we have that problem in the NFL with guys like Tyreek, and others, that have the Sean Kemp syndrome that just keep sleeping with women and keep pumping out babies and, having 5 different girls pregnant at the same time. It's just fucking stupid. Like, some of these guys need to fucking grow up. And I get it. They're millionaires and they can do whatever the fuck they want. But what about the kids? Those are the ones that really fucking suffer. Like, you don't even have a fucking dad around. Terrible. Wallace, Blaney, Byron, Elliott, and Cindric in your top 5. Oh, I'm not too sure. Yeah, Elon, same thing. Same thing. You're rich, you're powerful, and you have no, regrets, no conscience. Just don't care. It's me and nothing else matters. What a selfish fucking attitude to have in this world. And then people wonder why, things are so fucked up in this world, because you got some of the richest people on planet Earth that just don't give a shit except for themselves. Sad. But that doesn't mean that we can be good people, It's like you got too many people out there acting like good people instead of actually being fucking good people. Like, grow the fuck up, man. But again, if you have money, you have power, you have entitlement, and it's just a sad state of affairs. Under caution, what happened? Debris. That's the question there that got answered. Atlanta. next Sunday at noon, 3 Eastern. And hopefully that won't be a 7-8 hour stream. Saquon, number one. Well, you know, if you play fantasy on a regular basis, what typically happens when a player has a great year? The next year, they either get injured or they have an off year. I hope that doesn't happen for Saquon, but I don't think anyone would be shocked if the same thing that happened to Christian McCaffrey happens to Saquon Barkley. And it might not be the same type of injury or season ending for like the whole year, you know, but it wouldn't be that shocking if ACL, MCL, PCL, Achilles, you know, elbow, you know, or just kind of a down year, you know. But again, it's very hard to be able to have back-to-back years elite as a running back. So I would be very cautious of picking someone that ended up being the best player, you know, in the NFL at running back and picking them again. You know, some of us had to learn the lesson the hard way, picking CMC and fuck the whole fantasy year for a lot of us. Well, the Bills don't have a defense. The Bengals don't have a defense. The Ravens don't have a defense. So, you know, again, it may have not been good enough to win, you know, particularly this year, but you got to have a defense. So we'll see. But if the Bills, the Ravens, the Bengals, if they ever get a D, you know, and again, Mahomes, we'll see if Kelsey retires at some point or another, Chris Jones, Spags, Andy Reid, once the Big Five gets blown up, then, you know, there will be an opportunity for another team like Buffalo or Baltimore or Cincinnati or, you know, someone to be able to take the throne, at least on the AFC side. No guarantee you're going to win it all, you know, especially with teams like Philadelphia, you know, kind of waiting in the wings over there, very well balanced. So we will see. Yeah, but what happens if they put Saquon Barkley on the cover of Madden? You didn't think that would happen? There's a pretty good chance that he'll be on there. They love running backs, and he was the best player in the NFL overall. So if you end up getting Saquon Barkley on the Madden cover, beware. You know, you could still get on the cover and have a good year. But again, if you go back and look at recent history, you get on the Madden cover or you end up being the best player at your position, usually the next year you get hurt or you have a down year. Not for everyone, but it seems like it happens pretty fucking often. Oh, Rodgers is washed. You got to get rid of Russell Wilson, get rid of Justin Fields. You need someone better. Again, you know, it's like they don't make Big Ben Roethlisbergers on trees, and you guys have noticed that, you know. Yeah, but the thing is Saquon won't. If he gets on the cover, it's an honor, you know. Every player knows the curse, you know. But again, if they were going to pick you, you better pray that they put Jalen Hurts on the cover instead. But then that might mean that Jalen might have an off year. But again, it most likely will be an Eagle player, Jalen or Saquon on the cover. Don't be surprised. Watch it ends up being Saquon and Jalen on the cover. Then you'd be fucked. They both get injured. Oh, you'd be living in hell. But you already got the championship this year, so Saquon and Jalen already cemented their legacy, even if that's the only championship they have for the rest of their career. But there's a pretty good chance that they might be able to get another one, you know, before their careers are up, and maybe even more than another one, maybe a couple. You never know. Yeah, but you ended up getting Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. So again, you know, at some point or another, you know, you got Brock Bowers, but you need a quarterback, you need running backs, you need offensive line, you need defense, you need a lot. So, you know, I follow every single team in the NFL as if it were my own. And again, you're in a better position now than you were last year. But at least you got one of the best tight ends in the game in Brock Bowers. So that's something that you can be happy about. And you got Max Crosby, one of the best players on defense in the entire league. So again, you know, it may not be a complete team, but at least you got two amazing players that everyone in the league is jealous of, that would love to have on their roster. Everyone would die for a Max Crosby. Everyone would be jealous and love to have a Brock Bowers. Facts. Your boy knows. Logano, Blaney, and Wallace, Eric Jones. Nice. Oh, yeah. Jalen could be in the Hall of Fame for sure. 100%. He's got the best attitude out of a lot of the quarterbacks in the league. Very humble, hardworking, great teammate. Had a lot of adversity in college, with Tua and getting benched and, all the things that happened, with him losing the Super Bowl the first time around. Jalen is the perfect quarterback, to be able to have. But again, remember, it's a team game. If you don't have the running back, you don't have the offensive line, you don't have those receivers and the tight end, you don't have that defense, you don't have the coaching, the coordinators with Kellen and obviously Vic. And then, again, it's a team effort. Like if you put Jalen on the Browns, we're not even talking about him. We might talk about, hey, he's a decent quarterback, but, again, sometimes you have to be blessed to be in the right situation at the right time. You put Jalen Hurts on the Jags, and you're not talking about him at all, right? So you got to think about it that way. Jalen is a good quarterback, but he's not good enough to turn a whole franchise around by himself. I think that's a fair statement. $33 to go. 32 to go now. 0 wins last season for Kyle Busch, which was very surprising. Yeah, Chase falling back. Losing my mind here. Fuck, better not be a loose lug nut. God damn it. Started 17th and was at first, second, third place. But definitely not in the right lane on the high side right now. You got to be on that fucking low end right there where Cindric is getting pushed right behind Blaney. That's the line that you need to be in. The high line is the slowest. Cindric and Blaney. It kind of feels like this is going to be a Ryan Blaney Daytona 500. We'll see. But again, we still got a long ways to go before the race is up. But I mean, if we end up getting into 10 laps to go, 15 laps to go, and Blaney is in first, second, or third, I wouldn't be betting against him. He's very good at passing, blocking, and just having the will to win late. Not saying that Cindric can't do it because he's been money. I mean, look how many laps he's led, as far as like kind of a no-name driver or like a lower tier name driver. And Kyle Busch up there, but will he be able to stay up there? Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon, Bell, Herbst in 6. That's amazing. Nemechek in 7. That's crazy. Reddick, Hamlin, and Custer in 10th, but this won't last. $30 to go. Shout out to all the OGs hanging out and sticking with this incredibly long, one of the longest streams on my channel ever. We had a couple of streams that lasted this long in the past, NASCAR races, coincidentally, but when you get rain delays, sometimes this kind of shit happens. But again, I'm built for this. I've been grinding on this channel for 13 years, 9 years on YouTube. I got a lot of streams under the belt. So shout out to all the new subs that we've acquired. We got another one. 66 subs to get to 20,800. $20,700 plus. 2,300 videos and live streams only since 2017. Your boy is a grinder. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Let's see if we can get a few more here before the race is over. We need 7 more to get to 40s. We're at 33. 2 more to get to 35. Now we're at 34. 1 more to 35. Let's see if we have any more on the Dono train left. 28 laps to go. Reese's roof cam pivots. Hell yeah. See, that's why I wanted you to experiment, because if you don't go through, a lot of the drivers, you may miss out on a cool feature, on that HBO Max add-on. Yeah, David, that's definitely one of the top options. They could go that route. But Cindric and Blaney, have led, a lot of laps here, and it's kind of crazy that we haven't seen Cindric really fuck up all day today. See, that's one thing here on the Fox broadcast. They should actually have the car manufacturer up at all times. Like, you know what I mean? It shouldn't just be once in a while. It should be there at all times, so that way we can see what branding, where we're at. And then they also should be able to highlight, teams, Hendrick, Penske, again, it's like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be able to figure out like what NASCAR fans want. We want everything. We want to know where they're at. We want to know, miles per hour. We want to be able to see, the throttle. We want to see teams. We want to see manufacturers. Like, the more information and graphics you give us, the better that the broadcast is going to be. Bro, it was so terrible. I turned it off. I feel like watching it makes you dumber. It's terrible. Like, the Harlem Globetrotters are better than that. Terrible product. And it's really sad because the NBA used to be my favorite growing up as a kid, and now it's unwatchable. I mean, unless I'm doing like the Blazers, because I have to be able to do some filler content. But other than that, man, terrible. Terrible. 25 to go. And again, you are going to see a massive wreck sometime between now and the last lap, where you're going to have at least half the field wreck. And we saw that in the trucks. We saw that in the Xfinity on the last lap. Will we have a trifecta and see half of the field wreck on the last lap? Very possible. Ooh, the Priest cam is dope. Chase. This is shitty. Like, Chase, now there needs to be like the big wreck, and then Chase can catch up back into the field. But there must be like that. They say that lug nut wasn't loose, but I don't know. They looked at the film and they said it was fine, but Chase was up in the top 5 all day, and then now he's not even in the top 20. Where the fuck is he? Jesus Christ, how do you go from top 5 and even leading the race to not even being seen? He like disappeared. Terrible. Now we need the wreck for Chase to be able to catch up. He's fallen back, and maybe he'll be able to take advantage and get back into the top 5, but he's going to need a wreck to be able to get up there. If no wreck happens, no chance. I mean, right now it looks like no chance, but the only chance he's going to have, for anyone that's in 15th and beyond, you need that big wreck. Cindric, obviously leading the most laps in this race. Very good possibility it's Cindric or Blaney that wins this race, as long as things don't change. Setups on their car have been fantastic. Pit stops have been fantastic. Speed overall has been fantastic. 2 Fords at the top. 2 Chevys right behind them. 2 Toyotas behind them. Ford, Chevy, Toyota. Send me a photo of that, Judah. Fuck, man. It's as good as Chase has done. Fucking 25th. Unbelievable. Jesus Christ. All the Hendrick fucking cars. Jesus. What the worst timing for Chase to go back to the back after being in the top 5 all day, pretty much. At least he won Bowman Gray last week. But now I need to pray for a wreck, so that way Elliott can get back up there. Jesus. Chase. 21 to go. Nice to see the graph up above filling in. Shout out to NASCAR.com. Again, much better setup than ESPN. And again, they've been on it all 7 hours plus. All their numbers, all of their graphics, everything has been perfect. Shout out to them. We're going to get a big wreck, and Chase will be able to get into the top 15. Larson is in 20th, 21st. So, again, you might be able to see some of these Hendrick cars. Larson, Elliott, and Byron move up to the top 15 if the big wreck happens. And it's not if it happens, it's when it happens. But obviously, if it happens like on the last lap, you're not going to be able to win the race. Cindric, Blaney, Busch. Those got to be the favorites right now. So specifically Cindric and Blaney. But again, Busch, he didn't win a race last year. He's hungry to get back into the winner's circle. Yeah, I mean, if I had my choice, I'd be going for Blaney just because of the relationship with Chase. No hate on Cindric or Busch. Again, Cindric as an underdog would be kind of cool too. And Rowdy, you have to be a special individual to be a fan of his. He's a very edgy like Tony Stewart and Joey Logano. They're not going to be for everyone, but definitely legends in the sport. God, I'm sick right now. I don't even see Chase in the top 20. Gosh. Jesus Christ, Chase in 26th. Oh, my God. Someone pinch me. Chase hit something. He might have that loose lug nut, too. Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon, and Bell. Herbst, Gragson, LaJoy, Bowman, and Eric Jones. I mean, half of these drivers that are in the top 10 haven't even been there all day. But again, that's sometimes you just have. Oh, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. making an appearance in the top 10. But what's the most impressive out of everyone? Joey Logano. From having his car, having all those problems, and somehow, some way, he's a 9th. Unbelievable. $17 to go. Ty Dillon says, get the fuck out of the way. Yeah, it's like, dude, you're way behind. You're already a lap behind. Get the hell out of the way. Get down low. And he did. Good. Oh, White Lotus. Yeah, bottom lane is the fast lane. Again, anyone that went middle or high side lost all their position. Not just Chase Elliott, but everyone. That low line is the fast line, and you got the two best cars, arguably all night, with Cindric and Blaney on that low line, and they're not giving up that position. Yeah, it's exactly. They're working together on the low line. Everyone in the second lane, in the middle, and on the outside, they don't give a shit. Everyone is for themselves. And sometimes you need a teammate or even someone on the same brand of car to help. You got to have that steady push. But there's going to be a moment here where you're going to see a big move by Blaney at some point or another. Now he's dropping down to 4th. LaJoy and Stenhouse Jr. up there with Cindric, but there's going to be a moment if Blaney can get back up there, where he'll be able to try to, make that pass. It's just, when do you make the pass? At what lap do you go for it? With like 10 laps to go, you're going to see a pass for whoever's in second to try to pass Cindric, but I don't know if their car is able to do it. It's not like LaJoy and Stenhouse's car has been good enough. The only person that's good enough possibly to pass and catch up to Cindric is Blaney and Busch. Joey all creeping up to 7th. Phenomenal. AJ Styles. Ah, Chase. Fuck. You knew the big crashes were coming, and we might have another crash. Sometimes it's good to be in the back, and other times you're in the kind of the middle, and it's the wrong spot at the wrong time. Oh! So many cars. My goodness. Fucking A, Blaney and Chase, you got to be shitting me. God. NASCAR, sometimes, it is luck. Oh. All right, so now, obviously, if some of the front runners, that had good cars, now you have to assume that Cindric, even though he's in second right now, that's got to be the main front runner to win this now. I don't think anyone believes that LaJoie is going to be able to hang on for 14 laps. Oh, my God. Middle, back end. Not JT in the building. What's good, man? Me just doing a casual 7-hour and 35-minute stream. No big deal. What's good, not JT? Logano's car fucking obliterated, about to blow up. That side panel and that wheel and that fucking rim and that car. Oh, man. That's ripped apart. What's good, bro? How are you? Especially how hard Joey worked to kind of get back into the top 10, getting all the way up to 7th place after it looked like his night might have been over. But let's look at the replay here again. Stenhouse, idiot. What are you doing, Ricky? Ricky Spinhouse Jr., you fucking moron. Always doing that dumbass shit. And again, Ricky trying to block and be an idiot, and then again, you ruined it for everyone, dummy, including yourself. Ricky Spinhouse Jr., idiot. Oh, God, there's going to be a lot of people pissed. Oh, and again, you knew you were going to have a big wreck on maybe possibly the last lap, but, usually when you get to like the last 20, 25, there's typically 2. 1, and then you're going to have that last one a lot of times even on the last lap. Fucking Ricky. God damn it. God damn you and your Sunny D. Fucking A. Camera angles with the Rex is incredible. Even Paisley can't believe it. She's watching. Eyes big, mouth open. Fucking Ricky. Oh, man, Ricky's already has a lot of people that are, kind of beefing. Anytime you end up getting like a middle to low end driver, that finally gets up to the top and then they fuck up and they ruin it for not only themselves, but a bunch of others. People don't forget about that. $4,600 views on the stream and counting. Oh, I hope so. I don't know, though. Yeah, Joey's probably just feeling blessed that after the car got fucked up that he was able still to get back in the top 10, but, again, in NASCAR, there is a luck factor. There's a skill factor with the driver, the car, the pit crew, the crew chief, the spotter. It's a team-oriented sport, even though people don't realize that. The casuals don't get it, but a lot of the hardcore people in the room, we get it, right? But there is a luck factor. especially late in the race. You have to be in the right place at the right time. And if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you are donezo. Oh, that's cool with the Logano cam. Yeah, Logano's Penske. 3-time champ, and Logano will probably win 1 or 2 more before his career is up. Would not shock me one bit. Especially with the new playoff format, you know, anything is possible. Like, you can have a guy like Kyle Larson win 10 races and still not even be eligible at the end to win it all. Like, you know, make it make sense. Like, how do you end up winning 10 races out of like 40 or 50 in a total year, and you're not even eligible at the end? Now, obviously, some people think it's fair. It's not fair, you know, but again, it's kind of wild to me with the format change, the card change, the specs, you know. But if you end up winning double-digit racing, you know, you win 10 fucking wins out of like 40, 50 total races, and you're not even in the end to try to win it all, like, that something is flawed, you know? And again, you sometimes you're not going to have, you know, the most elite drivers winning the Daytona 500. Sometimes it ends up being kind of those middle of the pack, lower end names, you know, that end up getting the job done. If you go back and look at the history of the Daytona 500 in the last, you know, 15, 20 years, some notable names, you know, like a Dale Jr., you know, but also you'll get some names that, you know, that you would maybe surprise you unless you're like a regular fan, like a Michael McDowell, you know. Or Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Mr. Spinhouse. 9 cars involved. Gragson, Big Bad Brad, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. Jesus Christ. Busch, Elliott, Blaney, Logano. Fuck that. Gilliland, Custer, and Stenhouse. Stenhouse got too greedy trying to block. And that's what started it all, you dummy. You and your goddamn Sonny D, bastard. But you definitely could see the bumping, you know, the cars going from left to right, right to left. And, you know, obviously you saw Joey's car kind of bouncing around. You saw Stenhouse trying to block and bounce around. So it wasn't necessarily just one individual. There was like 3 cars that were kind of, you know, going back, and eventually someone's going to go sideways. And as soon as that car goes sideways, then it's going to be a domino effect. Jesus Christ. Sonny D right into the back of Blaney, you fucking idiot. Goddamn Ricky Bobby. You ain't first, you're last. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, right place at the right time. Rubbing his racing, son. Camera just goes black. You already know when you get hit hard, sparks fly, camera goes black. Not a good night. Here's Blaney. Little bumping. Sonny D being a dummy. Wow, camera angles are so cool when they're like right there. Like it almost feels like it's on the side of the car. That's something that they should do. Implement some cameras on the side of the cars to be able to see the drafting and the passing and the wrecks. Instead of just having them on the front and the rear, having some cameras on the side of the car would be cool. Wow, right in the middle, and he just dodged it all. Unbelievable. LaJoy, Cindric, John Hunter, Nemechek, Hamlin, Dillon, Bell, Jones, Herbst, Custer, and Daniel Suarez. Yeah, and again, if you had to pick a winner out of all the cars that are left in the top 10, it's Austin Cindric. He's got the best car. You know, he's led I think the most laps. Not trying to doubt LaJoy or Nemechek or Hamlin or Dillon or Bell, but if you look at the numbers, that's the best car, out of all the cars in the top 10. But we will see. Anything could happen here. Ducks beat Rutgers. What was the score? Nine laps to go. Dude, the camera angle is so cool, and they have like the pit crew working on the car on the hood. That's awesome. That is too sweet. $75-57. Yeah, we beat the brakes off of them, huh? Go Ducks. Yeah, nobody watches the NBA All-Star game. Rising Stars got an F. NBA Saturday Night got an F. And the effort that I saw on the NBA All-Star game is terrible. So I watched about 5 minutes of that quote-unquote All-Star game, and I turned it off. Terrible. It's like the Pro Bowl. It's not even worth watching anymore. I mean, the best thing that happened this weekend was Mac McClung dunking for about 10 minutes, and that was about it. That's cool that you got the Dale Earnhardt. I'm not interested in him, but that's cool. I mean, Kobe in heaven, looking down at disapproval. He's like, this is the game that I left. I mean, he would be so embarrassed, to see all these fucking entitled idiots, playing the way that they're playing. Cindric, baby. He's going to win this. Cindric, Hamlin, Bell, Herbst, LaJoy. You knew Corey wasn't going to hang on. Custer, Nemechek, Bowman, Dillon, Briscoe. Going to come down to probably Cindric, Hamlin, and Bell now, and all three of those are capable. Chances of another big wreck happening, probably 90%. I mean, we had a lap wreck in the trucks when I watched that whole race, a last lap wreck in Xfinity, and there's a very high possibility on the last lap we're going to have another big wreck, but we will see. But I'm pretty sure Cindric is going to win this now. Again, he's got the speed, he's got the car, great handling. And Cindric obviously doesn't have to worry about Joey Logano, doesn't have to worry, about any of those others that were, obviously trying to push him and possibly take the win away from him, because all of those other drivers were in that big wreck. Ooh, Denny with a move. Oh, Cindric moving back to third. Ooh, Denny, Bell, Cindric. This is going to be interesting. And again, You're going to have to see who's on the high side, who's on the low side. Low side has been the fastest, area. And if you're in the middle or on the high side, you better have a strong group pushing you. But it doesn't look like anyone's even going to challenge in that, middle lane or on the high side. Wow. They said, Cindric, see you later. They got lucky on that help side right there. Hamlin, Bell, Cindric. 5 laps to go. Hamlin in the right place at the right time. And again, if anyone in the middle wants to win, you're going to have a wreck with like 3 or 2 laps to go. And depending on if it happens on the last lap, they might end up just giving the win to the person that's ahead at that time, who at this moment is Denny Hamlin, believe it or not. Hamlin, Bell, Cindric, Custer, Herbst, LaJoy, Bowman, Nemechek, Dillon, Briscoe, and Byron in the top 10. Told you all that wreck was coming. I mean, this is one of the first years in a long time that I watched the full truck race, the full Xfinity race, and now the full race of this. I imagine I'm probably the only one in the room that watched all 3. Didn't happen on the last lap, but you knew it was coming. And obviously everyone, besides Hamlin, Cindric, and Custer now. Oh, in the air. Oh my, hope he's okay. Holy fuck. What a wreck. That was the air wreck that we were waiting for in the 60. Wow. God, he got some air right there. Holy cow. That would be an awesome camera to get into the 60. Can you get into the 60, Judah? Oh my God. I can only imagine if you were in the camera on the 60 while he was in the air like that. Holy shit. Oh, look at the cars. It's obliterated. Holy fuck. Hopefully the 60 is okay. Man, he went up in the air. Holy moly. And they got to have the safety crew to go up there. I mean, he lifted off the ground, and it's the first car that we've seen get lifted off the ground here tonight. And then I got the ambulance out there. Wow. I mean, again, if you're familiar with tracks and you're familiar, with racing, a lot of time history tends to repeat itself. And even if it's trucks or Xfinity or NASCAR Cup, a lot of the things will still continue to happen just based on how the configuration of this track is. And you can definitely see a couple cars wiggling. And into the wall, Christopher Bell. Good night. And then the 60 gets into the mix. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Gets airborne, flips. Wow, sparks everywhere. And again, Christopher Bell, once he went into the wall, you just, again, just being in that wrong place at that wrong time. Oh, here we go. Eric Jones next to the 60. Oh, wow. Right next to him. Oh, my God. Holy moly. And then the rear view cam of Eric Jones. Holy shit. That was sweet. Oh. Holy moly. That camera angle was sweet right there. Right next to him. Holy fuck. Woo! What about the 43 right there, too? Oh, there's a couple. Man, what an aggressive fucking wreck right there. Going airborne, hitting the wall, taking a couple flips, landing on your wheels. Wow, best wreck of the night. Best wreck of the weekend. And hopefully he's okay. But again, we had some pretty good wrecks in the trucks and some pretty good wrecks in Xfinity, but nothing like this. Wow. 43 is near the wreck. 60 got into the wreck. Eric Jones and the 43 were the closest. I mean, I would assume, besides actually being in the 60 car itself. But I imagine that the camera probably went dark after that flip and hit into the wall. I highly doubt the camera was still going throughout that impact. Fucking hey. Holy, you'll be able to see a replay of it, Odin. No, this will be the replay that they show over and over. It'll be on socials. Oh, Jesus. And he's like doing a wheelie. He's like up in the air. Woo! He's like in the air, just on two wheels for like 5, 6, 7 seconds. Holy cow. Then he's upside down. Sparks are flying, flies in the air, hits the wall. Unbelievable. Holy moly. Yeah, the camera's got to be dark on the fucking 60. Here we go. Here's another replay. Oh! The 60. Oh! And then it goes dark as soon as he flips. But you get to see the initial wreck with the 60 in the car they just showed on the broadcast. Oh. Hang on. And then it goes dark. Oh, my. Oh, bell. And here it is. Bell. Bang! Oh. Holy cow. Again, if some of these cars had cameras on the side, not in the front and the back, but Christopher Bell in the 20 and smashes into the 60. And then you see Larson there and a few others. Oh, two wheels in the air, upside down like a Hot Wheel or a Matchbox car. 43 on the side. Now, if the 43 had a camera on the side panel, you would have gotten a great view there. And then, oh, sparks are flying, hitting the wall again. Holy moly. 60 got hit by Christopher Bell after he got pushed into the wall. And then he went sideways, and Christopher Bell, the 20, hit the 60. Chase in 19th. Man, epic wreck. Holy fuck. And hopefully he's okay. Ten cars involved in that wreck. Again, you know that there's going to be at least 2 wrecks, at least minimum, in the last 25 laps. And again, we might get another one on the last lap. So we needed a camera there. I mean, obviously the 43 passes the 60, so you don't really get to see everything there, but oh my God. Let me see this angle here that they're showing. Ooh, takes a big hit, pop. You can see his head kind of get jerked there, a little whiplash. I mean, when you get hit, and obviously they've made, the seats and the helmets much better because obviously we've seen, if you watch Dale Earnhardt, when he passed away, he didn't even really hit that hard, based on the look of the car, hitting the wall. But they've made, mass improvements with the roll cage, the helmet, the chair itself, to be able to stabilize the neck and the head. But golly. But you can definitely, have your vertebrae kind of come out of place. And, there definitely is some neck strain. But, their necks are definitely moving around. And even with all of this high-end technology with the chairs and the helmets and whatnot, I mean, you still can get really fucked up, with your clavicle, your shoulders, your neck, your head. Holy moly. Yes. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Man, the wrecks are just incredible on the super speedways. I mean, you get cars up in the air, cars on two wheels, cars that flip, cars that hit the wall, cars that end up on top of each other. And you got to think these cars are going 180 to 200 miles an hour. I mean, there's no just stopping them on a dime. I mean, it's going to take time after the aftermath. I mean, you can obviously exit out of here and then open up the app, the link, and check it out real quick and then come back if you want to check it out, Odin, with the ace. Oh, oh doggy dog, just casually doing an 8-hour stream on a Sunday. No problem. 8 hours. 8 hours. Like I'm logging into work, working a 9 to 5. Oh! Oh! Oh, and then being able to see the rear view after, that's what it's about. It's about seeing, front on camera, and then as soon as you see them flipping, you got to flip it back and see the reverse camera. That was one of the better angles that they showed from the front, with the 60 and a car that was close, and then obviously the rear view, the aftermath. Larson, Big Bad Brad, Chase, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, Justin Allgaier, Dale Jr.'s guy, and a few others involved in that wreck. Unbelievable. Now we got Logano on the mic. Sorry, Odin. Yeah. Yeah, come kick it, man. 8-hour stream, plenty of time. Shit, you could have come and gone 4 or 5 different times with an 8-hour stream. Good things come to those who are patient and wait. And let me tell you, sitting in this chair for 3.5 hours, entertaining all y'all with photos, was a grind. Took a 45-minute walk with my pup, missed 10 caution laps, and then luckily got back just in time for the race to start up again. And this one has not fucking disappointed. Am I tired? A little, Energy drinks have been consumed. But again, that exercise helped my back out tremendously. Because I couldn't imagine just fucking sitting here 8 hours straight. And I actually have a elite computer chair. If my computer chair wasn't comfortable, there's no way in hell I'm still sitting in here. Kyle Busch, he's pissed. Look at him. He is. Kyle always looks pissed. He just got that face, and it always looks like I'm mad, even when he's not. It's funny, too, because you always will get people talking shit about other drivers, regardless if they're on your team or not. They're pissed, and they have no problem, calling out others. Kyle will always call out whoever, teammate or not. Kyle is pretty much saying, Joey Logano, that's your fault, bitch. But obviously, there was a few cars that were at fault there, right? Ricky Stenhouse trying to block, Joey trying to get the spot. There was a few people that were at fault there. And normally in a wreck, sometimes it's one that starts it all, but Christopher Bell got, knocked into the wall. And wow. And that was all she wrote for the 60. The 60 was on 2 wheels for like 7 seconds. That was crazy. Grease, great to see him not in the back of the ambulance. That'll be a wreck that we all will remember for years to come. Shout out to Ryan. Christopher Bell goes sideways the other way. And if it wasn't him, guess who it would have been? Kyle Larson. Because he was right behind him, right there. Just Ryan Preece, unlucky. Wrong place, wrong time, and if it wasn't him, it would have been Larson. Yeah, well, they just interviewed him, so he's not in the ambulance, so he's okay. Oh, there's the camera there from Larson. Two wheels for like 7 seconds. And then the flip. You get the aerodynamics and the air coming underneath. Oh, that's the car to be able to see. And then you look at the rear view mirror of Larson there. You get the front, the side, and the back camera from Larson. Ooh! Wow. We're going to overtime. Overtime. And, 8-hour stream, no big deal. We had over 2,000 people in the stream earlier on. That's one of the highest numbers that we've ever had on the channel. Pretty cool. We've had good results on both streams. Brett in the building. Missed you. Our guy. Napa, no, hell. We had some good numbers early on. Over 2,000 people in the room. Me and Brett, this is our guy. Napa, no, how. But just a little unlucky for Chase Elliott. How are you, Brett? Missed you. Britt's hitting you with that, hey, yo, like she's Scott Hall. Pretty lady. Yeah, got to try to get a top 10. Absolutely. Herb's already around. Still green. Byron Reddick. Jimmy in third. Unbelievable. But again, so many cars being wrecked. Final lap. Oh, and again, we had another wreck on the last lap, just like on the trucks and the Xfinity, and it stays true. Oh my. William Byron's going to win. William Byron out of fucking nowhere. Are you kidding me? Wow. William Byron out of fucking nowhere. Wow. Daytona 500 winner. Wow. No, I ain't taking a break tomorrow. I'm a grinder, bro. I'm a grinder. Not taking a day off tomorrow. We're gonna do Four Nations face-off probably tomorrow. USA is playing at 5, and we have Monday Night Raw, so I'll be covering both of those tomorrow. I'm a fucking machine. We got USA and Sweden at 5 p.m. Pacific, and then Monday Night Raw at the same time. I'll be covering both. William Byron with the win. Second straight win for William Byron. Jimmy finishing third. Unbelievable. William Byron, Team Hendrick. Hey, it wasn't Chase. It wasn't Kyle Larson. It wasn't Alex Bowman. But sometimes it's the right place at the right time. And usually, again, I watched the full truck race. I watched the full Xfinity race. They both had big wrecks on the last lap. Daytona, obviously for NASCAR Cup, is usually known for that as well. 3 big wrecks in the last 25 laps. We go into overtime, and William Byron finds a way. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I wish that was Chase Elliott, but Right. Agreed. Would have been better if we could have gotten into a top 10. Or our boy. Man, this is one of the longest streams that we've ever done on the channel. We peaked at over 2,000 people in the room early on, obviously before we had all those delays and whatnot. Oh, he jumps into his team. Hey, breaking news, he's kind of good. Hendrick Motorsports, baby. Wow, well, this was definitely going to be a stream that I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. And what a finish. Again, I might be the only one in this room and anyone that was actually watching today that watched the trucks full race, Xfinity full race, and the NASCAR Cup race Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Wow. Go get the flag, William. That's a good question, Nat, man. I don't know. Yeah, William is incredibly lucky. He knows that. Second straight. I mean, how often do you get the same winner back-to-back in the Daytona 500? It's not common. His car is recording him getting interviewed like Kit. Yes. And again, if you do have HBO Max, Judah, I think, is the only one in the room that was able to experience the in-car, and he was ending up sending me some different shots of it. I think I'm going to subscribe to it. I don't know if I'm going to do it for Atlanta, but that's obviously Chase's hometown, and I would love to be able to have that on the TV while I watch, obviously, the race here on the computer, and I can look back and forth and give you guys kind of updates on everything. I might have to splurge the $10 a month and have that extra, quad view, and I definitely want to be inside Chase's car, but then it gives me the opportunity to be in any car and even have a quad view. Pretty cool. Judah, you're not, man. You're the man. I appreciate you sharing all of that. And I mean, you fucking sold me, dude. I might not be able to have it all year, but again, since I ended up canceling the Showtime add-on through Hulu for just Dexter Original Sin, that ended. So I guess I have a window, where I can subscribe to that through Hulu, and maybe we'll be able to have that on the race next weekend for Atlanta. Byron, Reddick, and Jimmy Johnson. Are you fucking kidding me? Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek, Bowman in 6th, Blaney. How did Blaney get in 7th? Cindric in 8th. Is this all updated here? Justin in 9th for Dale Jr. and Buescher in 10th. Is that all accurate? Wow. Dude, that's so cool. Wow. Well, if we were only streaming for a couple hours, I wouldn't mind staying on for a little bit longer, but fucking A, dude, 8 hours and 13 minutes. This has got to be a record for the channel. Unbelievable finish. And I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Napa, no how. Chase didn't get, obviously, the finish that I wanted, but it ended up being a very memorable race. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Tomorrow, we'll be doing the Four Nations face-off as well as Monday Night Raw, both at 5 o'clock Pacific. Sweden versus USA, and that'll be the stream. And then we also will be doing Monday Night Raw coverage as well. Judah, you the man. Thank you for selling me on this particular add-on. William Byron, congratulations. Rex on Rex on Rex. And we ended up getting a pretty good view count. It's still, adding up the numbers right now, but we had over 2,000 people in the room at one point, and it looks like we're over 4,700. So they're still calculating all the numbers. So definitely a good, successful first 2 weeks on NASCAR streams. 3,000 plus for Bowman Gray, around 4,000, 5,000 or higher for this one. So I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. Your boy's got all the energy. I'm a fucking dog, all right? And I'll be live tomorrow. And again, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. I'm going to go on a long walk with Paisley because I'm a fucking machine, and I'm going to make sure that she's ready to be able to be, paid attention to like she should have. She misses her dad. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. Sarah, thank you for all the help. Shout out to all the people that donated, commented, and shared. You guys are the best. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.